A song? Just do exclamation point song. Just do exclamation point song. He'll give you it. It's in the title, no? Yeah, it is. What is up, chat? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? I sound tired. I ain't tired. I'm locked in. Y'all the ones not locked in, bro. Lock the fuck in, chat. Lock the fuck in. Lock the fuck in. Why is my audio duplicating? Haha. I'm locked in. Lock the fuck in, chat. 12-hour stream randomly? No, this coward alive says I wouldn't do a 12-hour. She rage baited me into a 12-hour, so I'm doing a 12-hour. I gotta show these newbies how it's done. 12 hours of happiness. Wait, what? Happiness? What's my light on? My lighting is fucked because my thingy. My lighting is low-key fucked. My lighting is fucked because of my thing. Hold on. Oh, man. Okay, there we go. That should be better. Anyways. Yeah, I'm fresh out the showers. My hair is wet. Ugh. My hair is pretty wet. Ooh. All right. Yeah, 12-hour stream. Let me boot up the TikTok and YouTube. You might just catch a cold. Catch a cold for what? 12 hours of solo queue as DPS rocket? Yeah, you've lost your damn mind. You've lost your mind. Dude, we have so much stuff tomorrow. Yo, the PlayStation showcase is tomorrow. Y'all better be there. 5 p.m. EST. No, it's not 12 hours of rivals. 5 p.m. EST. 5 p.m. EST. The PlayStation showcase. Be there, be there, be there. Be there. My VOD just copyright? My VOD just copyrighted on YouTube. Oh my god. Oh wait, no, the 007 video fucking copyrighted. No. Bro, what is copyright in this video? Something copyrighted in the 007 video. There's 2 songs in the thing that are copyrighted. Wow, I'm getting trolled. Anyways. Oh man. Yeah, we're back. Yeah, I did stream last night. I streamed pretty late though. God, my hair is so damn wet. I did stream last night, but we streamed pretty late. Copyrighted my wondrous voice. You stream a State of Play tomorrow? Hell yes. We are 100% streaming the State of Play tomorrow. Alright, where's this coward at, bro? The TikTok stream should be up. Is it not up? It's not up. And the YouTube stream, boot that bad boy up right now. Boot that bad boy up right now. Wolverine's confirmed to be at the State of Play tomorrow. I'll be surprised if we see like GTA or something, you know. GTA would be sick. I want to see GTA. I want to see the Blade game. I want to see there's a lot of stuff I want to see. That new Naughty Dog game. I want to see some of that. Street Fighter 6 year 4? Is it 5 or 4 now? What year is it for Street Fighter 6? The new pass, whatever. I want to see that tomorrow. New pass. I want to see Persona. Well, we're probably not gonna see Persona to the Xbox showcase. Year 4, is that what it is? Okay. Yeah, we're probably not going to see that to the Xbox showcase. 2XKO trailer tomorrow? Yeah, send a trailer to confirm tomorrow already. That's confirmed to be tomorrow. That's already confirmed. Trying to upload this. Oh, we can stop the YouTube stream. Give me a second. Why is it not letting me? You don't have permission to view this page. What does that even mean? What? I mean, I don't have permission to view this page. It's my YouTube channel. I'm on the wrong YouTube channel. No, I'm on the right YouTube channel. Okay, I'm getting Gigatrolled. Yep, this is pretty fun. Sheesh. Anyways, yeah, early stream. We're doing a 12-hour. Yeah, lock the fuck in. Lock the fuck in. Lock the fuck in, bro. Lock the fuck in. All right. I'd pull up a live stream. Where you at, coward?
Hi, Injustice. How are you doing today? I forgot how loud your game is. I don't even have my headset on.
We playing or what?
Where are you at, coward? Coward! I hopped on before you.
She hopped on before me by like 1 minute.
Oh.
She hopped on before me by like 1 minute. She's yapping. Yapping. Wait, why is my YouTube stream not up?
I didn't charge my headsets. I hope it's good for like 12 hours. He's good. Are we playing or what?
What's today's date? 6.
Hold on, let me get settled in.
6. Yep, it is 6.
Oh, why? God damn it.
Drops on Twitch.
You gonna call me? That battery's fucked for real.
I'm out of bag. Why is my game not open? Playlist is this? This is actually not one of the playlists. I can link it though. Oh wait, I don't even think this is on a playlist. Just do exclamation point song. This is not any other playlist. It's one of the like songs. It's not on a playlist. I got my color on Discord. There we go. Enable that. So hear the beeping noise. Nah, there's no playlist for this. Song request yesterday? Yeah, song request yesterday was sub only. You indeed missed it. Why is my YouTube stream? Oh, there we go. What up?
There?
What?
12 hours is easy. Easy peasy.
Sure, buddy. You sound tired as is.
I woke up. What do you mean?
You're not locked in?
I am. What time did you wake up?
Like 9 a.m.
Did you stream yesterday?
Yep. I only streamed for like 5 hours though. I was up with my friend. We wanted to get to Diamond.
Oh, you're playing ranked then.
Yeah, it was on alt though. He wanted to get to Diamond.
Let's do some TP first.
Sure.
Oh, how was the rank though? Was it still bad for you or no?
For me?
Or not for you? Was it still bad?
Main account or the alt games? Like on my main, it's okay. It's like I don't know, like meh. The other day I got a guy that bought his account.
Yeah, you told me that.
Like no, like, we checked his history. He literally bought his account. He didn't know what he was doing on support.
Damn.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
What's up, chef? I'll send you the stream together thingy, whatever it's called. Where play? Play Daredevil.
Now, but Daredevil
I'm gonna be a DPS scene.
Bet.
Trying to DPS.
Shall I play tank then? Oh, I'll play tank then. I'm gonna send you the link or knock. Which one's better for you?
I don't know which one's better. I have to open my Google Chrome.
Oh, okay, it's better if I send the link then. I DM'd you it. Just open that in the browser. Oh, yeah, open that in Chrome. You went to the dentist? Oof. They numbed your teeth, damn. I remember that. I remember when I was a kid, I was obsessed with sweets. I had like 6 cavities or something.
Damn.
I think it was like all my baby teeth, so most of those teeth fell out or something like that. I don't remember.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It was something like
You
that.
need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
What are they playing?
That black
Oh, they have a
cat?
VP.
That would be, yeah, they'd dive.
What am I? Invisible?
Damn it, I missed. Oh, shameful.
You're not locked in. You sleepy?
No.
You missing. Wake up, buddy. Did you eat?
Ooh, no, I didn't eat. I just woke up, I showered, and yeah, that's about it. Here's DPS in it. Oh yeah, for fun. Well, I haven't played DPS in a minute.
Oh, if you're DPS Lune, we probably need another healer then. I should probably go healer then. Unless you want to do it in 222.
See you guys.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Oh, Black Cat's trying to come in. Fuck. Oh, she was so close.
They hit a checkpoint. Now
Damn.
might be a good time
I
to stop them.
am over. No, Ark. I'm so done for. Just give me a minute to warm up. Hold on.
Mine's in
Mm-hmm.
Gotta stop that vehicle.
Black Cat's
It's like
coming
Captain
through the back.
America.
If we don't stand up for what's right, who will?
Oh my god. Oh, that guy ran.
These come in real handy.
Oh.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Tremble before fast!
Infer, why'd you end up in front of me? You made me heal.
Trying to kill this. Trying to kill this BB. Oh snap! I'm dead.
Oh my god.
There's still a chance.
And we getting cooked.
Oh, we're one healer too.
Oh, we are? Okay, that explains a lot.
Yeah.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Where'd she go?
He said it's cringe. He's kind of smiling. That guy's so mad. What is happening? Oh my god.
Oh, at least I'm doing TP first.
Legends shall never fall.
Look at Ignis. Feels weird being awake this late. Oh my god.
You know, Black Cat disappears faster than BP.
Yeah, especially in her ult. Or, well, I guess if she has money. I'm playing Deadlock anymore? I do, but not as much as I used to. I don't know.
Tremble before fast! Assemble! Coming through. Let's dance.
up.
No. God damn it. I don't know. Deadlock is like, eh. I like a few characters, but like if I don't get those characters, I'm kind of like sad.
That lady isn't singing
And since like the character you get is RNG, it's like, I don't know. Oh my lordy.
That's the boost I needed. Sorry, soldier.
Damn, the one time I play DPS, they all go dive. Too. That shit's annoying.
Trying to practice cap, I'm getting cooked. It's good play though. Yeah, I was just playing cap. I can't do anything because they just keep healing. They have anti-dive.
Well, you can't expect them all.
They're gonna hate me. Please don't hate me, please.
It's quick play. No one's gonna hate you for doing bad in quick play. What? It's quick play. You taking quick play that deep?
Yeah.
Why?
You know I sweat in QP too.
Why?
Except for that one, I cannot.
No one's gonna yell at you for losing in quick play. I'm over here just trying random characters.
Shit, I should not been. God damn it. We have to do QP. Cause I'm too
What?
I'm in D1 right now.
Oh, I can switch accounts.
Let me see how far in D1. I'm 45.
I bet I'll switch accounts. Hold on. D1. I think you can play with InferSenpai.
Oh. Thought I got the skin.
Rose hair changes every day. No, it doesn't. I don't change my hair every day. Wait, that's not true. Where's InferSenpai?
Why? Why would you say your Why would you say your own name? That's funny.
What? It's InferSenpai. What's wrong with it?
You named yourself InferSenpai?
I mean, I didn't pick it. It's just an alt name. It's like, I just had to put something. What's wrong with it?
Sorry, that's funny.
What's wrong with the name? No, what's wrong with the name? Did you put your name, your real name? Who does that?
I mean,
You're not. That's like
it
the
wasn't
first
bad.
rule
It
of
wasn't
not
even
doing that. You don't
bad.
put your username, your real name.
It's only part of my name, so
Yeah,
they
whatever.
can't even find me.
Sure.
Don't try, chat.
What's up, yo? Yeah, I'd rather put my name, not my real name, than. Wait, why is the audio deep there? Oh.
He has you there.
Not
Who
my
has?
real name.
Okay.
What you did.
You know what? My name is perfect. It's perfect.
Sure, buddy. Whatever you say. What's up, Patch? No self-preservation? Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I actually remember my first Roblox name.
What was it?
It was Lie7512. Or
It wasn't big.
5692, something like
What was
that.
it? Big?
I was a kid, man. I was a kid.
Still are a
I
kid.
wouldn't name myself Dig Big.
You still are a kid.
Me? Oh.
You act like one. I'm
You're an
joking.
unk.
I'm an unk. What? If I'm an unk,
Yeah.
you're ancient. What the fuck? You're ashes.
No, you just called me a kid. How am I gonna be ancient?
You act like a kid. How about that?
This guy. Well,
You act
damn.
like a kid.
Well, damn. You ready for some ranked, or did you need to warm up?
Me? Warm up? Come on now. You know who you're talking to? I'm always locked in. I'm always locked in. You're the one that sounds sleepy. Friendly fire? It's not friendly fire.
Ah.
Oh yeah, they showed the new Mantis skin today.
Today?
Yeah, I can send you a photo of it. They only sent the photo. Both showed a photo. Oh, Rogue won the thing?
Oh, Rogue One? Fuck that. I wanted Mag to have a skin. Thank you for the
I
follow.
wanted
Adrian.
Psylocke to win. Let me stop.
No, Psylocke's not gonna win. She
Yeah.
has so many. She's getting the next one, no?
Probably. I hope.
Why uncooking our streamer? Because everyone likes to bully me for
To
some
bully
apparent
you?
reason.
Bully you?
Yeah.
No one's bullying you.
Why can't Storm get any skins? Why can't Matt get any good skins?
Sent you the photo.
Oh, that's what I was looking for.
Storm? Because no one plays Storm.
Oh, this is cute. An Iron Man Samurai? Oh, that's cool.
That is sick, but
Like
why
the
Iron
skin.
Man and not Blade? Like, this make no sense. Whatever.
Oh, God. Okay. Why Matt got skin in the battle pass? That skin is like, eh. Like, give more mag skins, I guess. What's the top mag
Which
skin
hero
right
do you
now?
think you want to be today?
I hardly see any mag players play with a skin.
I like the what is chat? Which one's the one where he like kills Ultron MVP? That one's sick.
Meow.
I got one, but
Who am I
Not for
gonna
him. I want
banish
my
from
favorite
this
tank
match?
get skin. I actually do want more tank skins. More good tank skins.
okay.
Groot.
Let's spin Gambit. No Gambit today.
Okay.
Yeah, Mag gets battle pass skins, but I don't think he sells enough. That's why he's never usually in the shop. They put the same characters usually in the battle passes, like the mini ones in the shops. The ones that sell a lot.
They got Punisher?
Damn.
Oh, that's funny. Okay. So I'm thinking either DD or Black Cat. Oh, you're playing Black Cat. Never mind.
Nah, I'll ban Black Cat. I don't want to play her.
Well, we got DD right here.
Yeah, let's just see what happens. See if today's my lucky day.
I mean,
Nope.
what are they ban? Are they playing? Who are they playing?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Dino game? Oh, Dino is... Yeah, okay. Oh, wait,
I
this
may
is
not
your
be the best.
main.
But my eyes for 12 hours. Yeah.
I was about to run it down on Black Cat. I forgot this is your main. Probably shouldn't do that, huh?
I mean, if you do good with her, I don't mind.
That Black Cat is finicky. I never get to
Well,
practice her consistently because she's usually banned. So like, I'll play her once a stream and then like, that's it. So I can't ever get like a lot of practice on her unless it's quick play.
Crime always pays.
okay. Have you seen Shotgun Punisher? I have, but they banned Punisher and Star-Lord.
30 seconds before you attack.
So I'm just
Get
kind of
ready.
confused.
What the hell happened to the city, Sue?
And we banned
Not
Groot the
much.
first
been
on the
thrust
first
into
ban,
darkness and
so
overrun
it kind of
by
didn't make sense to ban those two after.
Makes me wish I hadn't given Steve his shield back.
Don't worry, I've got you covered in that department.
Have to
Solo
slow
a
the
Jeff
chat.
one.
4,
Someone in front of the it's BP.
2, 1.
Oh, are you kidding?
Yeah, I can hear his
Got it?
have a BP and oh no,
Oh, we're
Spider-Man.
pushing. Yeah.
Good fortune for me.
Oh,
Good fortune for me. Better already.
yeah, well, they're down to DPS. Oh, but they got a rocket, so he's back.
Thanos dead.
Dinosaurs on my team.
You definitely don't want Shotgun Punisher ziplining.
Yeah, those dudes are annoying.
What? Did I just hear someone? Oh my god, Spidey fell off the map.
W.
Died right there.
Get that vehicle to its destination. You won't be needing that. Well, well, who do we have here? You won't be needing that. Good
Damn.
fortune for me.
Did I mess that up for you? Shit. I
Nah,
thought pull over here.
it's fine.
Thanks.
Spider-Man's in our... I don't even know what the hell he's doing back there. Forget it.
Damn, their candy is so close right now.
Why I'm in charge.
Are they triple? Oh, they are. Okay. It's a little odd.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. Give me that look.
Lead them to Khonshu.
Spidey's in the back.
You owe me one. Heal me up, would you?
Got him.
Want it to come to this, Peter. Vehicle
This is a weird match, but alright.
the momentum.
I don't know if I should be surprised anymore.
That's 3.
We have a ton of bad. Not a ton of bad. A ton of weird matches in right.
Wow, 4 in a row.
That guy's 1 HP.
Give me that look.
Oh, he's just gonna run for me?
You won't be needing that.
Got him.
We should go down main now.
That definitely helps.
Well, I killed like 5, so they're staggered like crazy.
Oh, okay. I got a thing now.
What the?
Oh, he coming straight for you!
What the?
Don't let anything stand in
Oh
your
my
way.
god.
Give me that luck.
I wonder if that Spidey has ult. Oh my god, did thing just fall?
The moon haunts you.
Ooh. A little scary.
Give me that luck. So stealthy.
Damn, that guy got clapped.
That definitely helps. Glad to help, but now
This character is so damn strong.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
fortune for me.
Okay.
Dagger.
I wish I can play this character more.
The current score is
So fun.
3, 2, 0.
Early stream? Yeah, something
Time
like
to
that.
switch things up, including which side you're
I got
on.
rage baited into a 12-hour.
The right
Yeah,
heroes could
really.
make all the difference. We have
You rage baited me into a 12-hour. I was supposed to be chilling today. What did I say? Spidey's throwing. Damn. Unlucky. Wait, are you in promo
Wow.
game?
No. I
Yo,
wish this would be nice.
how far down did you go?
round 2.
I'm 45 points right now, but I did go far.
Alone.
You ran it down that day.
Why the fuck?
Wait, what? What the?
Hey, you know this is a really nice lake, actually.
They'll be coming in 30
I didn't know we're
seconds.
in the city.
Stay strong.
But I don't understand why he died.
My dear sweet
It's whatever.
Storm.
It's Richard.
He was probably doing.
As you are well aware.
I'm thinking he was trying to do the
Perhaps
flying.
two of us have been brought
Like you
together
do in
here
practice
for a
range.
greater purpose.
Hmm.
Wow. Are your motivations always as
Who's that
transparent
emo?
as I am?
The battle
Is that
starts in
Huntress's
5,
emo? Oh my.
4, 3, 2, 1. You
He's a
have to
freaky
stop them from
frog.
securing the mission area.
Spidey trying to get the point.
This world has made itself even less appealing.
A nice deep freeze.
A little help, please. Peekaboo. Clearly, you needed some help.
Oh, they went Widow?
Poison knight.
Sheesh.
Oh, I mean,
These
I
guys
actually
are
have a lot
scary.
of damage right now.
Yeah, this Moon Knight, I'm trying to kill him. It's kind of hard though because they're triple.
You won't be needing that. Look out! Someone's got their sights on.
Wow, these guys just keep healing each other.
When I had the
Oh, that was fast.
Give me that look.
Oh my god, I just killed. Oh god, this character is so broken.
You know, we make a perfect.
Getting my reels, my Instagram reels, those actually do really good for some reason. That's cool. Too bad I'm shadow banned on TikTok.
You still are?
I don't know what I did. I just keep getting like banned for some dumb reason on TikTok. Last time I got banned, it said for slurs and hate speech.
Yoink! Give me that
I was doing a 10-hour stream and I was alone, by the way. Like it was a solo queue stream. I didn't even say anything in the clip they gave me. I don't know.
Oh, he's going through the back again.
Don't give up. Good fortune for me.
Someone's back capping. Okay, nice.
Oh, this is what I.
Stealthy. Look out! Someone's got their
Oh my god, I got my first death to a Black Widow. Bruh. That busted ass kick.
The cat came back.
I'm gonna come back in and all.
I'd know that onk anywhere.
There they are.
Oh no.
Yoink! Give me that luck.
This fucking Widow just keeps running away. Did she just solo me? Bro. Okay.
Plasma. The cat came back. A little help, please.
The sniper has been removed.
I actually extremely dislike Black Widow. Oh my god. They need to rework already. What the?
Only 60 seconds left. You won't be needing that. Stealthy.
Oh my god. My
Everyone's
dash was
falling
on
off the map
cooldown. I was trying to run from like 3 healers or 3 people that were trying to kill me. What's up, Jam?
The moon haunts you.
An Iron Man? That's random.
Good fortune for me.
Moon Knight's on.
Mine for the taking. You won't be needing that. Yoink! Give me that luck.
Nice work, Namor. But don't let it go to your head.
You won't be needing that.
Oh, he stole my ace.
3, 2, 0.
Rivals updates on the 12th. It's gonna be Cyclops.
Epic victory.
I think if they were more synchronized, they would have gotten the first point.
Can't be synchronized. We have a thrower.
I don't know if you could say they would have a thrower.
The Spider-Man was throwing apparently.
I mean, the whole team wasn't doing good though.
True, but I get what you mean.
They almost killed us all like 3 times though, and they didn't. AC, how
Yeah.
are you? I'm gonna let the round, let the queue reset.
I'm going to avoid people.
I think. Don't AC, yeah. I am in D1 right now. I think I might get something to eat real quick too.
Same.
Maybe.
Lunch break. A little lunch break.
Yep. Gonna be my breakfast. Hold on.
Do you want them good? I'm telling you, it's the Meat Mountain debuff. She don't want to listen to me.
It's not my fault I'm addicted.
To Meat Mountains?
No. Oh, where's my phone?
Wait, what? If she's not addicted, whatever. Whatever. If it's not the Meat Mountains, then whatever, bro. She got it. Scar you? I'd be scarred. I ate half of that thing. What the hell? Yeah, chat. You guys can watch Kissy or something. It's playing Magneto.
Yeah, just a couple headshots.
You guys can watch Kissy while I get food. You ate half? No, it wasn't me. All right, we're back.
I'm gonna go ahead and ult. Okay. All sending to 1. Okay, frozen. Rocking up point. Rocking up top. Left side.
Look, no fade in my thing. In my ult.
This range.
Someone come up here with me. There's
Alright.
3 up here.
I'm here. We need healers.
Oh my god, there's 3 up there, bro. Rockets there, dude.
Oh.
They should not fight.
We should be boxing them in. They couldn't leave. It's only our whole team.
I think our supports did not kill us. Rockets 1 HP.
Yeah, but they were stuck there. We can't leave them there.
Yes, we can. You're not with their team.
Oh, okay.
Lucky is so out of
I froze Matt. Straight. Phoenix up top. Careful.
Yo, move your ice wall, bro.
Move your ice wall.
Bucket behind. Got him.
I hate playing this
Show Bucky here.
Magneto character. Holy, hate it. I'm going back.
Hold on point.
No, like, let's run forward when we hear the portaling, guys.
I came back.
Oh, that's...
We're so bad.
We just die for fun. Like, that is ridiculous.
I went to cancel TP.
I'm not gonna let you get close enough to go diamond form and choke the guy.
Chill,
I was 1
chill,
second.
chill. Just play the game, be normal.
That's granddad.
Be normal, play the game.
Yeah, we burned a lot of their time.
Yeah, it's winnable. Don't tilt. Hey Magneto, bro. I hate playing this hero.
I'm back top. So,
Yeah, what's up? Thanks that you could month.
yesterday I bought green mangoes.
You're such a loser. Game is
Not really green, more like
I was talking to the other team.
I intentionally bought unripe mangoes.
She didn't even do anything like
It's not like
that
green
bad.
mangoes.
They have an impossible comp.
Holy shit.
They have a mantis.
And cream spinach. I realized I really like
Yeah,
cream
that's just
spinach a lot.
Magno shield. I hear that rocket somewhere. Rocket behind.
Cloak getting res.
Look at that, they're down two, down two.
Let me put something on for you guys. I don't know what.
Cloak behind.
Oh my god, little mama's playing with Kissy. What? Damn, it's such a small world we live in.
That bubble.
Wasting
It's such a small world. I lie, why are you rich? I mean, why am I rich? Your blue credit?
How was your stream?
Oh!
I'm gonna hold their cloak.
I wonder if it's from the battle pass.
Guys, go follow my friend Tim. We've been playing a lot together. I like him. He's really chill. Hopefully, we'll be playing soon on
Ooh, I
stream.
could check what
We've only been
skins I
playing
could
off
get
stream
too.
together. But hopefully, we'll do on
Oh,
stream
you
soon.
rich unk.
Oh my god. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, what's
Buy
up,
me the
man?
Psylocke skin. Dude, I would love to gift people skins if it didn't require the lattice. Like, why? Why can't I gift people it
Cloak face.
with just regular units, you know?
He missed his ult.
2,500. Who's gonna have 2,500 of that?
All half.
Crazy. That's so
I have
much.
cloak, I have cloak, I have cloak, I have
Heal
cloak.
your Emma, heal your Emma, heal your Emma, heal your Emma.
Oh, to buy it? No.
Phoenix on the right.
Lucky one.
I wish I could get a free skin.
Phoenix top 8.
Now you guys asking me for a skin. I don't got the money. I don't got the lattice.
Ulting now.
You can't convert currency. I know. That would be
Okay, look
really
at Mantis,
cool
Mantis,
if you
Mantis,
could
Mantis, Mantis.
convert currency. I would love to
Go Mantis,
convert
go
it.
Mantis.
Rocking up.
Hi, Nipit. Thank you for the follow. Black Cat skin has me drooling.
Behind.
The Phoenix.
This is such a good skin. I don't even play and I still got it.
You still follow me, she. Guys, go follow Tim. He's actually the.
You guys are so funny. You guys are so funny. If we could convert currency, that would be really
You know
nice.
what? I'd rather do it this than like full dive.
They should add that. We should make a petition for that.
Like, you know, hook. Help your Emma, help your Emma, help your Emma, help your Emma.
Thank you. Also.
You have equivalent to me, ma'am, but it's not fast food. What is it?
Shoot it, shoot
Oh
it,
my
shoot
god,
it.
gaming!
Shoot it,
Why are you guys doing this to me?
Look at cloak, look at
Extortion.
Cloak. Result next.
Really is.
Go cloak.
Y'all should rise up against him. Rebel.
Cloak, cloak.
Rebellion. Thank you, Mythic, for the follow. Ooh, wait, I love chitlins, though, Walla. I actually really love chitlins. That's a hell of a lot better.
Lucky in the back.
Is it MLA format?
Lucky Bucky.
What you mean, Blossom? Doing good, just writing. Oh, you're responding to someone, shoot. Silly me.
Mango bubble.
Mag is one.
Cause you rich and we broke.
I don't have
I'm
one,
broke
sorry.
too. What do you mean? He'll banish us to the deep realms. Is it worth it though to be extorted? He can't hear us, can he? Does he have his headset on?
Alright.
They just hiding it. He's not here. But sometimes, when I leave, I go with my headset. I might just have an iron stomach.
Ulting now.
I don't think chitlins would make you feel sick though, unless it's not cooked right. I love them though.
Oh, I killed
The whole chat here to get a free skin. Yeah. If I could only convert it to lattice, or however you say it. I really hate that I didn't get the what's it called? The food skin for Invisible Woman. I'd never eat chillin. Chillins are good. Y'all need to try it. Have you tried it? Hold on. Hold on.
I mean, Tank
I
is not
love
bad if you're on him,
chillins.
but I do not like playing Mag, that's for sure. He's so like so.
Although, hold on. I haven't had it these certain ways. I've had it more like this.
Help
for the most part. I've had it sometimes like this, but I love them
Heal your Emma,
regardless.
heal your Emma, bro.
No
Heal your
discrimination
Emma.
against these dishes. I love tripe. Oh,
Rock out point.
Phoenix is behind.
hold on.
Heal your mag, heal your mag.
Big intestines. They had really good intestines at this one Korean barbecue, and that place shut down. And no other Korean barbecue does their intestines like that because they marinate it.
Is she here?
My cloak was DPSing.
Wait,
on-
their
Oh,
cloak
he has
is
wired
here,
headphones?
their cloak
Okay.
is here. Kill her, kill
I
her.
never eat.
Oh,
What's a
okay,
chitlin?
I'm done.
Chitlin is like a small intestines of a pig. Or they
Oh
are
my
small
god, the
intestines
Phoenix
of a pig.
crosshair is crazy. What the hell?
What they look like again? This is what they look like.
She's good.
Although these, okay, this, looking at those don't do it justice.
I'm not there.
Like,
I'm not there.
this would be good. Fried chitlins.
They had to mangle every
I
time.
don't usually have them not fried though. I think fried might be the best way to have chitlins.
I think that-
Any other way, I'm not sure how they would taste.
Back. What are you guys doing?
Scared, bro.
Looking at chitlins.
You're losing the game.
You're eating chitlins? Wait, what? What?
Y'all are hating too much. You need to try fried chitlins.
Those even good like that? What the?
It's basically hell no. Arby's is actually gross. Chitlins is good. It's
He has
good.
an iron stomach, chat. She can eat anything.
Could eat anything that's probably not.
I mean, I don't know how chitlins taste. They probably taste good. I don't know, but
They do.
seems like
Fried
you can eat
tastes good.
anything. What do you not like?
Fried tastes good. What do I not like?
Yo, you can't even name
I know I
food you
didn't
don't
like something and I can't even remember.
Was that meat or something, or?
No, I'm pretty sure it was something bitter.
A lot of bitter things I don't like. I don't like dark chocolate like that. If it's too bitter.
Chitlins. What don't I?
We.
You're not agreeing with you.
What are we eating?
We? Oh, what do you have? What are you sharing with us?
Sharing with us? What the fuck?
Not sharing? That's cruel. You extort your mods and you don't share food with chat?
That is not a normal mod. She is far from a normal mod. Needs to be unmodded, actually. Too gooner.
He's not even showing it on stream. Crazy. He's keeping it to himself.
Jiggy, you need to be unmodded, actually. You're too gooner. Jiggy is not top 3 mods. What the fuck?
Gasto.
I can't even show her Twitter on stream because it's TOS. The shit you post on your Twitter is insane. I'm eating pancakes. My hop. It's mom's birthday.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Happy birthday to her.
Oh, thanks.
You gonna share the pancakes though?
There's
You have enough to feed? Yes. You have
like
enough
protein
to feed
pancakes.
chat
Because mine aren't
and...
normal ones.
Oh, protein.
The protein pancakes.
I'm excited to try something new.
You never had protein
YouTubers
pancakes before?
are- No. I only had protein bars, really, and protein drinks.
Hmm. any
So
sports?
Gasco, we're doing
ever
a
do any
12-hour
sports?
stream. Yeah. For a while, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
12-hour stream, we're gonna be playing Marvel for the most part, and then Cuphead later on. What sports? Well, I was very into sports. I don't know how to explain it. I was never in a team, but I was in Kung Fu for a while. But I was very athletic as a kid, though, so.
Her Twitter is federal? It's not. Because she puts it on my timeline, then I have to suffer looking at it. Dude. I can't even show it. Like, it. I can't. No, I can't. You just gooned out. I can show a lie. Lie, look at this.
See.
Don't show stream. This is what one of my mods put on my timeline.
Not that bad.
Oh my god, you're
That's
doing
actually
it.
crazy though. That's crazy.
Yeah, you're doing it just like her.
It's not even that bad though.
Okay, it's
but
not that bad, but like
That's just so funny. Is that Magneto?
yes.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Why do they have him? I can't believe this.
Jiggy, you know
That
exactly
is-
what.
God.
I'm not showing chat. She can show it on her stream. I'm not showing that
That
shit.
is so funny. None of it's TOS.
It's not.
Shit.
It's not TOS, but I'm not showing that shit on my stream. Y'all gonna screenshot me out of context and say, "Look at what Infer is looking at." I'm not. Nope.
I'm not gonna be in trouble, am I? I
No.
would love to share them. This is funny. My god.
You can go to her stream chat and look at it.
That is totally not what I expected, but this shit's funny. It's Magneto.
Didn't you have like a Bucky one, Jiggy? I can't even find that one.
No, kitten. No. 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 No.
As a family-friendly streamer, it's TOS for me. Yep. How about that?
Nah.
Three art. I didn't see it. I'm family friendly.
Thank you for the follow, Jiggy. You're wild, man.
Stop lying.
Chat, he's trying to eat my freaking.
Am I lying? What do I ever do that's not family friendly?
Thank you for the follow, Jam.
I can go a whole stream without cursing.
Can you?
Hell yeah. I used to not curse in videos ever.
You know, I believe so. I have a hard time doing that. I'm gonna start. You ready?
Sure. Then you can go the rest of the stream without cursing.
No.
Damn.
No.
Damn.
I believe in myself that I won't be able to do that.
You'd be a terrible school teacher. Could you ever be an elementary school teacher? Like we're with children?
Preferably over a high school teacher, yeah. Or you know what? I
don't know. Kids are kind of crazy, huh?
They're crazy all over. They could curse if it's 9th grade, but they can't curse excessively.
I don't know. I was a bad kid, so like, hey. I definitely caused
You
my
were?
teacher to curse. Yes, I was a horrible kid until like middle school. I was pretty bad. I used to curse all the time, and I didn't get into fights or anything like that, but I argued with my teachers a lot. Like a shitload.
Interesting.
Like I remember my teacher, what grade? I think this was like 3rd grade or something like that. My teacher came to school crying. I laughed at her. It was fucked up. She used to always cry because what happened? Her
Dude, that is fucked up.
Yeah, it was fucked up. That's why I told you guys I wasn't a good kid. Her fiance, she did some crazy shit to her. I don't remember what the fuck happened, but I fucking laughed at her for it. Yeah, I wasn't joking when I said I was an asshole.
Meow. Eat nuts and
I'm not it. Someone's got to guard the galaxy.
You're fucked
Might
up.
as well be me.
now.
Yeah, the me now and me back then are way different people. I'm telling you. You can ask my brother. We're way different people.
I played the Punisher. Can we ban Magneto in the last ban?
We're way different.
Sure.
No, it's just because I was a kid. I didn't grow up. Your math teacher? I don't know what she was. She was something. It was elementary school, so she taught everything. Evil Nasu? No. Those days are behind me. Sometimes you grow up, chat.
Did you guys see that?
What?
This motherfucker has been attacking me since I've washed him.
You lost the 1v1 to your cat the other night, huh?
I didn't lose the 1v1.
You lost the
I freaking
1v1.
dominated, but he is pissed.
It took you 2
He's
hours to
petty.
wash the cat. You
Petty.
lost. You fucking lost. It took you
He
2
got
hours.
washed. He got
She
washed.
said it took
So
her
that's all that
2
matters.
hours to give the cat a tiny cat. A tiny
Tiny.
ass cat.
He is not tiny.
That is not a grown ass man. That is a fucking baby
He is
cat.
grown.
You've got that cat like a year ago, or not even a year ago. That is a tiny baby cat, a kitten.
They go fast. They're big.
That is a kitten. She lost to a fucking kitten.
For real. Mythic is saying the truth. They will do anything to not touch water.
Mm.
You guys don't see it now. I had it yesterday. I had scratches all over my freaking arms.
Oh no, that's bad.
A motherfucker almost tried to bite. He tried so hard. He tried so hard that he ended up shitting himself from like pushing, like trying to overpower me.
My.
I got like a little shit particles on the floor. Man,
Damn.
bro. Just get. I just need to wash you, man.
Do they get, don't they eventually like, get used to it though?
I'm not.
I guess.
I'm dead serious.
Never figured I'd have something in common with a talking raccoon.
What's your cat's name? Solar. His name's Chester. Who's that? A blade?
Name's Chester, but you
Yeah, what
call
are we
the cat
looking at
cat.
right now?
3, 2,
She mostly calls him cat though.
Oh, it is a blade.
Emma can die right
I
there.
almost won.
You got blade and white belt.
Damn it is
Oh, their
dead.
blade's dead.
Oh, they're down too.
Oh, I can't. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know how I didn't die.
Blade down.
Their Gambit's dead too.
Are you sure they had Gambit? Oh yeah, they're doing triple stuff.
Triple support. I mean, okay.
There's two coming to me. Two coming to me. I need help.
Emma's dead.
Two down. Two down. Two down. Repeat. Two down.
Repeat.
Like you say, repeat like there's like a real battle.
We in the military? Okay. I like that. I didn't know we was in the military. So repeat. Was a general.
They're coming in from the side.
Gambit's one. I repeat. Gambit's one.
Repeat.
Gambit's dead. Gambit's dead.
Gambit down.
Get this blade. This blade is overextending. Where'd he go? Blade down. Blade down. Does this give you PTSD to? Didn't you say you used to be an ROTC or something?
Yeah.
Does this give you PTSD? Oh shit! I got my shit kicked in.
Am I down? Am I down? Oh popped. Oh popped. Nice. Gambit down. Gambit down. Two down. Two down.
His mic is.
It's bad. Oh my god.
Whatever. At least we're winning.
Bro, can we get some cons, bro?
I got you. Fucking start deep throwing my damn mic. Like, what the fuck does this guy want from me?
Okay, down.
Like, what the hell, bro?
White Fox down. Cloak down.
I repeat.
I do not like this position.
You
These guys are funny.
No
Yeah, if you
tank,
want to know
no
something
tank. I
about
repeat, no
testers.
tank.
Oh.
Dino dick is out.
Dino, what? You said, wait, what?
Wait a damn moment.
Wait.
a damn
You
moment.
said Dino, what? What's up, Zazzy?
Blade on rocket. Blade on rocket.
Where you all? Oh. Sheesh. We messaged earlier? Oh, sorry, I missed it. How you been, Zazzy? You miss Boger? I miss Boger as well.
Oh,
He's having the time
a
of
real
his
test
life.
for an iron stomach chat, you need to eat a green mango
Green mango?
before you do anything else.
Am I allergic to mangoes? I forgot. Nah, I don't think I am.
Oh shit.
I forgot if I'm allergic to that.
Go, walk.
It's my Bulgarian. I do too. Don't worry, he'll be back soon. Wait, today's Monday. He's actually coming back like probably like now.
Well, we're probably gonna have a Sandy and Gambit ult. We don't have any right now.
No, Gambit's dead. No Gambit ult today.
The current score is
Or yeah, something like that.
2-0.
You better not.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I was talking to Chester.
You'll need a top-notch team
Let him
to
cook.
win this one.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
Mangoes are
Mangoes
overrated.
are overrated.
Nah.
No, they're not.
Nah.
No, they're not. How dare you say that?
Not overrated.
That's my favorite fruit.
I think bananas overrated, but I'm allergic and
Bananas.
also I hate bananas and I'm allergic, so I get the pass.
I don't think they're overrated. There's a lot of banana flavors, but I don't think they're overrated at all.
Fuck bananas.
If anything, I feel like people forget bananas exist.
I'm allergic to every fruit now. I'm not allergic to mangoes or strawberries. And pears. Just the most
that's
common ones.
nice. At least those are the good fruits. Good tasting fruits.
Hey, Rocket. Quill.
I'm allergic to apples, but I still eat it.
Let's get out of here. But
I had apple juice the other day.
We're supposed to save the world.
I like kiwis.
We'll save the world.
Watermelon is not mid. Stop it.
The battle starts in 5.
You must be choosing
4,
the wrong watermelon.
3, 2, 1.
You have to choose the right one. I spent so long choosing a watermelon in Sam's.
You just said like the grocery store, just like trying to. Oh nah. Just sitting there trying to pick the freshest one.
Dude, I picked a watermelon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this place has like watermelon stuff. They're not all in the same place. They're all like separated.
Damn. Those guys not doing animation cancel. I was playing Cap yesterday, chat.
Rookie down, Gambit down.
Oh my.
Down. Last on me. Repeat.
Dude, he's actually playing like a Punisher.
What the fuck?
Down.
What is this guy?
I forgot what I was even gonna say.
This
Just
guy's
forget
actually
it.
playing like a Punisher. That's funny.
I don't think I heard you. You gotta say that louder. Oh my god, this guy. Gotta say a little louder for me. Has this Gambit gotten to ult once? I feel like he keeps dying before he ults.
Yeah.
Oh, and they're triple healers, so he's not gonna get ult.
There's a Star-Lord over here. I killed myself.
I killed myself.
You did what?
He fell up.
Don't follow the perk. It's gonna be a lot of paperwork.
He said that's gonna be a lot of paperwork. This guy.
Behind you, Star-Lord. Thank you.
We're good.
Final score.
We're going home.
0.
Good job, soldiers.
Fuck those F.
I died on the battlefield. I didn't make it. I don't
I'm
go
sorry.
Another.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
He said I died on the battlefield. What's the easiest tank to learn? Bama Frost. One of the easy ones. That was a
I
fun
won.
match.
It was. And then ended up going quad heals at the end.
What? Oh my god.
Wow, we could have played Gamma. Salute him the next time you see him. Yeah.
Ag? I mean, I
His
guess,
name
but
is Lord Henry.
it's easier characters. Be right back. I'm gonna put this food away.
Huh, chat. Punisher actually has a big right foot. He said, "Be right back." Shit. He should be back in time, right? Good little big girl. Oh, she's on our enemy team now.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh shit. Ooh, Phoenix would be a good pick too. You gambling him coming back? Yep. We are. God damn it.
I'm
Phoenix
back.
would also be good.
First Senpai is a crazy name. It's not. Let me cook. Let me cook. Y'all are haters. Okay. Yeah, I want to pre-egg, sure.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
You guys were gambling for me coming back? Wait, what?
Dazzling the diamond.
My chair move on its own. What the? Oh, did you promo? Or I think this is a promo game.
Yes.
Oh, you did. Nice.
No, I didn't promo. This is promo game. I mean.
Okay. The thigh jump scare. Lock in.
By happiness, but I can afford everything else.
There's a new hidden one, surely. Oh, cool. Oh, I already saw that one.
Stay strong.
Y'all can't handle her. Chat, you guys cannot handle a girl like Emma. Lock in.
Any particular reason why?
We can't. What the?
Never get nerfed. So this should be easy.
I don't know what that means, but everything should be chill.
Oh, a DPS pool. You don't see that often.
4, 3, 2, 1.
DPS pool? Oh, I'm Black Herder and I made it in ages. I mean, when he first came out, I was trying to make him work and I D-ranked all the way to like plat. Character was pretty bad.
Oh, what is that? Oh my god, our Luna died.
Oh, that's why I'm taking so much damage. Oh, they have a Punisher. Okay, I'm running away. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, run away.
God darn it.
Phoenix isn't banned. That's not good. It's the hit scan Olympics. Come. Have 3 hit scan characters.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Jeez. I can't even peek this.
Phoenix is right there. Oh, shoot.
I canceled the vault. Wait, what? I didn't cancel it?
Our Luna's dead? Oh,
Yeah.
I got shotgun Punisher. Okay.
I guess you couldn't cancel that. I grabbed him right as he ulted you. But
Now might be a good time to stop them.
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
he made me leave TikTok. What do you mean?
No escaping us now.
Who's on mo?
Oh,
Why
wow.
is she trying to want to punish her?
They don't walk out of here, man.
Yeah, I don't know what went on in the ban phase while I was AFK, but this is not looking good. I'll tell you that.
So Phoenix is taking these odd angles. It should be easy to get her though. Oh shoot. Phoenix over here.
Hold on, I have like a lot of people ulted right now. I got like 4 people. Oh, they're all dead. Okay, maybe this is winnable. Oh, that guy is not dead.
Like a puncher in the back, I believe.
Oh my god, they do so much damage.
Judge, jury,
That's not good.
executioner.
Oh god. Okay. Their DPS is a problem, both of them.
Yeah. Yo, team, can we run dive so we can just kill these hit scan? Like they have 3 hit scan characters. Like Punisher and Phoenix just insta lose to dive.
I was fine.
Like, we should just dive these guys. Oh, that's not good. Tried to get him off you, but yikes.
I will have my revenge for that.
I'm back. Hell no. I won't.
Shit. Oh.
Oh man. Yeah, this DPS pool is not working, unfortunately. Kind of wish I didn't go AFK. Should have a DPS. Oh.
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
Okay. Yo, DPS pool, you cool if we switch? You can play tank pool.
Switch things up, including which side you're on.
This ain't it. Our tank is 2 and 7 as well. It's not even just him, but we gotta make something work.
My order is sharp. My mind.
Earth Realm, yeah. Thank you. How you doing, hero?
Hi, hero.
How much for you to come back? There is no amount.
I will not rest
It's not happening.
until I return to my world once more.
Upside is cooked. Cyclops in 12 days? Yes, sir.
Ooh, What food you making?
I'm so excited I could scream like a little girl.
You know me?
I don't just know you. I know every piece of your choreography. Wanna dance while we fight?
Sounds fun, but I have an image to maintain, and you don't look at it. The battle starts in 5, 4.
You ever watch
She
MasterChef?
has a really good voice actor. MasterChef?
Yeah, you ever watch those?
Get that vehicle to its destination.
Someone that likes
Probably.
food. I'm surprised you haven't watched a lot of MasterChef.
I watched a lot of food shows. I'm pretty sure I have watched it.
It's the one where they get eliminated. What the?
Come here.
Thanks.
Oh god, that guy got melted. Dippo's coming in the back.
Oh my god, a phoenix just came up behind me and killed me. So about MasterChef segments, those were fire.
I'm gonna go Sandy instead.
Sure, try it. Our tank is 2-8. I was trying triple DPS, okay. Got one. Oh my god, this Punisher. Aww. Yo, can we get a Magneto for this Punisher? If possible. Surely. One of those just play out.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh my god, this Punisher. Yeah, this Punisher was obsessed with me.
Jury, executioner!
What?
I have reawakened.
Let's should be ready. Oh fuck! Punisher's ult been longer.
How the fuck did he see me? No, the trail wasn't even on me. How did he see me? Report him? Bro, what was that? Is he cheating? You want to invis there? You know I was. That shit was sus. What? That I don't know if he's cheating, but that was sus as fuck. That was sus as fuck. And I got counter also.
What are you aiming at? Let's play a game!
Only 60 seconds left.
Put him? Bro, I don't.
What are you talking about?
The Punisher just somehow saw me while I was invisible. No, he didn't see me, so the trail wasn't there. I don't know how he did that, but whatever.
Okay, they're down a healer, so we should be able to push in aggressive.
That's 3.
Phoenix has ult too.
They're staggered like crazy.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, bro. He's 1. Punisher's 1 HP. Just shoot him.
He's dead.
Thank you.
Who did that portal just now? Was that ours?
Yeah.
Oh, it was.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh.
Nah, he didn't shoot into the crowd. I was at an off angle, like just somewhere to the right, invisible, and he just flicked me. I wasn't next to him, so he didn't hear me go invisible either. Oh well, it's fine. lucky.
This is hella. Oh, you're in a bubble.
Oh my god, I can never get this all out.
Oh, perfect. That's good.
Yeah, they doubled.
It's an ult too. What? Wait, why didn't?
Luna, use your ult. They double support ulted.
Did I just disconnect from my own stream?
Uh-oh. Did you? Oh, I can check.
No, it's good. Yeah, we had that. We could have ulted.
You're halfway there. Keep
Huh. We can just retake with Luna. They have no support ults. Let's walk up with Luna all here. Please, Luna, ult us in. Thank you.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Sheesh.
I'm opening a
Keep fighting.
Yeah.
Hope I make the cut.
God, bro, my aim is so ass right now with this character.
Oh wait, our part of our team is up there still.
Oh, that sucks. I could all supports too. Yeah, I don't know. Our tank didn't have a good game. It's unfortunate.
Hi, Bam.
3.
The game in keys. Anir, how are you?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh my.
Hi, Rat. What?
In 2 finals. That is not it. It's unfortunate. He had a bad game. I'll avoid the tanks.
Yeah, that's good.
All right,
I did see it that our Iron Fist was trying to they were trying to get the Phoenix.
You're able to give Tony's
Hi,
magic.
Doka.
Haven't seen his magic play.
Be right back, chat.
Or unless you're talking about from the tournament, I don't remember. It's too far away. I don't remember. What's up, Lomo? I didn't say hi already. What are you up to this early, Lomo? Show the CND combo. What? There is no combo with CND. What do you mean? You got going on? Ranked. Another day at the office. It's another day at the office, bro. Upload in today's video chat. 9 to 5 arrivals, literally.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Something like that.
Once we'll eat nuts and kick butts. Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Got math tomorrow. I'm gonna dip soon. Damn, what time is it for you? Pasta check. I'm already sitting up. Yeah, no Phoenix and Banner Gambit. Ice Man's called the Drake album? Nah, I didn't listen to it.
Oh. I like these bands.
The right heroes
Yep.
could make all the difference.
I'm your friend. Someone's got to guard the galaxy. I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do is best done.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Never hurts indeed. Fortnite 5v5. Wait, what? They have 5v5 in that game now? I haven't played that game in... I don't even remember. Didn't you used to play Fortnite?
Yeah, a lot. Not on stream though.
For hire. This is all so much bigger than me.
I used to love that game. Just be addicted to it. Let's play
that
every day after school.
The best game during COVID.
Yep.
You're mine. Your powers of stealth would make you an excellent.
Chat, remember the Fortnite streams?
I've been told that before.
That was hilarious.
That kind of violence isn't really my style.
If you came from my world, you would have little choice.
Wait, what are we running? That's not a bad comp.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Looking for what? Looking for Goth Ehas. Okay. I just got one-shotted by a shotgun Punisher.
Oh yeah, baby, that's the good stuff.
Step aside.
I feel like my aim with Salah got worse. I don't know if it makes any sense.
They're coming to the point on the left side.
Oh lordy, I just got one tap by a Luna. Play Starlight, we gotta kill this.
I was looking for one of these.
I was just trying to
Aren't you trying to shotgun me? Oh
yeah,
fuck, I'm stuck by a fucking wall.
Punisher. He has Luna Snowflake. I can't even kill him. Okay.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I can't kill him. He has Luna Snowflake. Every time I get him one shot, he just heals.
Disembodied cosmic voice.
Get back in action before I shut this whole thing down.
Wall so much.
Here they come.
Okay.
See that?
This guy is crazy. He's trying to shotgun.
I'm gonna go down. Okay, never mind.
There's a shotgun Punisher down there. Just be careful.
A little help, please.
Sweet moves, right?
Dude, Emma's separated from her own team.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
They have 2 step ults though.
Am I can't get a single kill? This sucks. You wanna play Fortnite? You play Devil? Oh, the car season? I remember that.
Oh, they have a Deadpool healer. Okay, so Luna's gonna have ult.
This guy with his shotgun, bro.
I know, I can hear it. Oh, Punisher's at the top, and Human Torch is at the back. Oh, that got both of us.
Oh, it's okay. We killed them. They're down 5 people. Like John Cena.
Like John Cena.
He's at the top again.
Stick drift?
Huh? Did you say stick drift?
Oh, I was reading the chat, but I didn't get it finished. Where are we going?
I don't know. Going somewhere. Support pool.
Punisher over here again.
Got him. Oh, this guy's annoying.
Oh. Stop. Okay, well, we're out of there.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
I almost one clipped him. I got frozen by Luna. Oh, okay.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Where do I go?
Can't keep me down for long.
So many Punishers today. Aw.
Oh, wow, she didn't get in there in time.
I'm back, baby.
Only 60 seconds left.
No tank? Well, kinda.
Help, help, help! Oh my god! Fucking freak. Oh, Strange is gonna have ult. Oh, Strange is down. They're down, I think. Can you touch it?
Oh my god, this girl just freezes me.
I got you, I got you.
Thank you. I gotta kill that Luna. Okay, she's dead.
Shotgun Punisher? Oh, he actually got me.
Oh no. We killed them all though, it's fine. Oh, staggered the portaling.
We don't have any ult. Luna has ult.
Punisher's ulting through the portal.
Oh, Strange is gonna have ult as well.
Dude, this guy is so annoying.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh man, they got it.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
No. Oh my god, this stupid shotgun Punisher. So the Luna still has all, right?
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, we'll see these shots. Yeah, I can.
You want to try to aim to kill her first?
Yeah, something like that. Hold on, this torch is on there.
I'll try to aim towards the back then with my orb. Fuck, if I could get past right now. Oh, their human torch is dead though. Oh my god.
Me?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Got double ulted. Winnable. Still winnable. Only 14 seconds. Yo, we gotta force this Luna ult. I can't ult you until Luna ults. Yo, Sandy, you kill us in? We're running out of time. We gotta go like now. Thank you. Okay, I got 4. Wait, come up here. Come up here. Get up here. They're all dead. Come on. Come down here. And this Deadpool sitting there just shooting. Like, come up here, man. We gotta touch.
I have 1 health, bro.
Oh, I didn't know. I couldn't see health bar.
0, 2, 2.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure supports for dead or something.
Yeah, I killed like 5 of them. Oh, he's my ours? Yeah, probably.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
Sheesh, that was so close. Quad. Was it 4? Oh. Okay. It's extremely winnable. Extremely winnable.
Round 2.
I may be from Earth, but every planet's under my protection now.
Clean clip.
I can put my own chat.
You know, it's funky. Big funky.
Thank you for the follow, Delta. I get my controller stick shift by playing Overwatch, but I never have it when I'm actually playing a game, so it's chill, I guess.
One sorcerer to another. What's the source of your power?
I am no sorcerer. I am a goddess.
I'd still like to know.
And you will. One day when you enter my realm.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission
There you
area. Got it?
Alright,
It
chat.
actually feels good to play right now.
I hope this is important.
New videos out, chat. The second border 07. I'm gonna go kill that torch. I tried to kill him, but got healed. God damn it. Oh, they're down 1 healer. Dude, this Punisher is so freaky.
Their Strange was like away from the team. Never mind. Nice, nice, nice. What?
The Punisher is
Oh,
lurking
there's a
somewhere with a
Punisher
shotgun.
somewhere.
Watch out. Got him. Oh, that guy is freaky.
Oh, they're probably gonna wait on. No way, they actually made that.
Just 1 HP, it's fine.
Okay. The Stranger is also very low.
That sucks. There's only 2 people left alive. Watch out, Salak's still alive.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Nice, good job.
Eerily quiet here. Unnaturally so.
This guy. This guy can't be real, bro.
Who is that, a Luna? Oh, she's right here.
Luna and support pool.
That's the stuff. Use some love here.
Ooh,
What is wrong with this guy? Wait, I don't think you need to do that. It was just one person. What is wrong with this guy? There's no way. He's so weird. I have a Jeff now instead of a support pool.
Okay, we're doing pretty good here.
Yep.
Trench is gonna have all those, so I'm gonna stay a bit back.
They have one healer. Their Jeff is dead.
Be careful of Psylocke in the back.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Why does he keep getting us? What?
I don't know. You just gotta push him when he's in the air.
I'm back, baby. Call me
Oh, I like 1 second to help him.
There's a Punisher around that corner. Careful.
Dealing with Psylocke. Our Trench has ult. He's trying to ult too.
I'm about to ult. Keep pocketing me. You've got to be kidding me. How did she reach me, Chuck? Elevation.
Oh, Trench go ult. Trench go ult. Oh, Hi, Katya. Hi, Kat. 24-hour is Rivals. Rivals on Cuphead. I'm kind of I'm still astonished. Despite having like strange matches for so long in ranked.
What the fuck?
This is crazy.
What is? Are you gonna catch State of Play tomorrow? Yeah. But what is wrong with this Punisher?
Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
Has he? Okay. Why can you do that? I don't get it. This guy is crazy.
I'm back, baby.
I am ready to put on a show. Shields up.
Did you see that?
By the eye of Agamotto.
Got fucked up. Oh shit.
Oh my god, she keeps grabbing me. King Von Punisher.
Okay, well, Trench is dead, and there's a Psylocke in the back somewhere.
All good, all good.
I'm back, baby.
You haven't seen me on Starlet in a while, Rack? Yeah, I don't want to play him
Kat,
anymore.
how you doing?
Just some matches is really good though, and they keep buffing him, so it's like I kind of have to play him.
They're coming through the back.
Oh my god, he was getting pocketed to a different dimension. Okay. Oh my god, I one clipped that guy.
Oh.
Only 60 seconds left.
What? We're losing this? Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. 40 seconds. One team fight.
Luna's gonna have ult. Maybe Iron Fist and Jeff too.
Bet.
30 seconds.
Punisher in the back again.
He's dead. That guy does not care.
Final 10 seconds. Shields up.
There, Luna's right here.
Ready
She's
to bring on a show.
I don't know what after this.
Hope I make the cut.
Oh my god. Oh, we lose this. Okay.
No.
How?
Final score.
How do we lose that?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
GG?
Honestly.
I guess. That team was so bad. Like, I don't know how we lose that, but I don't know. I'll just go for a third. I thought we won that, but I guess we didn't. Oh well. Go again.
This is bad. That was so unfortunate. It hurts my brain. It hurts my brain. Here, I can join you if you want. You want to join us, hero? You already have it booted up?
You're on my... I deliver a new kind of justice. Divine justice. Our enemies are out.
You know, I'm gonna let it reset too because we played with the same people about 4 times now.
Did we?
Wow, 4 in a row.
That's what's me undoing. You hate math? I hate math. I remember when since I was not doing work in school when I was in middle or elementary, what, early middle, I didn't learn my multiplication tables. I was like, fuck that. I didn't remember that. I don't need to. And that shit just got worse and worse. I mean, it was my fault because I didn't do the work.
I really loved math. I thought math was fun.
I like science. I hate math. Math was boring. I was like, I'm not even gonna use this.
I was actually pretty good at science without studying for some reason. I don't like science that much too. Or it was okay.
If there's the reason we had to show our work. Bro, I fucking hate it when they said, oh, you gotta show your work. Bro, I can't just calculator this shit.
Well, that's why they want you to show your work.
I mean, bro, I didn't know my multiplication tables by head, so I got cooked, bro. That wasn't my fault because in elementary school I was bad, so I didn't do the work. I just cut it up in class all the time. And they just got worse and worse and worse.
All right, let's win this.
Nah, I had like a D in math. I literally didn't care about it.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Hero.
You a straight A student or what? What grade you get? Holy shit.
Straight
You were straight A? Damn. That was never me, ever. Never.
am I gonna banish
Not
from this
ever.
match?
All elementary school, my GPA was like below like a 3 point or something. I had like a 2.5 or something. I don't remember what I had.
So what'd you say at the end?
Nah, I was saying my GPA was like a 2.5 or something. I had like C's and D's, like when I was bad in school. I mean, eventually I did enough to get by in high school, so I got like B's and C's, but some A's, I guess, but never straight A.
School's outdated, anyways.
School's
Look at where you are
outdated.
now.
Damn. Outdated is crazy.
Based on math, I like science. I was terrible at
They don't
chemistry.
teach. They don't teach the important stuff.
I was pretty good at, I guess, everything. I guess only because I had good memory.
And
Like all I had to do was.
Good memory, damn.
Sure. I had to. All you have to do is do the homework and understand it at least, and then you just gotta remember what you need to remember for the test. That's about it.
Oh, I see.
Although it fucked me up in the long run because now I actually didn't learn anything because I just remembered.
I mean, how do you think?
remembered it
How do
for a
you think
little
I
bit
feel?
and
I didn't
flushed
remember shit. I don't remember shit because if it didn't interest me, I'm not gonna remember it. Like I don't care enough.
I mean, we have
that's
the power of
also-
the internet now, so it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you know how to find the information.
Got ChatGPT.
Now y'all got Chat GPT, bro. I didn't have that in school.
Remember trying so hard to get straight A's too.
Yeah, hell nah.
Trying so hard.
Yeah, I was in AP classes. There's no way I was gonna A's.
I only had AP Science. That's it.
Dude, AP is there's so much work in AP classes.
Yeah.
After my first AP class, I actually took 2, but my first one, I decided to quit doing AP.
I was forced to do AP Science. She said, "Oh no, you can't do non-AP Science. You know too much about it." I'm like, bro, what? Because I was trying to just do enough to get by because I was focusing on YouTube, so I didn't care about school. So I knew I wasn't gonna go to college.
And it worked out well.
I mean, yeah, but you never know. What if it didn't work out?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah, but you knew what you wanted and went for it. That's what really matters at the end of the day.
There's a Punisher.
Remember I told my dad I wasn't gonna go to college.
Punisher in the back.
He didn't take me serious. I'm on their hella.
Oh, wow. Alright, good luck, Delta. Thanks for the win.
This guy's Ultron drone. I can't beat this guy 1v1. I'm dead. I stalled for as long as I could though.
I mean, or tanks are right here. Yeah. Oh no! Oh, I'm trying to help you. Okay, you're good. I need to get out of this.
Their whole team's off the point.
Oh,
Wow.
I tried. Shoot, okay, well, oh.
W fucking all.
Don't doubt it at all if you guys can.
Goodness gracious. Hold on. I need to heal myself.
Chat, what if I'm wrong? Maybe Blade's better than I thought. What if I'm wrong, chat?
Fuck this Punisher over here.
Know how you use the Dino Devil?
As good as new.
I mean, our choke points Blade is really good.
Yeah, I know how to use Dino. What about him?
We're down a tank. Punisher's in the back.
Again?
No fucking way. Oh, ha! God. Aw, damn it.
Oh no.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. This door. Well, was asking? Yeah, I do.
Jury, executioner.
Peeling.
I'm coming, hero. Almost there.
Oh my god.
Take your time. I got this.
Alright, I'm here. I'm not about to be here. This fucking shotgun Punisher. Okay, there we go.
We need to start banning punnies, man.
I'm saying,
I'm so
like,
tired
I don't
of
know
this.
why there's so many of these guys. Oh, it's the same one. That's why. It's the same one.
I'm backing up.
Okay, I'm not losing to this guy
So much
again.
damage even when I'm healing you. That's crazy.
I have ult still.
Train Dalton. Oh my god. I saved White Ball.
I'm stalling on
Wait,
point.
the same Punisher.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
not the same Punisher.
It is. Trust me, it is. I can tell
No,
by
it
how free
was,
he is.
No, it was another guy. I remember their name because we played with them.
I'm sure.
It's called Big Little Good Boy or Big Little Good Girl. Little Big Good Girl. I forgot.
That was the one. That was match before. Or maybe I'm wrong. It's fine.
No. Yeah, you're wrong.
Okay. You
But
sure?
yeah, no, the Punishers are freaky. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, remember, Eli's always right.
Oh, Strange is like Infernal.
Well, I was always right
Unless
indeed.
he
He just ulted. He just
Okay,
ulted.
never mind. Oh no, why the hell he's flanking then? Honey, I cannot.
Oh, she doing? I'm going in on this.
Strange is still on point.
Alright. Oh my god, I actually beat this guy 1v1. No problem with schools or you don't like talking to people? I mean, you can't, that's inevitable. You kind of have to talk to people. Just rather do work and shit.
You could ult first, White Fox, unless Punisher's ulting. Then I'll use my ult for the Punisher.
What's up, Jason? Wow, this Thor is very annoying.
Pushing up, I'm pushing up.
That was a good ult.
The god of thunder.
Backing up.
No! Okay, I'll just regroup with my ult. I didn't think you were gonna die in that.
Yeah, the White Fox like ran away a little early.
Yeah.
Son, this Punisher, what is wrong with this guy? Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna ult in.
Ooh, I'm gonna ult with you.
I got one of their healers.
I'm attacking the ult.
Alright, that's
Ult
fine.
down. Got Strange,
He's dead.
Dude, no.
Strange is dead too. Strange is
He's
dead
doing
too.
the same shit the last Punisher did. These guys are so crazy today.
I'm looking at Thor. Thor one.
I gotta avoid both of them.
You got punt on the back left.
What? Oh.
Who's that?
There's gonna be a day when you guys get
We don't have
crazy
any healers.
Punishers. You know what? We gotta be the Punisher. We have to be the Punisher.
I'm banning. I mean, I'm avoiding all of them. They're all crazy.
What is our
Okay, we
Punisher
can't.
role?
Girlie, don't die.
Not gonna lie, she ran it down. I'm playing Daredevil.
I deliver a new kind of
Yeah,
justice.
I don't know what our
Fuck him up.
DPS and the other DPS and the other tank are doing.
I need to see Punisher gutted. Facts.
Yeah, let's give the angry man with no powers like some of the craziest fucking shit in the game.
I'm about to dive in. 3, 2. What the fuck? I'm dead. What the fuck?
Dude, they all look at you when you do it.
Bro, no, I mean, well, yes, but
No.
I got
Alright, I'm
shotgunned.
I think Strange probably has ult and he's gonna use it.
You're on my radar.
Better stop that vehicle. Don't give them
Another Punisher? What the fuck?
They have enough more too. Fuck,
Dude,
man.
he always swings back left. So just don't go in the back though. I got Thor.
Oh, no, not right now.
Nemours 1 HP. Nemours 1 HP.
Thor also one.
Don't you freaking eat it. That's mine.
Alright, we won.
Justice never rests.
Apparently the squid blocks my grab.
The current score
Hold on, give her a second. She's fighting her cat.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding?
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
You are banned.
You'll need a top-notch team.
Just ban her cat.
They call me Steve.
Just say you are banned. Just ban her cat.
Bro. This guy first comes up, hops on my desk, sniffs my mango, you know, seeing if it's like something he should eat, right? Good boy. Him out? No. Then he jumps, kicks my keyboard. He falls on like the left side of my desk. Somewhat falls, kicks my keyboard and all the stuff on it.
Dude, sniffs my mango sounds like something else.
Sees things differently.
Damn.
Oh god.
Cat doesn't just sleep all the time.
I wish.
30 seconds before you attack.
I'm hoping he... They all do, yeah. I'm hoping he calms down in like a year or so when he gets older.
I haven't found anything
Never know. Probably will.
How old
I'm
is he?
sure I've got something in my arsenal that can do
Well, I was
trick.
told that
Whatever it is,
older cats are a bit more calm, but I
They
don't
are.
know.
opponents, darling.
There's a cat that sleeps in my garage. Mom takes care of it.
What's with her cat? Just song, bro.
It just sleeps all day.
Relax. You walk some.
But she's kind of
some
old
mango.
though, so. Yeah.
Oh, how old is she?
I don't know, cause she's been with us since like I was in middle school.
I think Strange uses escape.
Oh, our Punisher trying to do the same thing.
Oh my god, he's fucking back. I killed him, but the res beacon got him.
I grabbed the Thor.
Oh, I tried to pull him in. He got through the bridge. I got you.
Oh, that's two down.
They're down
a healer.
two.
Let's push in. Cloak and Dagger use their escape. Nice. Let's go.
Stranger's
I was
still
throwing it back. Wait, what?
Good.
Y'all, I'll throw it back to the chat.
I'm just gonna keep killing this dude. You enjoy your month? Enjoy your month? What is that supposed to mean?
Because it's the first of the month.
No, I think we're just making a Pride Month joke, but it was a bad joke. Oops.
I can't see you in there. Oh god.
Oh no. Dude, the blind is crazy on fucking Dino. I can see nothing. That's my character's so good. There's a pun behind.
I got ulted by 2 people.
I grabbed the pun. Pun one.
I got
You missed,
Punisher
you missed.
ulted. No, not Punisher. I got Bucky ulted and Thor ulted at the same time.
Save yourself,
Wow.
Eli.
Damn, this guy really got me in the air. That's crazy.
Wow, he was 1 HP.
Not bad.
Judge, jury, execute.
Hey, different Punisher.
Shut down the beat. Back to my old self.
Got the beacon.
You gave him a
Strange
shield.
was trying to ult. That guy's a freak.
Okay, they're on point. Strange is gonna have ult.
Against the world.
Did the rocket ult recently?
Yeah.
They don't have rocket ult. They used it.
Yeah, they used it.
I will ult in the next
Knock
fight.
me
then.
out, I always get back up.
Heads up, hostiles.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Anyone willing to help?
Strange just went up on me.
Okay, they have so much anti-dive now. This shit is so annoying.
That's what I needed.
I'm playing passively because of the range.
Kill Strange, but I just got murdered.
He got res though.
I'm about to swap.
My Foxy ult first. Wait, come for me!
Aggro rush.
Aw.
Okay, I don't think we can play White Fox in this. They have too much firepower for you to even ult. Can we get like a cloak or something?
Cloak could be good.
Is she even in VC? Okay, she just ignored what I said.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Okay, she's just not gonna be able to ult. We're playing with one support ult this game. They have a Punisher and they have a Bucky. Like she can't even ult once.
I could go triple heals maybe.
We kind of need you for Punisher.
Try to push up a bit. I'll try to ult there.
I got Rocket.
Nice. I'm down. It's 2.
What are they dealing with over here? Oh, at door. Door's on your right, by the way.
I'm gonna flank him.
See him.
Back to my old self. I'm doing this my way.
No. I gave him the shield. Winter Soldier got revived.
God, bro. Just get a laser by Punishers. Ugh. So, Katie.
Knock me out.
Hi, Katie.
I always get back up.
Hello.
The beast is
Armed and dangerous. Let the devil out.
Rocket's not in it.
Back to my old self.
Who's mag? Oh!
Oh my fucking god.
Oh no! And White Fox died with me.
Oh, they're talking to each other like crazy back there.
Still super winnable.
I wish we didn't have a White Fox. So we can't. She's just gonna shred it again. Can we go on White Fox ult?
Yeah, they used most of their ults except for Strange. We could go in with White Fox.
I have my ult.
Ooh, damn. That's a crazy ass hook.
No.
Yeah, she's gonna go shred it again. Okay, can we please switch characters off White Fox? Like every one of your ults has gotten counter ulted or just like lasered. They have a Rocket, a Punisher, and a Bucky. I am begging you, can we please swap off White Fox? Oh my god. He's just playing like we're playing with one support ult this game.
Anyone willing to help?
You're playing on hard mode for no reason.
Where's that Strange at? Okay, cool.
Let's kill that Emma. Strange 1.
He's down.
Armed and dangerous.
Be careful of the ledge.
Oh yeah, I'm very careful of the ledge.
Are you serious?
The final 10 seconds.
But I never listen. I don't know.
Oh, did she die?
Her bandit was weird.
Oh no, I think she got charmed out of her ult.
Strange is on the left.
How? I don't know.
I see. Judge, jury.
I have all, but like.
I guess something.
Let the devil.
Okay, you guys still there?
Killing all of them. Holy shit.
Oh, nice.
Go. Portaling just in case.
Oh, wow.
Final score 3-2-2.
That could have been really bad. I'm avoiding the White Fox. We should not have won that game.
I'm glad we won that.
I don't know how we won.
I don't know either.
I don't think he got a single White Fox ult for longer than like 2 seconds. Every time he White Fox ult, the rocket would ult, and then he just gets shredded.
Yeah. Post game, DD annoying.
Oh, yeah, I was right. It is the same Punisher. I'm avoiding that guy.
On our team?
Nah, on their team. It was the same freaky Punisher.
That can't be right. No way.
You can check it. He switched to Spider-Man last second to touch. Like, I knew he was the same guy because the way he was playing was just so freaky. I don't want to play with that guy either.
Blank Castle.
Oh. Well, I wasn't wrong about the good little big girl, but I don't remember Jabber Knight. Wait, what?
Good Little Bigger was the match before, no? Yeah, that was the one before. You were right, but just different match.
No, you must have played with this other person a while ago, though.
Which one?
Yeah, because we had the 3 matches before this was all good little big girl. I don't have a match with a Jabber Knight.
It's the Spider-Man. You don't see Spider-Man?
Am I going crazy?
Yo, are you okay? The match we just played, look at our Spider-Man. I mean, look at their Spider-Man. That was the Punisher. And then the match before this match was Jabber Knight on Punisher from
Oh my god. What
that guy
is
was
wrong
freaky
with
as fuck.
What is wrong?
That guy was freaky.
So you want to avoid him?
Daydreaming for the
I avoided him.
On our team?
I avoided
Did they get
the...
confused?
I avoided Punisher and I avoided our White Fox.
Y'all went against
You
somebody.
need me to avoid anyone?
So, who are we gonna be banning now? Gambit's a must. Gambit, Black Cat, and
I don't think we gotta waste a ban on Punisher. Phoenix. These has to be banned.
Right.
We can't afford to waste a
Groot
ban
is
on
like-
Punisher.
Groot, you can deal with them.
It's too much shit to ban this season. Nah, we just gotta
There's
dive
so
him.
many.
It's fine, we can just dive him. And Elsa, I don't think Elsa's a ban right now. There's too much shit. I don't think Elsa's a ban right now. Too strong, but like,
I could see the pettiness towards Elsa.
Do you think you want to be today?
yeah, I get it, but it's just too much shit right now to ban. Like, you think about it, you gotta ban Dino, sometimes Groot, Elsa, I mean not Elsa, Daredevil, Phoenix, Black Cat, Gambit.
Black Cat, yeah.
It's just too much
There's
shit.
a lot of bans.
D-Tongue now, but Daredevil will do.
Now,
It's too much.
You guys want to ban
vanish from this
What's up, Pax? Unc, why you loud so early in the morning? I got rage baited into a 12-hour. The rage bait worked, even though it shouldn't have. So now I'm here.
Okay, Gambit's banned. I'm going with Black Cat. And hope that they don't ban Black Cat.
How's DD not permaban? He is. He just, the last match he was just open for some reason, so I saw it and I played it. If it's open this match, I'll play him again. Damn, I wanna,
Oh wait, no, we got him.
we can ban Daredevil.
I thought you wanted to play Daredevil.
I'm just hovering any character. I'm just playing random shit. Any skins on this guy? I do. Oh, a Star-Lord skin, that's it. Oh no, damn. We're gonna do bands.
Bands.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Someone's gotta guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
Well, I lock in, play some music.
You need me to lock in?
Yeah, play some music.
I had a
These
good
matches are too
last
close because you're not
game.
playing music.
Crazy. What should we play, chat?
I'm listening to After Dark. I don't know if you know this song. You for sure heard it before though.
Round one.
Got something that needs to be blasted? You called the right guy.
I'm gonna lower it because, chat, I'm listening to funk. I don't want to curse
30
you guys
seconds
with
before you
that.
attack. Get ready.
Oh,
fuck them.
moves, right?
Play whatever you want.
Your friend Moon
Play
Girl
whatever. It's your stream. Play whatever you want.
I am.
Like what?
I'm playing what I want, but I lowered the chat volume. I mean the music volume for chat. I could still listen to what I want
Hop on Overwatch?
without cursing the ears.
Why Overwatch?
The battle starts in
Yeah,
5,
why would we play in an
4,
inferior game?
3,
No, I'm just-
Rank is this?
2, 1.
GM Diamond? How you doing, Kensai? I put the next part out that you asked me for.
Emma can die. Wait. Emma dead. White Fox overextended. White Fox overextended.
What the hell is she doing?
Damn, she's
They have
so
one healer
far
walk
from
up.
the team.
They have one healer walk up.
Yep. Walking up.
I got one shot at damn. When you like pot, good luck.
I got Winter Soldier.
Nice.
Nice grub.
I'm not going in on that. I'm coming back to point.
Luna doing more
Probably
damage
could
than
have
Phoenix.
staggered a little.
Low key she does. I feel like they're about to nerf this shit out of Luna's damage next patch. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm coming. Oh shoot, I
Why is
missed.
he so fast?
He's bouncing on it, bro. That's pretty cool. That dude's very hard to hit when he's doing that.
Hi, Samantha.
Barely made it out.
Samantha, how you doing?
Oh, I didn't make it
That's
out.
cool. Just regroup.
Damn, this dude. Okay, that guy's aim is crazy.
What?
It's Bucky. He just head dinking the crap out of me.
I'm gonna have to swap.
You're on the left of us.
What?
I'm in the right.
They're down to Bucky.
Oh, this Deadpool is freaky. Okay.
You're good then. I overextended.
Yeah, watch out for this Deadpool. He's dead.
I shouldn't have tried to help our Strange.
Did they cloak all yet?
No.
No.
Okay.
They just
We
moved
could
that
push
over.
in with your ult, Persona. Whenever
Luna's
you're
right
ready.
now. I'm gonna ult.
I can ult and clean up.
Oh, that's my fault.
Bro, I got lasered up the sky. Man.
Yeah, I got swapped.
Should've done Psylocke instead.
Oh, you have migraines?
Only 60 seconds left.
Enemy in front of us.
Oh, what the fuck?
That's not good.
No, they just staggered heavily. So they use 3 DPS ults.
Yep. Oh my god, he teleported.
They have a
them.
white fox ult, huh?
No, they used it, but she's quite close now.
Much better.
Creature's not so good there.
That guy's 13-1 down.
Damn.
The current score is 0.
This might be the greatest DPS pool I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, he's really good.
Switch things up, including which side you're on.
Dang it, we didn't get any DPS ults out.
Heroes could make all the difference.
I don't know what we do here.
My mind.
We try to hold as long as possible. That's all we can do.
What should I play for this?
I could go rocket.
If you want. Oh, that guy left again.
Rock.
Okay, never mind.
Oh well, nuts. Oh.
But
I was gonna say I can go no more,
Oh, he's
but
He's back.
okay.
Y'all want a rocket instead of a Invis? Actually, I think that would be good. Never mind.
Maybe triple heals? I don't know.
Sure, we can try it.
It would be tough with one tank though.
Stay strong.
We can do hell no more. Don't tell me we're shooting a power outage. Maybe exit the game. Damn. Lucky.
So one of the bigger issues is not just the staggering, but they're separating like us from the tanks. For sure.
I should play DP pool.
And also their
Battle
guys.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Denizens of the deep. That is much better. Cleanse this place.
Oh, they have
Denizens of the deep.
Oh, that string needs heals.
I have a Hawkeye.
Yeah. I'm taking cover and I'm gonna heal from afar.
Yeah, this Deadpool can't dive us. It's more hell no more.
How refreshing.
I'm missing so much now.
The moon haunts you.
Just barely got out of that.
I don't have any res right now.
Okay.
Us against the world.
Are you serious? She didn't die to that? That sucks.
Who got me? Oh, the
Oh my god. I
Fucking
did not know he was on me.
That was bad placement.
Alright, we held, we held.
That was a good choice. Yeah. I was thinking so too with how many times we died.
Yeah.
The placement on my ult wasn't the best though.
Never miss.
I haven't heard that old voice line in years. What the fuck?
You're gonna get res. Don't
Bro,
stay on the open,
why are you
hello?
peeking that? Okay, that was not smart at all. I don't know why she did that. Why is there a white fox right here? What the fuck?
I got two. I got two.
Hold on, there's a white fox ulting us. She flanked with her ult.
I couldn't get them.
The moon
Damn.
haunts you. Perfect.
I can touch.
In portal.
Yeah, touch.
I died instantly.
You're getting res though now.
That's a tough fucking portal.
This portal is kind of
Lord, this portal
kind of
is
hard to heal
cheeks.
through.
Yeah, this portal is cheeks. That wasn't the best portal, but oh well.
Final score.
Yeah.
0, 2, 1.
That was a really good DPS pool. We should switch the hell into more sooner.
Sorry. I think our Luna did fine.
Yeah.
He said sorry. Oh.
I don't know why he said sorry.
But in front of a video. What video? What do you mean?
If you're not careful, mate, you start to become the monster yourself.
He's gonna, especially in triple stuff, yeah. That match called for one too for the res. What rank is Infer? He's on his alt. Infer, you're what, D2?
This account, yeah. D2. D2, I think, or D1, one of them.
And we could start banning Dino if you guys want, but I feel like Dino has been a problem.
Nah, Dino's not the problem.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
That match we took too long to organize the situation. We should have just went. I should have went Namora sooner.
You want him?
Huh? Yeah, Phoenix.
Yeah, I still think Rocket's good in double support. I actually might play Rocket for this one instead.
Honestly, with his DPS buff, he's
His buffs
very
are, yeah, his
valuable.
buff is really nice. He gets all really fast now too.
And he's stronger than like a lot of DPSs now. You just pop your ult and doesn't just go DPS mode.
Yeah. Oh, I'ma love that. I'ma shred those tanks.
Yeah, Rocket's really good if you're getting dived, especially by like a Venom.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's perfect because he could just wall climb.
Yeah.
Pick me, please.
Oh fuck. Okay, that's not good. That's not good.
Oh, Gambit's available.
It landed on Groot instead of Gambit. Oh no.
Okay, so we're doing a Gambit White Fox.
A1 Gambit is open. Yep.
I actually don't really mind Gambit.
It's just annoying if they're using Gambit Star-Lord because it forces you to run something just as strong.
Round 1.
There's only one genuine certified Star-Lord, and you're looking at him.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You'll make a fine asset on this mission, Mr. Parker.
Oh, hey, easy with the eater pay, arker pay, lady. I don't go around spouting off your secret identity.
That's because you don't know it. I actually understand how to keep classified information secure. Unlike...
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Let's go.
2,
Don't start yet.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The fox
Okay,
spirit lives
I'm
within
ready.
you. Ancient, watchful, hungry.
Got good. Oh, did you see that?
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
It fucking hit the ledge. Are you kidding? I'm gonna put some anti on them. When you're ready to go in, I'm gonna anti them.
Alright. There's somebody already in there. You can just do it.
I got it. I got it.
Hello, one.
Oh, fuck. I'm getting... Oh, I couldn't move because of the Thor thing.
Oh, we're down a healer.
I got pushed in. I got pushed in.
I couldn't fly because of the Thor thing. That's so annoying.
Who's that? That's low.
It's rough solo tanking when the random DPS, man.
I bolt.
Pull up close and not roll. Anti.
She jumped out of it.
No way, they popped so many.
Come in the room. Come in the room. Don't fight that guy. Come in the room. Come in the room. He can't reach you from here.
Your healers are stuck.
Yep. I'm with you.
Thank you.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Let's go.
Oh, who's that? Strange? She has ult. Ooh, I love this song.
What
Dude,
the
fucking
fuck?
Punisher, get the fuck out of my
Oh,
way.
you one-shot me.
Dude, every time,
Punisher, get out my way.
the Punisher, I was trying to move around.
Shield, right?
Give you shield, and he kept jumping the way I was moving. I was like, what the fuck is this?
No, I get you, dude. Well, I didn't get you. God
I
damn.
saved you at least.
Yeah, no, I get you, hero. Every time I try to shield someone with my bubble, someone else gets in the way.
He's like, get down, Mr. President. And what?
That guy's dead.
Oh, I got kidnapped.
And there we have it.
They're on our invis.
They gamut also just run.
They're wasting everything and wearing.
At spawn?
Yeah, I don't know why you did that.
That's perfect for us.
Get that vehicle moving again.
There's no shield.
Turn down tie.
Oh, he's
Thor in the back. Oh,
I should bubble myself. I can swap here.
Oh yeah, it's better into Namor is not that good. Especially with a Bucky too.
I'm shooting the squids run, bro. Don't do so much. I'm ready to go all if you are.
Push up a little bit and I'll ult everyone.
Never mind, don't do it.
We don't need it. We don't need it.
Never mind.
I'm getting on the point.
Although we could go for a stagger with mine. Over here.
Here we can.
We could go for a stagger over here when they get up
Actually,
here.
I'm all first actually.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Whoa.
You sure about that?
Actually, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Nice.
Door in the back.
He took the point too. There's a rat.
Nice. Yeah.
I'm gonna go ult them. I just gotta need them to not be grouped up though. Oh my.
Nice, let's fucking go.
They got deleted.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. The final 10 seconds.
I think they make this.
Alright.
I have my ult.
Stagger. You can just go for it if you want. Not now, but well.
Oh.
Nah, this works. This works. This works.
Got the stream.
Yeah, that's good. Bucky no dash.
Much better.
You guys seen when I'm hovering spider? What? Was that correlate?
Only 60 seconds left.
They're down Thor.
They got a bunch right now.
I have no cards. Who has ult right now? A bunch of them.
I grabbed Strange.
Oh my god, this guy headshot me. Oh, they're trying to ban them, the spider. I mean, Moon Knight. Even though you're a Spider-Man, they don't trust you.
Oh, Gambit was so low.
Oh, I keep getting shot by like I don't even know.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Strange? Oh.
No worries.
I wanted to wait for everyone, but we're gonna
Nah, that's
there.
fine. Oh, that guy's 1 HP.
Came out on the left, isolated.
Gambit's over there on the left. There's a battle.
I'm at all of them. That sucks. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that was 2 tanks in it.
The current score
Harry Nutsack. Okay.
2-0.
Wow.
Wait, who?
That's Thor's name.
Including which side
Oh my
you're on.
god.
Like, what the fuck?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My order is sharp.
Finished graduation ceremony? Oh, congrats, dude. Congrats, man.
Oh, who's graduation? Congrats.
Someone's gotta guard the galaxy.
Congrats, Black Rose.
Will be me.
Olive Garden? Oh shit, you're watching my stream from Olive Garden? That's funny. Congrats, dude.
I'm gonna pasta there.
There's only one genuine certified Star-Lord. And you're looking at him.
It's fire. That was hilarious.
Gambit's pretty fun to play.
Coming in 30 seconds.
He is. So you realize he's 250. He's really fun when you're not getting dived. If you're getting dove, it's like frustrating.
Yeah.
Because he's so squishy now.
250.
Now. But in this business, that can change in a heartbeat.
I'll be sure to remember that. And when it does, I'll be ready.
You know,
The
Luna
battle
should be
starts in
250.
5, 4,
Mm.
3, 2.
Okay, okay. I like
Only
that.
because I'm petty that I didn't kill her that one time in my one-shot ult as Venom.
They still need to nerf her damage though. Like, that damage is crazy. Man. All the micro buffs.
God, damn.
I think I have to relog after those. My frames are just annoying.
It's fun.
Run
Can
back.
this freaking hairy nutsack get off me?
Go in the back, go in the back. Try to stay on point.
They're triple healer now.
Oh, cool. We have Adam. Nice. I can do some damage now.
I killed 3. Oh my god, I killed 4.
Nice.
Help.
4's low.
5.
Damn, Adam already has 50. Wait, no, that's not right. He must have probably switched.
They just swapped to an Adam. They just swapped to an Adam.
Nah, they've always been on Adam.
Oh.
He's at 46%. Yeah, he's at 46% ult charge.
Well, they have triple. No, I meant on the other team. Did they always have Adam on the other team?
Yeah.
Oh, someone switched to another healer.
Multi. It's fucking Thor, bro. They soul bounded.
I can't get you.
Wow, I wasn't able to kill anyone. Their soul bound is down though. We should probably walk with
We are down one of our tanks. Holy.
How did that kick miss? There's a Thor in the back still.
Damn, I did it right after.
Yeah, their ult is up. I'm trying to just hold.
How annoying.
Stranger's over here. What's our healer?
I got all
Our merit tank.
Wow, these guys are annoying. Triple healer is insane. Okay.
Portal this.
The Thor's kind of goated. I hate fighting champion Thors or close to champions. Very annoying character. Alright, I'm gonna save my ult for years alive and we're just gonna combo.
Oh my god, I just
Do I have time to save? I don't even know. Probably don't. Oh, they keep soul bounding my ult. This is the second time. Okay, I need to switch to a different character.
Soren back.
Thor down, Thor down. Put your shoulder one. Straight down. Gambit one, Gambit one.
Thor has ult on their team.
Gambit is so fucking got him.
Let's go.
I died though, but I got him. God, that guy's so annoying to kill.
Go in the back, go in the back, go in the back.
Feeling fantastic.
Let's try this again.
Thor ulting?
Oh, my camera's fucked. I'll fix it later.
W fucking cleanse?
This is fucking Thor. Let me fucking kill him.
Yeah, I think it's strange. They get it. I'm backing up.
God damn it.
No. They got everyone.
Adam Caress.
That's not the greatest fucking
Oh, we're. Oh, wow. Die!
Oh, I killed 2, but yeah, you guys died again.
Oh, we got a minute and 35.
A lot of time.
I'm about to have my ult.
We have enough.
So they don't have
time.
Gambit, they don't have...
Someone has ult. Oh, Emma.
They don't have Thor.
Emma has ult.
Yeah, I don't. Whatever. Someone.
Oh.
Only 60 seconds left.
Bro, why is he just there?
Good.
Got that guy. Get this guy.
They ulted up top, they ulted up top. I'm not in there. I was just slightly out of
Did I get anyone?
Yeah, you got me.
Okay, cool, because I did it like extremely fast.
I'm going in with my ult. I'll just save my ult.
Oh my god, I'm killing all of them.
Come here, come here. Oh no, you're doing good.
Okay, I killed like 5 people. I don't think they have time to portal.
Yeah, they don't have time to portal.
Oh yeah, they don't.
Oh, they
Apparently
didn't-
1v1ing a
that's
fucking
up,
Adam
right?
Warlock.
Oh,
Jesus
God.
Christ.
Let's fucking go. Alright, let
George
me
is
reload my
jumping back on
shaders.
ya.
I was on like 10 frames. I don't even understand.
You can restart your computer, or I mean your game, whatever you want.
I'm just gonna close out my game.
Avoid Casey.
Hmm.
Avoid him because
Thank
he
you.
wanted to ban MK instead of Gambit.
Nice. We're back.
Holy, this guy was not healing.
Ooh.
Oh wait, no, never mind.
Our triple? Yeah.
No,
yeah,
they were
yeah.
playing Gambit for a minute and they weren't healing that much.
Oh.
But I think he switched to someone a triple heal last.
Hmm.
Last
send my
week.
game.
Oh, Samantha, you're right.
Alright, you can restart your game if you want. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Because I was literally on 10 frames for like most of the game.
Damn.
It's disgusting. And Rivals is the only game that fucking happens to.
Dude, Marvels is one of those games. I don't know why, but it is. They could have swapped, but they didn't. Mm-hmm. It's a refreshing Gambit match. I actually get a lot of hold on, let me see. Oh, I don't get a lot of finals, but I get surprisingly more finals than I think on Gambit. Than I
you're a
do
double
on
Gambit.
Gambit. Thank you, thank you.
It's just his ult just breaks the game, so it's like hard to play. Even if we both have Gambits, like on our team and their team.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shit, I was gonna say Thor's who. I should do like a tier list for like the worst dive to go against as a healer.
That'd be cool. Black Hat
Would.
Daredevil are #1.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Thor is also up there. Thor is one of the worst because it's so hard to kill him, and with his kit, he's just constantly on you, even if you use like your pusher pull, your cloak, your jump. Motherfucker just.
Yeah, I don't know why he has a 180 kidnap. It's so dumb. Let's hope reloading my shaders fixes this, or I have to reset my PC.
Do you want me to pause? I mean, I already did, but you want me to wait after
You talking to me?
your shaders load? Yeah, after your shaders load.
Let me just go in the practice range real quick.
For sure. I hate playing Gambit. Thank you for the Hydra, Himo. Why do you hate playing Gambit?
Gambit's so much fun.
He's so annoying. But I mean, what do you hate about playing him? Thank you for the follow, friendly hamster. Hamsters are really cute, but they're very high maintenance. Do you have any?
Hamtaro.
Gambit fun to use.
Did you ever watch Hamtaro as a kid?
I heard of it. I've probably seen clips, but I haven't watched it. You said Kentaru?
Hamtaro?
Oh, you're talking about the one with the white hamster with like brown
Yeah.
shoe.
Brown orange.
Yeah. I haven't watched it, but I've seen a bunch of funny episodes and clips on my Instagram. This guy's not this
so
guy.
cute.
That show is funny.
Do I have time to reset my PC? It's not working.
Just let me know what you want to do.
If it's cool to reset my PC.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
Let me pause
Yeah,
the
I'll be
music.
right back.
For sure. Going against Gambit, yeah. I actually don't mind playing against another Gambit. I used to because people be like, "Oh, you only win if your Gambit's better than the other Gambit." I honestly don't think that's true. I think ulting well with Gambit is very important, but I don't think if your Gambit's better than the other really matters. It's still like the team comp. Like, yeah. It's about who has the better Gambit and anti-heal first. I don't know about that. Emma. Definitely comboing with Gambit is like a must. If you do not combo with Gambit, you're doing something wrong, man. You're doing something wrong. Every time Gambit gets bans when my team is ass. Damn. Well, that sucks. That sucks.
Do you think a full anti-heal team can work?
What was that?
Do you think a full anti-heal team can work?
Full anti-heal? If there's one that does a lot of damage, I think so. Do you think Gambit? Who?
Hella Namor?
Hella Namor do too much?
Yeah.
I actually think Blade would be paired with Dino. Although I'm not
Oh,
sure.
yeah,
They
Blade
both do
and
anti-heal.
Dino.
Dude, you're muffled. You're muffled. I actually think Blade is a really good character. I think Blade is really good when he's with a damage dealer, like a heavy damage dealer, because he does the anti-heal, and it's super effective when your team is doing a lot of damage. God, I've had a champion game and they were dog water. Well, shit. They always blame the healer, but not the team. Yeah, healers get blamed a lot. And then it would be DPS, and then it would be tanks. I'm not on my computer, but Venom ult. What are you saying, Infer? Wait, you just came in and said something so... You locked yourself out of your room. And now you're trolling. Oh, Venom ult with the anti-heal? But doesn't he already do anti-heal? You mean paired with Blade or Gambit? It can stack. Oh, it can stack! Those always have both because we're supposed to pocket heal the DPS. That's just DPS fault. Blades and tail stacks and can stack with other people. That is so...
Wait,
that's so good to know.
That's crazy.
That's so good to know. Since I rolled my eyes. Like, I want to add on Samantha, but I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to add on first. Because I have an idea, but I don't have the sentence yet. You feel me? If you're not joking, blink your eyes, Infer. If you are joking, don't blink your eyes. What was I gonna say? I think it's good to heal DPS at the right time. But obviously, the DPS, if a DPS is complaining, what would bother me is if the DPS is complaining, but they're not aware that, like, the tanks need constant focus because they're getting a lot of damage. And if they fall, and that DPS is not in the mid lane, they're like off to the side diving, then it's like, it's kind of a hindrance because I can't focus on you when our tanks are dying right here or about to die. And if they die, then I'm going to be the next one because they're off somewhere diving somewhere. The DPS are off diving somewhere.
You don't want a Black Panther spam ping you for heals when he's behind the enemy?
Dude, for real? Who wants that? Who wants? I can't even reach you behind the enemy. Unless I'm playing like a Luna or something. I swear every time I get blamed, I always tell them, then how come you died X amount of times, right? You overextended the entire time, dumbass. It all depends. Like, sometimes I will focus on the DPS if my tanks are, like, at a good health bar. Or if my DPS is one shot and my tank isn't one shot yet, then I'll kill the DPS first and then our tank. It kind of depends on the situation, too. Like, who's doing good as well. If someone's doing good, I'll also try to pocket them. It all varies on situation. Although I do get sad when I do look away, like my tank could be full health or more than half health, and I look away for a sec just to heal a DPS that's one hit. And then I look back, motherfucker is so low, it makes me so sad. When they die, I feel utter disappointment in myself. I failed as a healer.
Man, you guys are so evil. What if I actually lock myself out of my room? No one's gonna believe me?
I mean, I told you to blink, if you're not joking.
How am I gonna blink if I'm not in my room? Or how would you know I blinked? Or didn't blink?
Oh man, just blink in the chat. Focus whoever is halfway, but if you're diving and overextending, expect the team to overextend you. Now goodbye, get a health pack. There's not much you could say or do though, because you could say this, but they won't listen to you. It's whatever. Health packs are a thing for person, yeah. I think divers or any flankers are one of my least priorities when it comes to healing too.
So you're telling me you hate dive,
But like any
right?
other DPS, I could help them heal.
You're susceptible to dive, Luna? Bet. I know what to play next.
Dive Luna.
She's susceptible to my dive, Luna. I don't flank with Luna. I dive. We're not the same. We're not the same. I'll let you know I'm coming. You see me coming. There ain't nothing you can do about it though, because you're already frozen and dead.
That is so unfair. That is so unfair.
That character is so fun. Oh, DPS Luna.
If you're any other DPS that isn't dive or anything, you'll get heals from me as long as you're like in front of me, because they're usually gonna stay around main instead of going around trying to dive and flank, you know.
What's up, hamster? How you doing?
No, they banned Phoenix.
Phoenix. Oh, Gambit.
Yeah.
What about Daredevil? Oof. Should we 50-50 it or what?
It's up to you.
You think they're gonna ban Gambit?
Let's gamble. I don't think so.
Luna. Oh, he's talking about dive Luna. Yeah.
Fuck. I want to play Elsa. I need to practice my Elsa. I feel like Elsa go worse.
I'm some dive players that come back to me for heals and thank me. Oh, that's cute. I wish my dive players did that.
What is she talking about? I make you all the time.
No, I don't mean like you specifically. I mean like in general.
She's firing shots, chat.
Nah, I don't mean
firing
you.
shots. Very low key about it. Okay. Very sneaky.
No.
I heard you locked your spot in my room. I did, but no one believed me.
Just wants to be for real. I just want to be
You're
appreciated.
not afraid to get those perfectly manicured hands.
Using that emote with that isn't.
Recognize. I need to get rid of that Zhongli but emote.
Zhongli, but you were doing it to some Genshin characters. What is this?
Especially the ones
That was
I
fun.
hunt.
That was real fun.
Battle
But
starts in 5, 4,
I have no use for that emote.
2,
You.
Snake dissing.
all you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'll never forget the day.
How did you try to put that? What'd you try to put?
I'll never forget. I was browsing random streams. 6 a.m. You were playing Genshin. I'm like, what the fuck is she doing?
Yeah, she's a Genshin junior.
I heard her chat told me that she did like a.
I'm not a no.
She did like a smash or pass like years back or something with Genshin character. I don't remember what they said. She did something.
Nah, it was right.
Oh.
We did it together.
For that.
It's on YouTube.
Oh, there's a YouTube video? Oh, I need to watch that. You guys were gooning in 4K.
What, bro? Have you seen the assets in this game?
Damn chat. I just have random shit noise in the back.
This fucking Groot wall. Oh my god. Bro.
I didn't need that up. Alright, Luna. So, me and Luna are separate, by the way. She's supporting the other people on this side.
Okay.
Unless she just died. I have no fucking clue.
I just got one-shotted. I don't know.
We need to disappear.
That is a YouTube channel? I think so, yeah.
Fantastic. My hunt's not over yet.
And they call me a gooner.
I have it on my YouTube channel? I do? Oh, we're triple healing.
They call me a gunner. I would never. I'm
He didn't
family
hit
friendly.
anyone. What? Well, Bucky wasted his ult.
I'm about ult.
I could do an aggressive ult, but...
Wait.
Get him, kill him.
Get his ass.
Alright, let's walk up to him.
Nice.
Walk up together. Don't take off
You
hands.
fucking ult, bro. Attacking the ult.
Destroy it, please destroy it. Oh man.
Oh, they really had ult.
Nice.
Nice.
Luna. They also have triple kills?
Are they? Guess what character they're playing now? Your favorite Punisher.
Come here, Groot. You want some of this? Damn, he's really blocking with those walls. Never
He
mind.
used all his fucking walls.
Kill him.
And he lived.
He's so low. Ooh, hold on, big ol'. I killed that. He's in my trap. You pulled him into my trap. That was funny.
Let's go.
He's so fucking tanky. He's getting healed like crazy. Kill his cloak.
Hulk isn't back.
I kidnapped him.
I don't have my pull to get her though.
Oh, he's just so fucking tanky.
Damn, she was up there.
He lives
Crazy.
everything.
Watch out for Groot. Oh,
He's one.
How funny. He didn't do his walls. How is he alive?
I don't know. He keeps
bro.
throwing 1 HP.
Disgusting, bro.
I can ult him after this. I'm gonna pull him really far back.
I'm attacking the ult.
Alright, can we kill this group for like finally, please? He's so low. Please kill this
He's
group.
helping them feed.
Oh, it's because we're triple heal. That's why this guy's not dying.
Crazy.
Thank you. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Destroy it. That's all we can take space with that.
Good aggressive ult.
Dude, I've been at 100 for so long. We're getting rid of the BRB.
Huh?
I'm made of glass. There. Don't turn back now.
Oh, they have a Venom now?
I'm sitting in it.
Damn, Luna, how are you alive?
Okay, bro.
Venom doesn't have a...
I'm ulting this.
Actually, I don't know.
I got Cloak and Dagger. Oh.
Venom's low. Venom does have shield.
My hunt's not over yet.
Oh, that's a DPS Luna. Oh.
Oh, Psylocke in the back.
We have a DPS Luna. We don't have 3 healers. That makes sense.
That's why Venom no E. No, that's not true, rap.
I am ready to put on a show.
No, I'm just dead, bro.
Oh, this is gonna be hard to regroup. I mean, take over. I think.
I could go Wolverine here.
Go for it. Or Punisher.
Did they use the healer ult?
They used Luna.
Just now?
Like like 30 seconds ago.
Okay.
Yeah, they Luna ulted, they Cloak and Dagger ulted, they Psylocke ulted, and they ulted.
You sure that wasn't like a minute ago? Or like 2 minutes ago?
I won't lie to you.
I mean, it went Psylocke and Cloak and Dagger, and then Groot ulted right after that.
Not someone.
I hate when I miss that.
Namor use bubble, Namor use bubble.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, he's up on the top. Oh, that was risky. Venom's on point. Thank you for the shield.
Oh, back up, back up, back up. No, my passive.
Damn, he's just not dying.
You can die now.
Watch out for Groot ult.
No.
What the fuck? He just... Okay. That is interesting. Which one is gooned out? What do you mean? I don't think I'm on the level of goon as a lie.
I had to put it on point, It's not safe for healers.
Oh no.
They Groot ulted, they Luna ulted. I will sit on point, I will sit on point.
What? What's on my game?
Thank you for the shield.
I might ult.
Fucking die already. Damn.
Whoa. Yo, Jones, thanks for the raid. I have ult, but I'm dead. Appreciate it, dude. Hope you had a good stream.
Ulting.
On point, on point. Oh god.
Fuck, I can get the healers.
We need to deal with this Psylocke.
I'm gonna come there and ult in, but I'm too far. Oh, great.
It's the sweatiest fucking game ever. What up,
I couldn't touch.
The current score is 1.
That's annoying.
I don't know if the triple heals working.
Yo, we need more damage. Can we like not do triple healer?
Side you're on.
Yeah, I want me to go squirrel.
All the difference.
Okay, I mean I guess, but you're gonna die against Psylocke like crazy. I wouldn't recommend doing score girl.
Although I wouldn't want to go like heal pool too.
You could play Bucky or Punisher.
I'll go Punisher. Or MK's also.
Oh wait, we have a Mantis now. If you want to play healer, you can play healer now. We have a Mantis.
Yeah,
we can do Mantis and triple though. But this works. I'm gonna play Daredevil because I gotta kill this Psylocke.
I am down.
The stream was great. That's what's up, man. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, we gotta play sometime, man. Let me know if you're ever down.
Of course.
So fire up that turret and let me blast some noobs.
There's no chance I'm letting you.
What this healing wall?
Down, bad. Just go do something. Just like DM me or something.
3, 2, 1.
I put a healing wall here.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I love this smell of superhero.
Clock is going around.
Combat in the morning.
Oh wait, we're staying back here?
Of course.
I can handle Psylocke if she's going. She's not going around. She's not going around.
Coffee, same.
Anyone willing to help?
Hellfire. Some sort of squid.
God, this man.
Come here. I got you. Can't believe that missed.
Oh, these walls are annoying.
Yeah, they are.
Pretty sure that's half clutch. Venom swinging in. Walling him off from heels.
I really just can't hit this. The Venom on site.
They went left.
Oh my god, this freeze.
Got my ult.
Oh, we don't have any of regular ult.
It's fine. Force them to not be able to push.
I'm gonna ult after this.
Oh, I just got it and I died.
I'm ready to put on a show.
God, so much fucking shit happening.
I mean, I could portal if you guys want to.
Go for it.
Yeah, go for it. I'm ulting after this. Ulting.
Oh wait, I can't portal. We got portal.
It's fine. We don't need
We're
it.
winning.
Oh, we're portaling already. Okay, I still have my ult too.
I see you. My life force is exposed. The devil.
Got her.
Shoot.
Bad timing? What's bad time? Oh, ult? Nah, it wasn't
right
bad.
now.
Luna just used their ult. Cloak just used their ult. Cloak used their ult when I used mine. She might be close though.
Do all their DPS have ult?
Alright, let's find out who has ult. Walk with me?
Walking. There's a fucking what's her name in the back? Psylocke.
Someone's back capping.
We got it. She ran away.
Okay, no one has ult then, since I did all that.
They're not portaling.
This goes Giga staggered. Have any lords? Yeah. Honestly count.
Punisher has ult, huh?
I got grabbed? They have an Emma now. Oh my. So stupid. I gotta keep checking the thing to see if they switch characters. I didn't know they had Emma.
Oh, she was so close to dying.
Shields up.
I'm about to have my ult.
What the fuck? DD, get your ass.
I'm ulting after this. Did not pick up enough for a decent ult. I'm just gonna save it.
Yeah, you don't need to use it.
There's a daredevil?
Oh yeah, I should have said that. DD really? He was chasing me around the walls.
Kill this guy. He's a fraud. You think he's me?
Nasser's the true DD.
He was a fraud.
Dude,
I stopped my
with
ult.
both brute walls, DD was just chasing around me in my ult. I look back, I'm like, who's that?
No.
This motherfucker's chasing me.
Leaving Daredevil open paid off, I guess.
Oh man, that was Oh wow, he actually did a lot.
Yeah, that stream was good.
Yeah.
RDD was pretty good too. I think for the first time I saw the
shit, that's a compliment. Hold on.
In,
She didn't realize I was the DD. It was me.
no,
Lie.
I'm sorry. I meant to say. Sorry.
I'll take the compliment. Hold on.
I meant to say Deadpool.
Oh, so she's not complimenting me. That's fucking crazy. So she's taking the compliment back.
Wait.
She
No,
said,
you
"Fuck
did great.
You didn't do good."
I meant to say Deadpool though.
No, I'm just messing with you.
Oh my god. No, our Deadpool for the first time.
She put a coin in the machine and took it out, bro. That's crazy. She put a coin in the machine with like a string attached to it. Yeah. She had a string attached to it. She said you didn't do good.
Oh my god. No. Don't just say it was an accident.
That's hilarious. That's funny.
Who do you think you want to be today?
Justice for Infer.
That's insane, bro. She's refunding compliments. That's insane. I ain't never seen somebody do that.
Have a good time. Appreciate you, Darkins.
I want my money back.
I have never seen that before.
Oh, who are we banning?
You.
Hashtag cancel alive 2026.
Banner invis.
You deserve the hate. You know what? Well deserved for shitting on me earlier.
Whoa.
Firing shots or whatever.
What are you talking about? What is she talking about?
Stream. I had no comment. You're just going off.
Me? When was this? Today?
Crazy.
Oh, here, you want to invite
He
to the
doesn't
stream together?
remember bullying me.
Bullying you at the start of the stream? I said I was locked in. That's all I said. Wait, what did I say? I talked shit to you earlier? I don't recall.
I don't want to be bullied alive sometimes. What? That is not valid.
Hold on, I don't bully her. She bullies me.
It was stream on Monday. Well, today is the day.
Groot? Oh, Groot is a good band.
I linked you a hero. It's in the thingy.
Alright, thank you.
What is? Oh, you're on. I actually forgot to ask you that too.
You'll need a top-notch
It's all
team
good.
to win this one.
I'm just enjoying the time we're spending together.
Alright.
Don't
Do I play DD again?
Do not partake in this, please.
I can swap healer. I'm not the best.
Oh, we need a healer? I can heal her if you want. If you don't want to heal, I can heal.
It's up to you.
I don't know. You pick. I don't really care. Do you want to heal?
2-2-2, I guess.
I've been going and bullying me.
I got it.
Scroll roll ban, what the fuck, for real?
That's
I mean,
it,
she
yeah.
is good,
Only bowling like
but she's
that,
good on the
yeah.
second point. First
It's
point,
clearly mad at me right now. I don't know if I should heal with her. She clearly hates me. I don't know if I should heal with her.
I only like when women.
you gonna patty cake me?
Are you gonna patty cake me?
Are you?
You just refunded a compliment.
DPS white fox only?
Ooh, that's a good idea.
No!
Hey, yo! Oh my god! Oh my god, where's the face? Oh my god!
Please don't.
No, I literally have an experience today where White Fox was just DPSing.
When was this?
Yeah, I think it was today or yesterday. Oh man. No, I think it was today.
Yo, no.
I don't want to go through that again, man.
Don't
Oh, beware
worry.
of their fucking. They have a penny too.
He'll just yell at me.
I'm always gonna need a heal.
Yeah, wait, what an annoying thing contest is.
I have a penny though. I'm probably gonna have to switch characters.
You know where her mine is? I could try to put an orb on it.
It's behind the wall.
I grab thing.
Nice.
Are you able to ping? Ping where it is, I mean.
It's like in the room on the right next to her. I'm trying to get it. It's gone.
I tried to put an orb
Walk up. We gotta
I
walk
can't
up.
see you.
behind the wall.
Thank you.
I'm trying to hide. Dino trying to hide is like the worst fucking thing.
White fox behind.
I grabbed her.
Nice.
I'm doing a little bit of DPS and she doesn't realize it. Don't worry.
I'm gonna sit on point to cap.
Are they portal? No, they're
I got 4 kills. I'm about to end this game with a 50 bomb.
Let's go.
I'm gonna prove to her that I can do this DPS White Fox.
I mean, DPS only White Fox, you know?
Oh, only? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Only is crazy.
I mean, is that even possible? You're just near a teammate. You end up healing them.
I mean, not really.
50 dash short.
Oh, what? That didn't work.
Oh my
Should have
goodness.
grabbed him a little earlier.
I saved him, but I died since I saved the Strange.
Oh, nice.
We're down a healer, but they're down 2.
Where's our
Why
Human
am I
Torch on me.
self-reporting?
Oh, fuck, I don't got a shield.
Don't worry, I got you.
Thank you.
There he's dead.
You can hold first and first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
I'll use
about
mine.
that bio,
I could use mine defensive. Yeah, I'm gonna use it defensively because they're triple heal right now.
I am ready to put on a show.
I got grabbed. Oh god.
Windows in the bag. Oh my god.
Oh, that was close. Whoa.
Oh, I'll have this. Hurry up and get that.
Oh no,
I'm just dead. I don't even have a chance.
I like run. Okay,
Where's the
no
patty
Triple
cake,
heals.
man?
They're on triple
I was
heals.
behind you.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Nah.
I think we were down 1 person, were we?
I'm back.
I think we
I
might
can
have
swap
been
triple
down.
heals if we need.
No, no, late supple. I was
Late? That wasn't late. I got tripping. That was not late. I'm gonna do cloak instead after I die.
Who said that? Iron Man.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Lee, their flyers are like destroying me.
Why are they so much flyers?
Wolf no passive. I'm gonna go in on this.
Oh, we're down. We're
We're
down.
down
healer.
here. Yeah, the fucking torch just one-shot me.
Fine. I grab Luna.
Die, Luna. Oh, I can't help you guys. Hold on.
That's fine. That's giving us priority anyways.
Okay, they can't come.
And you guys
Oh,
are
that
cooking
was.
them.
Keep up the momentum.
Hey, who killed her? Iron Man.
Help. So cold.
Enemy in front of us. Good medicine.
We went to me.
Yeah. I don't have anyone to teleport to when I dive in.
You can use your ult first.
Alright.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
I grab Wolf.
I unleash the
Oh, I'm dead. It's just you.
I'm dead.
We are all dead. Seriously. Kill this base skin.
So they use the Emma ult and
Emma
Invis.
Invis. Yeah. Split it.
Get that vehicle moving again. The light force is getting.
I'm gonna ult
Can't
this
bait
in.
out enemy, so.
Yeah, they have a point. They're not gonna.
Here come the bad
They're not gonna ult first.
against the world. I am ready to put on a show.
Okay. Human Torch is out.
That was a good line.
My time to shine.
What? How did that kill me?
Oh, I'm dead. What?
I'm just gonna die and reset.
How did that kill me? That made no sense.
How did what kill you?
Whoa, I wasn't even in it. The slam part killed me. I'm like max hope. Oh shit, I got recognized.
Tell him to go easy on us.
Tell him to go easy on us is crazy. She want them easy wins.
So I could do mine aggressively, but they're gonna have all their ult here.
Now we have the point now.
Kill me.
I grabbed him, I grabbed him. W ult, W ult, W ult.
Fuck your supernova.
Dude wants you badly. Yeah, somebody needs to kill this torch. Okay, he whatever. Like he was so focused on killing us, he just didn't even bother but with the point.
Really?
Time to switch things up.
Oh hi, legend. Wait. Who is he in chat?
Flame.
Is that? Oh, it's
Legendary Flame.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
He's in chat.
Cloak and dagger. We are.
Didn't know you were in my match.
I thought his name was gonna be different, but no, it's legendary. Hi.
W legendary.
How many emotes on this account?
My blade on
Fucking mic working now?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Sweet. Yeah, no, that torch is somehow getting kills on their team, but it feels like he's doing nothing.
He's not. He's playing for kills. He's not playing for objective.
I mean, their heals are also really bad.
Damn. Their heals are bad. We should go dive then. I like that. I like hearing that. A weak backline.
Killed Ultron like 3 different times in straight, so I mean that.
Damn.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
that should tell you something.
Shit, I wish I was playing DD this game then. Oh man, a weak
No,
backline.
we got 4 streamers in your team. I don't know about our DPS though.
So I keep them to myself if I were you.
Someone planted a code in your brain, didn't they? A way to control.
The battle starts in 5.
Blade is calling.
3.
Those days, the sword is sealed in stone.
You have to stop them from
All I do is heal now.
This place makes me want to stay inside the force field forever.
God, I hate flyers.
Why are they running this with flyers?
Hold on.
I feel like we're right next to you. Yeah, actually, you play in front of me. It's easy for me to see.
Oh yeah.
Because I heal off attacking people. So you should play in front of me.
Yeah, I'm just trying to play what cover because of their flyers. Here, I'm fine. I'm gonna be up here.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to put that shit in the air for that flyer.
Iron Man.
Oh, no.
Why is my blade a pacifist? The sword is sealed in stone. There is no blade no more, bro. I'm retired.
Arthur, no king.
No king, yeah. Just Arthur.
Not a fucking thing. What?
By the way, Iron Man, great fucking card in there. Holy shit.
Yeah, they've had a thing.
Male first, alive. Well, guess it doesn't matter. Oh shit.
Shit. I'm trying to keep you alive.
He missed.
Are you good?
Yeah.
I can't see you guys at all. I need heals. Oh shit.
I think they win that.
Follow there.
Yeah, I was too far away since I ulted in, so I couldn't heal you.
No, you're good. You're good. It was my positioning.
Put me out.
Hope you have a good day, bro. You too, Dive. How you doing?
Force field, good to go.
It's just everyone died so slow. We can't portal.
It's fine.
Oops, I accidentally went to next spawn. No. I'm so far away from everyone.
Enemy in front of us.
That was terrible timing. What you up to, Doug? Is that my ult? I'm stuck in a wall because I'm so gigantic.
Oh my god, I tried to fade it.
Oh, W ult.
Woo! No!
Oh damn, that was too much damage.
Oh. What's that?
Damn, I was so close to living. I'm doing good in here. How are you doing?
Let's get on the next one, bro. Did they let you re-interview? Grab thing, grab thing, grab thing.
Oh god, that guy got shotgun at the top.
I grabbed Invis.
You're fine.
They're down the healer, they're down the healer. I'm pushing in, I'm pushing in. Oh, I'm pushing out, I'm pushing out.
Oh,
no.
You got lasered, literally.
Fucking lasered so hard.
There's like no DPSs here.
It's all good, it was sketchy anyways. Well, it all worked out in the end.
Oh my god, that Terra Cape strong.
Alright, Iron Man's gonna go around and ult. I think.
They're already all dead.
I'm doing in here. I'll actually get more into detail about my day after the game. But it's going great.
He was gooning, that's all you need to know.
Oh. I can ult first. I'll lie. Oh wait, you don't have it. I'm on.
Yeah, I don't have mine.
Whoops.
Judge.
There we go.
I got thing. Oh, nice. Oh, fuck. I just got destroyed. Walker's just trying
Oh,
to
you guys are walled off. How annoying.
Did we win those? Not looking good. Oh, that though.
Your keep is goated. It is.
There's still a chance to stop them.
If you want to portal and I ult. Oh, never mind.
Not enough. We're getting touched. We're walled off by Groot.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Who's that here? Oh, Iron Man. Is Iron Man really 1v1ing him?
I don't know what he's doing, but
Oh my god, I'm just getting deleted. I have to swap.
yeah, they have a Punisher and Iron Man.
Their Groot's almost down. Their Groot's down.
Do you think Groot will work well into this or not?
No, they have a Punisher.
Maximum.
Audio mixer crashed.
If I guess so much people on the channel because of the awesome people on the channel.
That's better.
What you up to, Kenji? Selling the tanks?
Judge, jury, executioner.
Nice. That's very close to unlocking it now. Nice. W.
Let me try to charge my own.
Oh, they're not hit him.
Mm.
We could try to stagger them.
Even though
wait, did we
I
kill them all
hear the
together?
wood getting hit.
Yeah, I think they all like died around the same time.
I need more
Oh,
ult charge. I'm kind of behind right now.
Only 60 seconds left.
I don't know why my audio mixer just crashed. It was weird.
So your two over here, they had to nerf you somehow.
Terra Cape them.
Yo, Terra Cape went
Nice.
hard right
That's a
there.
good one.
I need to.
They're going strange. They're gonna portal.
Portaling.
This legendary portaling.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh, I almost got kidnapped.
Oh God.
Oh, I'm using everything to live.
You guys are Terror Cape. They're
Punisher's
gone.
down.
I went for group because I couldn't see group.
Terror Cape. They're gone.
Let's roll.
Terror Cape is so fucking busted, bro.
Whoa.
Your attacks are futile.
Final score. 3.
Let's go.
2.
W.
Another epic victory.
Oh wow.
Double Terror Cape.
You're
is
an
busted.
imposter, Tony.
Yo, it's a live favorite skin.
Why'd you? God damn it.
That is a pretty good skin.
Yay! I'm back in GM3.
Groot has no idea what to
Nice.
play. Nice.
I'm 1 point in GM3.
1 point, damn.
I'm
Hi,
literally
Cassie,
1
how
out
are
of
you?
100.
How was the
100 Terror Capes from
sleeps?
1. Really? Wait, how do you know? They keep track of that.
Oh, you gotta check your history and go to the match.
Oh.
GG's legendary.
And then press the character, like
So
you know what shows your
about
stats, and then press heroes used, and it'll show all that stuff.
Yeah, but in one game though, it'll show.
Oh,
I pulled all night and then went to work. Just got work.
that you might have to check your
Damn.
stats. Hold on. Like for you, it says
Damn, you gotta get some sleep.
you got 51 sonic vortex hits and 5k
I know you don't need
damage
the beer to
blocked.
sleep, but you should sleep.
Hold on, let me see if I can check that.
Relax.
How was work? Sound not tired? You got that second wind.
I'm freaking out. Key, key with that emote. Y'all ready?
Yeah,
Yep.
Actually, I might use the restroom.
go for it.
If I sleep now, I'll be able to sleep tonight. That is true. Just tough it out and then sleep at your normal time. That's how I used to reset my sleep as in college, but now I can't do that. Let's see, work was okay. I'm a nurse's aide, so. Damn. Do you wear scrubs? Well, people are hard to deal with. Yeah, it can be.
EP.
My ult card, by the way, on my main.
The Panther is on the
I would have
prowl.
played Mr. Fantastic, but no one wanted to switch to play Dawn, so I just switched. I mean, you could have like, it's like kind of painful. And at that point, you just gotta switch to do what you need to do.
Tremble before fast.
I was on feeder all day, so it's chill. What's feeder? Can't do. Damn.
Guide my spear.
That's amazing. 6 in a row. Way to go.
The king.
Unbelievable.
I am your king now.
A different timeline. Maybe I'm a Black Panther man. Nah.
I feel like Black Panther's not very strong.
He's fun, but like he's so ass. Unless it's like
I'm gonna go get some food.
go for it. Take your time. I don't. It's just bad.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Jesse, where are you from? Oh, Valkyrie just got on.
97.
I go wish her another happy birthday.
I said that because PP me.
Double kill. That's 3.
I can tell you. I mean, like, just what's a general, not like.
A coast.
Oh, this David's here. Okay. This be. No, I'm just
Can I say coast at least? Like West Coast?
Yeah. West Coast.
West.
Maybe. Let me go.
Go for it.
Tremble before blast! The enemy opponent.
Tickle monster? This character is a tickle monster.
Anybody who has the chance can be a hero. I believe that.
Oh, my thingy set around this account. Oh, you can manual. You can set a bind to simple and manual now. Oh, that's interesting. That's actually pretty interesting. To add that. Oh my cooldown's not too well. Oh, my Spider-Man rusty. I know they added that. That's pretty good. They just add that or what? You want me to teach you if you fuck no. Fuck no.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
Me? Just a demon hunted mutant girl out to save the universe.
Double kill! That's 3!
I'm bad.
Fly. Wow, 4 in a row!
Really back.
That's amazing!
Wash your hands. Can't believe it's June already. Damn. Sheesh.
Have some seaweed drop.
Seaweed. I can never guess what you're eating because it's always something different every day. I was eating something random. You need help? What I do? It's a good question, though.
Survive this! Behold their child! Survive this!
I almost have the Luna skin.
Oh, nice. Skin is sick.
Come, my minion!
I didn't even use the sharp end. This war is bigger than one life.
That.
That's enemy, how are you?
This character's so fun. Maybe I'll come back to Magic for the one-time shot.
Dude, I want to learn Magic so badly.
This was my first main until Salah came out.
I thought you said Widow was your first main.
Yeah, Widow was for like the first. Well, wait, on launch, beta, Widow wasn't a character yet.
I got you!
In beta, there was only like 10 characters or something like that. Magic was one of them. And then when the game dropped, I played Widow for like 2 days, and I'm like, yo, this character's ass.
Teach you Magic, she's easy. Dope.
You know what to sell up?
Magic was hard.
Which beta did you start in?
The one where Venom was introduced. I don't remember which one that was.
That's some early access.
That was open beta. I don't remember.
Brie cheese. Oh, you can't really see it very well.
Green
I already
cheese.
cut. This is the one I have to
Yeah,
match
she's
today.
eating green
Brie.
cheese and ham.
Brie.
Green eggs and ham. All dive characters are easy to play. That's a hit scan player for sure. That's a hit scan player saying that, huh?
Too easy.
Something had to apply though, I think. Oh,
I wonder who still does predictions. Chad, do you guys still do predictions?
Wow, 4 in a row! 5!
Yeah. Not Cassidy was a pro Valorant player, so she's just good at everything.
Hit scan players detected. There's
Sammy,
some
what you
comps.
up to?
I was fucking too.
Yeah, I played with her the other day. She had 93% XP on Luna.
Damn.
That's
Wait,
pretty
who?
good.
Not Cassidy.
You brought
The pro
Wait, can you
player.
DM me? Cause I can't hear. Actually, let me just mute my music real quick.
Let's see if I play scan characters.
Hostiles coming in fast.
What up, Johan?
Wait, who was it again?
Not Cassidy.
It's in chat. It's in chat.
No.
Oh.
Hey, bro, they got a chat,
Oh,
but
hi.
I don't feel like getting molested. Damn, Bucky, bro. I don't feel like getting
Bro, we're not banning Bucky, bro. Come on.
Bro, I don't care about getting my Bucky, bro.
Bro, it's
Hey,
Bucky,
Cassidy,
bro.
tell me, give
You're
me some
BP,
hints.
bro. Lock in.
Phil, what does that mean?
Lock in, bro. Lock in.
now.
This guy.
Bro, I'm not banning Bucky. What the fuck?
Gosh.
I'm not banning Bucky, bro. What do I look like?
That's Pro Rivalo. What's up, Katie? Are you still streaming?
Are you sure you want to ban Bucky over like
You know
Thing?
what? That makes sense though.
Yeah, this is true.
Because like
We got a flanking
it's easy
Luna
to
on our
kill your own
team.
teammates than it is to hit
So, man, I'm
enemies.
chilling. How you doing,
So if you
y'all?
learn
What
to
up
hit with
to?
enemies
You looking at the right
first, it'd
games,
be
just came
easy
to
to
say what's
aim.
up. I appreciate you, bro.
That's a really good tip.
Yeah,
Thank
y'all want to
you.
go to Diver.
Damn. Okay, I wanted to search a
Here's
blood
dice
hurt.
and 2-tap. So I gotta get better with my aim. Hey, homie, I'm a hit scan player.
Hello. Hi,
You're just good at
Creed.
everything.
You okay? He's not okay.
Play
with that.
everything like a DPS. You
Pretty
never
sure.
lose. Why are we banning things?
I have a
he's playing
BP.
BP.
I have a Spider-Man.
Hmm.
Alright, I'll just allow it. And all you do is just bait the smash, then you wait till it's
If
gone
I
and
get
you
raped,
go in.
bro, I'm blaming y'all.
What?
Oh, the smash. Okay.
What did he just say?
Wait, what did he say?
I'm muting
Bait
him.
the smash.
I'm muting him. I'm muting him. No, not you. Not you. No. What the guy just said in my ear. I'm muting him. That was TOS.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Well, me too. Me too.
I gotta play any character and every character, sadly. Okay, how I do it?
You're gonna
You just got the skills. We gotta smash, definitely. OnlyFans
How are
collab?
you doing?
Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what are you guys talking about? I'm so zoned out.
You heard nothing?
Even when it clashes with
My OnlyFans? Yeah, check out my OnlyFans.
Get ready.
Sorry, was I loud, chat? My bad. That was funny.
Yes, I'm very impressed. Can we focus on the battle and not on chewing the scenery?
Johan, you gonna be on Rivals Tour? Let me like my
Don't
only
you
toes.
dare use
Damn.
that
What?
me.
Crazy.
Your chats are freaky.
Let me leave.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Thank you for the
Reddit.
follow, Stormboy.
2,
Thank you.
1.
How are
Bro, we're
you?
nice.
I have faith in you, Herbie. Don't make
Yeah, I'll
me
join up with you
forget
guys later on.
Hellfire Club Royal.
I'm already looking down for B-Day.
Did I just hear a beat?
Who's
Or is
that?
that?
What the fuck? I got the
Oh my
iron.
God.
I got
Let me
charmed
lock.
out of
Where's my healer? Oh.
it. Oh, holy divers, bro. Holy divers.
Yeah, they're running crazy.
What?
I got poke. I got God. This is dive hell.
It's Dive City.
Dive city, bitch. Dive city, bitch.
Anyone want to do Squirrel Girl from Spawn?
With how fast these characters are, I don't think you're gonna even hit anything. Alright, they're down one.
I grabbed Iron Fist. I grabbed Iron Fist. No. I'm not teaming up with anybody really anymore. I don't belong on any team.
This guy said Bucky. They went all dive.
Yeah, this guy just straight up lied, but whatever, I suppose.
I got.
Oh, he could have gone. Oh, he's dead.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
dead.
got him. I'm being fisted unconsensually.
So we don't target Ben.
And I make people laugh. I got the prison so bad. Same.
Oh, Buckiana.
I've just learned not to think and just say what's on my mind.
We're good.
That's usually funny. I grabbed Iron Fist. I grabbed Iron Fist. Oh my god.
Where'd he go?
Right, BP on the right. BP on the right.
Oh, RD, how you doing? To the street.
No, why did I not grab him?
God damn.
Oh my god, so much shit. I just got ulted by Hulk. I got ulted by Hulk. Nope. Oh, fuck. I tried to grab him before.
Yeah, this is definitely a Bucky. Like what? This is definitely Bucky.
I think I'm gonna go Luna for the Pierce.
I believe
Yeah, can we get like a Helena more
really don't
or
know what I
something?
do, but I'm sure some of the homies will be linking up.
I don't recommend doing Punisher into this.
Go Hella, yeah.
Just go Hella no more.
I don't even know if Dino is good either.
Or if you're not gonna go Hella, just go no more at least. Like I don't know why he tried to walk out the spot about Punisher. Dude, this movie does nice.
No, how did he live that?
Because it's bubble.
I honestly don't
That guy
know.
left the
Oh my
fucking
God, he
game.
left?
Holy shit. Bro, TOS my stream and leaves the game. Okay.
That's crazy. That's why I don't have voice chat on. Rex on Toy Story is Devil Dino. I want a Reptar skin.
Has that guy missed the dash on BP? He might be one of them cheating BPs. Could be. We keep running into those. They don't miss a single dash.
Their healer's down. Their healer's down.
I grabbed DP. Dude, this is what hell actually looks like.
Nah, that BP is crazy. Okay, hold on. Let me just test this out. I'm gonna test reporting him.
You know what? I'm gonna throw.
Just test it out.
You're telling me.
I don't think he has missed a single dash.
The current score is 0-0.
This a refund?
Switch things up, including which side you're on.
Look, I'm in hell. It doesn't look like this. What does hell
The
look
right
like?
heroes could make all the difference.
Oh, we're going. Oh, fuck.
The more dazzling the diamond.
At this point, we might as well just surrender.
Well, let's wait so the thing pops up so we can get more. We can get compensation. Oh, you should actually report people enough for leaving because you can get point compensation.
What's his name? Is this Xavier?
No, it's Mantis. Our Mantis.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about reporting the
No.
What Foggy and Karen think if they could see me now?
What do I do? Throwing?
No, yeah. Yeah. Well, left the game, and the input just type he left the game.
It won't let me do an input.
Oh, that's fine then.
You could just do report.
Yeah, just report, it's fine.
Negative behavior, throwing, and confirm.
Yeah.
Your friends have a potent odor to them.
Look at like this giant green booger named Hulk.
Get used to
Don't hear. Damn.
Well, it's overloading my senses.
What if bro's Wi-Fi
Barely smell
disconnected?
our
Thank you,
enemies on the
David.
wind.
But
And on the
he didn't hear this man.
battle starts in 5.
He definitely left on purpose.
3, 2, 1.
Just fun you.
No, he's not cheating.
Not to talk
He's too much of a
down
nice guy to
man.
cheat.
Time to bring some light back to our city.
Am I witnessing falsehood?
He's right
Damn,
down.
let me just get some damage in so I could fucking get less points lost.
You do some stat
Fuck.
padding.
You're winning already, dude.
I
see you.
I mean, it's fine if they end the game. It's fine.
Get me out of this hellhole.
Bruh.
Oh lordy.
2, 1.
That was actually the worst game I've ever played.
Absolute waste of time.
Well, you can't expect
Yeah, let's ban Bucky.
I'm actually petty about that.
Okay, I got compensation.
Oh wow. How much do you guys lose?
I got 11.
11.
I got 15.
That's not bad, man.
It's not bad, yeah.
Let's all collectively ban Hero.
I refunded it, yeah.
Oh, all my homies, my Arsenal. He's doing hashtag cancel Hero 2026. Going in the movement. I'm moving to OnlyFans.
Oh?
Let's all mass report Hero for us reporting Black Panther. I didn't even report Black Panther. I reported the leaver on our team. What do you mean?
Who do I play?
It worked out for everybody.
My order is
I tear through the cloudless
Play Blade this match.
the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Johan, where am I gonna see a Johan stream?
We had a domination game yet.
Nope.
And a Cassie stream. I gotta be there. You said BP was weak, bro? Because bro just dashed to the team. He is weak compared to other divers. When you said, when are you gonna see what? Oh no, Johan doesn't stream. I thought
Ban
you
and
both
Gambit.
streamed.
Sure.
For that, we should probably ban.
Medino!
Black Cat.
Yeah, get her out of here.
If it doesn't land there, I'll probably just play her.
At this point, I might as well just fucking play Groot. Doesn't have the social construct of human to keep anybody entertained long enough to maintain a stream. You just gotta sing the entire time.
Pick your hero.
Yo,
let's go.
What up, Doc?
I'm not judging.
What's up, Doc?
Seven
Sounds like
machine.
zero to the human species, to be honest.
We'll see.
Do I just say fuck it and go Groot here?
Sure, we can combo ults.
Good, yeah.
Groot's good here. Hope they switch my team up
Doc,
next
what you up
match.
to? Do sometime. Johan, I think you're mad funny, bro. That's all squad crack now.
You have to be funny to stream. I'm not funny. I just yap.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
And he has good YouTube videos. Go check out his YouTube videos.
Doctor Strange. Wow.
I learned Blade because of him.
Huh? Wait, what?
Get the stars out of your eyes and let us fight.
Senpai Nasu.
What the?
Seriously, I'm blind. You almost started to realize he just doesn't know what it takes. I generally don't do anything, I just sit there and play the game. I mean, just do what you do when you play with us.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Alright, let's go.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Who the hell in the mortar? That shit has gotta go. It's still
bring
there
that
next match, I'm
flavor
gonna
to the
lose my
game.
mind.
Next, I'm all ready. Back to your game.
Tired? Yeah, I would be too. If I were you. I fell down.
A little help, please.
Help, he's beating my wood.
I'm being a lumberjack right now, hold on. Alright, killed the group. Oh my god, I got walled off. Or not walled off, right? I don't even know. That's why I hate group, bro. Holy. Friggin' Bubbles just hard counter my character.
No one wants to watch them, but they eventually do.
You know, there's a lot of Hulks right now, too.
Yeah, I hate that character.
Friends with somebody else, they watch neutrality to come
I think Hulk is way better than people say.
I believe you, bro.
Yeah, no, I think so, too.
Take my job back. We're all there. Yeah, touching me every night. Damn.
Yeah, she should have died, man.
Oh fuck. Are you kidding?
That's not good.
I'm just dead here. I don't think Root is working.
You can switch them.
I was born ready.
I'm going ammo.
I have anti-dive as well. Oh, this comp is not good for my character.
Too close.
He's not trying to come in. Otherwise, I'll real one for sure. Bro, I think you can do it. Like I said,
The play days tomorrow.
I don't think it's the filler episode, so sorry. I'm trying not to fucking lose my mind right now.
I have ult, but yo, Strange, we can combo our ults.
Yo, I will definitely.
No way.
I got both. I don't know who I got.
You don't want the tanks, I think. Yeah, that's the thing.
Are you fuck?
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Oh, I about to beat someone.
Bro, why did she get to kill me outside of her ult?
It tracked you before you got out of it.
Oh my god. I'm just dead.
This isn't good. I can touch, but
I mean, is it worth ulting here? We might as well lose the point.
No, it's not.
Just looking at people in, what the fuck?
Yeah, they have a lot of brawl.
Oh yeah.
There are 3 brawl characters. Might have to go Punisher to kill these damn tanks.
I earn my name. I fight to end the darkness that spawned me. I'm not it. Weapons are tools. I'm the master craftsman.
Do I swap here or do I keep my ult?
No, you're fine.
30 seconds before you attack.
I just need to kill this thing and this Hulk.
You kids should stay.
Doesn't that fit your Star-Lord? Or is Star-Lord not a good pick for this?
I could do Star-Lord. I just don't want to. I know Hulk is going to keep jumping at me in the air like crazy, but do Star-Lord.
Oh, you know, we need your Punisher too.
Right? Did me and Lomo get off last night? Diamond. We got his promo. We got off.
Yeah, isn't that the #1 thing you said not to play Blade against as a Hulk?
I don't like playing it against Hulk because he just bubbles and then I just can't do nothing.
Yeah,
Bubbles, jumps, slams, everything.
The bubble, like if I can't cut through bubbles, so like it just I don't get lifesteal from it.
Honestly, the buff should just be you get procs from the bubbles and shields.
Alright, that guy's dead.
Open the back.
Yep, he went straight to me. Look at his ult.
Is there still a vault?
Back for another tour.
There's a Psylocke in the back, by the way. What? Damn, I really cannot play right now.
They have a very brawl heavy comp.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to de-rocket. Hopefully that'll be better.
I could go Hulk and disrupt their blade.
Killed 2. Killed 3. Thing is staggered. Where are these guys at? Oh, they're just waiting.
Hostiles up front.
I'll patch you up.
Judge, jury,
okay, well, I don't know how I just insta-died, but who's that?
I don't know what to do here. I think I just give him my ult.
Yes, Snowflake as well. Wow. Can we switch off the magic? I don't think magic works into this comp.
I'm good to go.
Like, there's nothing you can do with magic into Thing and Hulk.
Hello, Sora. How are you?
Oh, Psylocke has ult, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh, boy, this is rough. Aim Brothers, yeah, they're literally just running brawl.
This is not over.
We just need to shred them when we burst.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
No, I just.
Yeah, they're just running us down.
But I'll do awesome. What you up to, Sora? I think I give it an hour. I mean, I would too. Alright guys, I'll come talk to you then. See you later. Alright, see you later.
We can combo our ults by.
I'm about to do it right now.
Judge,
oh.
jury, executioner.
Blade in the back, blade in the back. On the blade. Blade one, blade one. Nice.
Psylocke in the back too. Behind you, Infer.
Focusing Luna, focusing Luna.
Nice.
Focusing Thing. I'm not wondering when most people watch YouTube. When does Hero watch YouTube stuff? I usually watch YouTube stuff. I've been watching a lot of Smosh. I've been watching
What power are you doing?
Stuff. Also, you're on live on YouTube right now. I couldn't figure out how to do the copyright music not on YouTube.
Keep going.
Just split the audio chart.
I'm gonna have to figure that out.
Blade's on our healer.
Split the other track. I think we will.
Psylocke is dead.
No. Nice.
I compliment you, Hulk, but Ben would get jealous.
Wait, dead.
Yeah, Punisher definitely was the play. I'm just literally just walking these guys down.
Music
oh shit. There's Blade.
Yeah, I put it on bot track. Wait, have I not had audio?
I'm trying to.
Oh, unlucky.
I'm gonna leave Luna like that for a little bit.
They have no healers.
Now I'm getting mad. Smoke screen.
Oh, that's insane. He was exiled.
What up, Poop? What's up, Flounder? Y'all should have saw my fingers. I was. Just...
Yeah, I put Twitch VOD track on number 2 and then didn't put it on. You keep your music from going to your VOD, just make the YouTube track the same as your VOD track.
What'd you place, Wolf?
I hurt you.
Wait, so you don't hear music now? You're losing, son? Yes, I am. How you doing, Joker?
Alright. Let's see.
Yeah, chat.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Smoke screen.
The last
right now, damn.
You probably split it wrong.
He should.
Yeah.
Also,
You gotta like check, mark the stuff.
I don't really let people.
I can show you it.
Tell me what to do.
I would appreciate that. Why can I not shut up? Why can I not at Joker?
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Okay, you got this. Woof.
Yeah, I think Hulk was definitely a good play here. Just a counter Blade.
They have a Iron Fist now.
The magic's about to get fucked.
He should be Rose. Or Jump.
He is. God.
Psylocke is on the top.
Something seems fishy here. Unleash the Vishanti's power.
No, I just lost it.
By the eye of Agamotto.
How'd that miss? Okay, here.
Oh my god, I one tapped him.
I'm ready to put on a show.
Do we have anything for this? We don't.
We captured the mission area.
You know, I can just combo ults and just retake. You know you have it. I gotta fucking ult this guy.
Executioner!
I died.
Oh, I couldn't get the bubble on her. How did
Oh
I
my
not
god, they're
get her
so
bubble? I
low.
was right on her. Instant. Just die.
Now I'm getting
We won that.
D1 mode. How we doing?
Wait. I have all you could touch.
Oh, I touched, but it was too late.
Oh no, I wanted our magic to touch.
Yeah, you gotta just use it.
I want magic to touch too. Wait, what?
Oh damn, they deleted that red.
Yeah, Iron Fist can shred it.
I'm gonna switch off then to cloak.
I think I want to play either I'll try Samurai for DX or Barcelona. Is Samurai Warriors for DX?
Nice. Luna died outside her ult.
Do we give D1 a shout out? D1, how we doing?
They're on our healer, the Iron Fist.
Take your sword.
Hunt them. Battlefield ready again.
Oh.
Exile.
Sheesh.
By the eye of Agamotto. They ain't seen nothing yet. Judge, jury, executioner.
I'm sitting with you, just in case.
Got one.
Nothing here.
Strange one, strange dead.
Oh, these guys are really
Wait, that
fucking
Hulk
annoying.
and Iron Fist have to be dueling. There's no way.
Understood. All good.
You guys are very annoying, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
They're playing these brawl characters that just fucking sit in your face just punching you.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh. Also, most of my games are throwers. Dude, that's the worst. When you get throwers.
Dialogue's on the left.
I don't even mind losing. It's not people are throwing.
God damn it!
Guess we didn't stack it enough? I don't know.
I should have ulted there. Maybe I should have.
This is not over.
Yeah, I was like, I should save it.
I can touch.
Yeah,
Being out of ult cycle is the worst.
I touched. I touched.
Sorry, that was loud.
Invis next to the ult. Invis next to the ult.
Wait, is that our ult? Oh.
Yep. For which one? Oh, we just double support ulted.
Fuck it.
I don't know how that shit hit you. Strange, dude. Tell me I'm an OP rack. Tell me.
That was crazy, yeah.
They're portaling.
Oh, shit.
Smoke screen. I'm hulking. Judge, jury.
Oh my god, I get you.
Judge, jury. Focus the Invis.
Why did the fuel? I don't know.
This is not over.
But that was definitely really bad.
Oh, this guy's trying to spawn kill me well.
Nope.
Okay, let's take rockets.
I got spawn killed well.
Try to hold as long as I can.
I have a res right here. You're good, you're good. Motherfucker trying to get my res? Oh, I don't have res right now. I have to replace it.
I killed him.
Yo, can someone clip that fucking kill on the strange? That was crazy.
Okay, our strange is res.
They have no heals, they have no heals.
That's what they
Let's
get.
go!
What?
Good shit, Magic. I was wrong. The Magic.
I want to ask my strange to praise
Oh my god. I haven't played Hulk in like a month. Bro.
I really want to ask strange to praise me for that.
What happened?
Oh, I blocked an exile with rocket.
Oh, nice.
I remember which one you used. Yeah, I used both.
Bro, I had to switch Star Lord. That guy kept trying to spawn camp me.
Oh my god, that was such a sweaty game. You got both, W. Dude, that strange went to ult in the air, just clapped her out of the air.
Oh my god.
Negative payouts for this.
Damn it, wait, we need a... Okay, hold on, what match is this? Let me... Oh, do I not have... What happened to it?
Oh my god, my heart is racing after that one.
That was a great match.
It really was. That was probably the most
People need to be
insane
recognized
comeback
for
I've
those
had.
sort of efforts. That was near my... No, you're good, Rack. I have a marker for it, so I could go back and clip it. Rocket was a really good choice here.
I caught him trying to camp your res beacon, and I killed him when he was killing it.
Who?
The Iron Fist. He was killing your res beacon.
Yeah, I had to keep ticking off. Thank you, thank you.
Ready to go?
I'll play also.
Help the statue return to its place. I could go. I do want to go rock actually.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Savage Sticks, Rage Pizza, Last Stand, Mutant Instinct. What is this menu?
Oh.
Critics is up. They're playing the state of play in movie theaters chat. Cool.
What do we want to ban here?
Why'd you just gasp like that?
Phoenix?
Yeah.
That was the most like audible gasp I've heard.
Oh shit.
What happened?
Did you spill something again?
I did my melee. Oh, you know, it's fine. It's my melee attack. So I meant to go to Rocket and change one of his keybinds. It's fine though.
You still have time.
I did on all heroes.
Oh.
Daredevil?
Sure.
Let's go. See you later, Wolf.
Bye, Wolf. Have a good one. Oh my god, they also banned Devil. What
You'll
is
need
this?
a top-notch team to win this one.
What is it? Why is it so bright in your room?
Wolf, I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much.
It's actually not even morning. It's
Afternoon.
yeah.
Sleeping, I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. I don't even know what to play here. Scream. One attack.
Beth, how are you?
Well, think of emos.
Why can't a girl ever get a bloody day off?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
All right, let's go.
Did you guys want a rocket?
Right now, yes. For the res, I mean, not for the rest of the shields.
I managed to isolate it for my own
I
purposes.
mean, for the first push, I think actually it should be
Sure.
fine.
Wouldn't hurt.
Depends. But when our enemies attack,
I don't know if I want to grid on a
Battle
chest.
starts in 5.
A little bit slept a bit today. Slept in.
1.
The
Forgot
lineup.
the lineup. No.
Bruh, I'm not doing
No.
that thing.
I am.
It's not that deep to me.
The penny lineup.
Okay, I'm dead.
Well, now you gotta do it now.
I gotta do no more trying. He just hit a lucky shot on me.
I'm too loud right now.
Bloodstones don't go down
He just hit a lucky shot. That was cheese. That was cheese.
Oh, our Spidey's going into it more too, though.
Watch your step.
And he's dead.
Oh, there's a hella behind.
I kicked him into the trap.
Hella
Is
behind.
that, yeah, hello. Got her.
Thanks, yeah.
This guy's super
This
dead.
one, in this one, in this dead.
That's 3.
Cloak and dagger one, cloak and dagger dead. Which I appreciate, of course, of course.
Trap set.
Wolf, do you stream too?
Are they gonna portal or no?
I don't think so.
I didn't make it.
It's early.
Yeah, we're doing a 12-hour stream, Dad.
I usually start streaming around this time.
Equal to its destination.
Usually.
I'm here for the vibes. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, they're so low. That guy's dead. Oh wow, that's interesting.
Oh my god, I almost walked out of our stranger shield. OP strange shield.
I'm at ult. Oh my god. I dashed into a trap. How fun.
So unfortunate.
I'll show you unfortunate. This is unfortunate.
Actually, damn.
I blocked the heals, I blocked the heals.
Oh,
Wait, how come there's only a few of them? I thought they were all up here.
they were, and then... Okay, they still died, it's whatever. Okay. Like, alright.
I don't know, she ulted like
That was res? That was rocket ult? Also, I'm about to say, I didn't nobody died to that.
Sometimes I'm very consistent. I'll drop you a follow. I'll definitely stop by from stream. Let me wait till after this push.
Trap set.
I'll patch you up.
Oh, much better.
I'm getting in the trap. Get rid of it. Oh, almost bad idea.
Watch your step.
Your devotion to nameless.
Dodge this, mate.
I'm ulting this. I'm ulting this. Oh.
Got one.
One at least.
Oh no, we're invis. Wait, she's not res, she's res. We're good. Forgot about my res.
No.
Big Spider-Man ult.
Invis use jump. Invis use jump. Oh, my ping let me see through the.
It's kind of a bad ult. It's a bad ult. It's a bad ult. She can't see shit.
No, they don't have Cloak and Dagger. They don't have Invis. They don't have Hella. They don't have Command. They don't have Namor. So it's only Elsa. They don't have anything for this.
The current
Oh, she actually got to kill me?
3,
Mm.
2,
They got
0.
cooked.
Time to switch things up. including which side you're on.
Baited. She baited me.
Wolf, what do you stream?
I didn't get baited. Well, she didn't get baited. She baited me into a 12-hour.
Ready to go hunting.
Am I going to Celestial today? It's definitely a possibility.
Sure, that would be cool, Dep. I'm just running.
I think I must have been working really well here on this show.
Brie is so good.
Round 2.
The green cheese.
I'm absolutely going to need more tea,
I'm on
darling.
Celestial today. I probably have to switch accounts so you can get more.
Got you good.
Portal? What the?
Oh yeah, he asked if we should do a portal.
Stay strong.
Oh,
Already
wait, portal
here.
both spawns? Isn't there 3 spawns?
Oh, we have
though?
another
I
hero.
have?
Appreciate the follow. How we doing? Thank you so much.
Or is it 2
Follow
doors?
fellow hero.
Two.
I think he's trying to block the.
Fellow heroes
Yeah.
here. Here, do you stream as well?
I can command them all. That is a terrible idea.
Resident Evil games, Marvel Rivals, sometimes Repo. We'll have to get some Rivals in sometime.
4,
Go to point.
3, 2.
I still have Repo downloaded. I haven't played that in so
You have
long.
to stop them from
Me.
securing the mission.
You got 3.
Oh shit!
Nice.
Let's fucking go. W Strange. Just on the weekends. I will drop you a follow after this. What do you stream here? It's pretty saying my own name.
Have yourself a look. Eyes over
Wolf, who do
here.
you play in Rivals?
Dodge this, mate.
I hear Magic.
Yeah, she's on there.
Thanks for the love, love.
Thor? Ew.
Ooh, Thor.
Dodge this, mate.
Any Rivals actually? Ooh, nice. Who do you play?
There's a Star Wars.
Yo, what up, Fire Hero? How you doing, bro? You still playing Subnautica with Risky?
What the fuck? Thank you. I got Thor.
Oh, we can't lose both times. Oh, Starlight doesn't even notice my res. Perfect.
Yeah. I was lurking. I was gonna say something and then we got in the rank. I was like,
Chat, this is such a good res spot. Everyone misses it.
you guys beating it?
In that room?
Yeah.
Let me get one of these.
What do you guys mains are Pun, Buck, Star-Lord, Battle, level 44 Strange? Damn, that'd be fucking strange. I need to get better with my Strange. It's just not as good as it used to be. That Thor's so low.
Yes.
Magic in the back.
Thor's chasing our Spider-Man. Looking back, looking back.
No thing.
Much better. Watch your step. Breathing gunshot.
Where are you up to now?
Got 2 people.
Here, do you play rank? Yeah, W fucking heals, yeah, I'm saying.
Got you good. Breathing gunshot.
Who's looking for now? W?
The god of thunder!
Grabbed him, grabbed him, grabbed him.
Let's grab.
You first in this whenever you're ready.
This plonk is yours.
I have a Magneto now.
I'm gonna pull them out of the ult. I'm gonna pull them out of the ult.
I put a trap there so you can pull him into it. But I got literally nobody.
That's so unfortunate. She ulted at the same time. I dropped from D2 last season. Damn. It happens, bro. I normally solo queue
What?
and master and then play with people.
How'd that
but
kill me?
like, I don't want to solo queue ever again. It's been fucking solo queue hell.
Oh, there's more, bro.
Image, Moon Knight, Cat Penny, Wolf, Luna, Heal Pool, Meg, Fucking Dagger, Strange, Emma, Venom, and
Oh, I thought this was about Star-Lord.
Yeah, W fucking lineup. Broken is so rough now. Yeah, I did like maybe like one game of solo queue. I'm like, fuck this shit. I'm only playing with W people. Oh, I was trying to grab someone through the pool.
That guy's dead.
You're trapped, bro. That was crazy. In this one, in this one, in this one. What is it, Cloak and Dagger? Oh my god. Don't look at my aim, chat. Don't look at my aim. Cloak and Dagger's escape. Cloak and Dagger's escape. Cloak and Dagger dead. They have no heals.
That was dangerous.
That was unfortunate for them. Imagine from your last match? No, I think so. Probably.
Is it?
I don't think so. That one was an animated magic.
I can't remember. All these names just blend together.
Let's
fucking go. I got 5 and 4. W.
Oh, nice wolf.
I don't have enough lords. I've been just learning more characters. No, they put me at 98.
Well, where are you at right now? Hero.
D1 98.
D1. Oh, okay.
$400. Okay. Next predicts up, chat. Wong's gonna be sending his finest? Hell no. Her history is yellow. Can't stop me. Nah.
Hero. I might go get a popsicle.
Flavor.
You just want something to suck on.
I got these Mexican popsicles. I think it's coconut, mango, and strawberry.
Ooh.
Or I might
coconut.
get my tub of Rocky Road and just eat
My
it.
sister calls me weird for liking coconut flavor ice cream.
Flavor is pretty good.
I just don't like coconut flavor. I wish
I love
did.
coconut.
Do you like coconut?
I love it. Coconut's fire. I don't know why you don't like it.
They call me
Coconut. Ew, right?
Ew, bro. I love coconut flavor.
Good.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Never have it. Y'all are missing out.
I like everything about the coconuts too. Coconuts.
That's a fucking bored black cat. That's scary.
Like gross. Like gross. Coconut bread? Ooh, I bet.
I like coconut adjacent. Like when it's
You
mixed
said
with
you like
something.
coconut juice?
Adjacent, like when it's like mixed with some other stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Like I like to pair it with things.
Oh, coconut milk is really good in food. Oh, damn. I love
Oh,
coconut
yeah.
milk
Coconut
in food.
milk's so good.
I
Like
don't
a
know how
good
y'all
curry
hate
with some
coconut.
coconut
That's
milk.
crazy. I've never liked it.
Dang,
You're
Rack,
missing
have you
out.
tried it?
You're missing out,
Have
Rack.
you tried it? How have you never liked it?
Like the coconut dream bars or whatever.
We're on a ban here. Oh shit! They just banned one of the randoms.
Missing
banned,
out, Rack.
I'm not
The
a ban
candy. You don't like none of it? Damn.
You haven't tried coconut,
Yo,
but
why
you
we banning our
dislike
teammates,
it?
Black Cat?
How dare you? How dare you? You better try it. You have to try it. You cannot say you don't like if you haven't tried it.
Exactly.
This is the one time I'll allow Black Cat in my game.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
No.
higher the pressure.
What about
more
coconut
dazzling the
itself,
diamond.
though? Those Girl Scout cookies with ooh, I love
I
Girl
don't know
Scout
what to play
cookies.
now.
There's so many,
I
bro.
love Girl Scout
The Girl
cookies. I would buy
Scout
a
cookies,
whole
like the
stack.
coconut ones. I think those are like the Samoas or whatever. I forgot which one those ones
Oh
are.
my god. I want them to come by again. But they're not gonna come to the country like
Cap
walk into the woods or anything, you know?
You live in like the back rooms. They're not coming to you.
Oh my god.
You live in the back rooms. They are not showing
They
up
don't
there.
sell that shit anywhere. I'm so mad.
They're too scared. You can order them online
Get ready.
if you really, really, really want them.
People
They're winning.
Right.
They're winning.
I bet you've heard that before too.
My parents are Jamaican, so coconut is a ritual for me. That's what's up. Love coconut.
Well, from one mother to another.
Hating coconut is crazy. Same thing with hating watermelon.
Gem.
Yeah, didn't
Oh
someone
yeah,
say
who
that the
said that
other day?
yesterday? Who said that yesterday?
Someone said that. Who was it? Somebody said they hate watermelon. They hate pears. They hate.
They really good.
I love
What was the other one y'all said y'all hate?
Really allergic. Oh,
I've been playing
Like
watermelon.
watermelon. Ha ha ha. Very funny.
ready for this? But I think I had a bad coconut when I was a kid. I never had coconut since. No. Yeah. Oh my god.
There's a Penny Parker, bro. Oh fuck no.
I'm on the ammo in the back. I'm on the ammo in the back. I'm on the ammo in the back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm just dead. I just got CC'd to fucking hell, bro. Okay, hey, watermelon, I can understand coconut. Ooh.
I guess they prepared for the black cat though.
Yo, Hip, I appreciate the look. Can we give Hip a shout out?
Yeah, we're gonna need to kill that Penny.
Damn, there's a hella just in the back. Like,
Yo, definitely follow everyone on shout out. They're all amazing people.
Dinkelberg.
Especially my co-streamers.
oh my god.
Dinkelberg.
Hey, Luna's DPSing. Watch out, guys. Watch out.
Dead ass? Okay.
Yeah, no.
Yo, can we destroy this Penny nest, please?
Luna's right here on the.
I'm on it. Oh my god.
Yeah, you see this shit?
I'm about to switch off the top. This isn't working.
Get her, get her, get her. Let's go, Rocket.
Hello, on the top.
Where the fuck did this rocket go? Oh, there he is.
There goes so low.
Oh no. Oh no. Crap.
The rocket's so low.
Not me anymore.
She thought I was gonna let her escape.
Oh, there's s'mores. Come here. I got you. Damn.
Yeah, I kind of did like a pretty greedy ult, but it worked out. Let me cook.
Yeah, that was a bit off.
Yeah, you would have gotten clipped right there. Getting diploma.
Nah. I got this. I'm staying at 100. I'm playing up here. Yo, play up here with me. I want to stay at 100.
Rocket could use the gold switch. Ooh,
I don't really want to jump there. I have my ult. I want to get aggressive.
Go for it. Yeah, do it. Got one.
And he's down.
Oh, what? Psylocke ulting this
I
too?
think I hear someone walking
I don't know if we
to
need
the
to
back. I don't know though. You might be good.
We're good.
Prehistoric Cap for the win! This is the first time I've used this skin too. I haven't played Cap in so long.
Yeah, someone's back capping.
No, from the back, yeah.
No, I'm just dead. I should.
Who the fuck is taking the point?
Thank you for the revive.
It's fucking hella, bro.
She's bad close
Bro,
up.
what?
Oh my god, so many ults here.
Who died? Oh, Rocket died. Okay.
That's not good.
Oh no, I tried to get
Black
you.
Cat is ulting.
I
She
got
might
rid
be
of the
able to.
revive. I got rid of the revive.
That's an onion, that's not bad. What's that oral? What's that lot?
Can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
That's an oral ult from Psy. From Psy?
Yeah, she ulted her spawn.
Yeah, that was
Oh yeah.
not needed, bro.
We can retake a rocket ult. They have no support
They have a
ults.
Luna
Oh wait, they have Luna.
Luca baited out with your ult first.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, our rocket's down.
How? There's no way.
Hella flank down.
Oh, there's no. That's not good. I think we lose the round. Yeah, we lose the round off that. Yeah, we lose the round off that.
Okay, I'm
chased by Star-Lord.
Someone could touch.
Nope, I can't touch because I'm just getting chased by Star-Lord.
Yeah, there's no touching that. Him dying there is bad, really bad.
Yeah.
Yo, what up, JB? How's your stream, bro?
Can't really blame him though, cause the Hella and
Can we get JB a
has
shout
been
out?
like going around.
Mm. Yeah, she won them that round.
Happiness, but I can afford everything else.
What to play here?
But they shouldn't have a healer ult,
30
right?
seconds before you attack.
No,
No?
they don't have any. They're gonna be close to Rocket.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, they don't have any.
No, they
yeah.
don't have any. So, Gospel, what are you doing?
So we could cap the first point with Rocket. But I'm not sure about the ult cycle right now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh, I thought you were playing Black Cat Emperor. I guess not.
I would not be 6 and 5.
Someone took it from you?
If I was Black Cat, oh my god. Actually, I put it where you can play Black Cat into this. They have a Emma.
Oh, Penny.
Yeah, Penny, yeah. Probably be
Penny
playing
and
Star Lord. I'd be killing the fucking Nest because we don't have anyone to kill the Nest.
And I can solo tank it.
It might come to that because I don't think we're winning this.
Oh, we could have been on point.
I got frozen.
God damn it. Oh shit.
I can only save one. And he stayed on the
Alright,
bro.
yeah, I'm playing
Rocket. Why don't
DPS.
you run, bro?
I'm sick of this. What? Why doesn't it let me switch to Moon Knight? Oh, he took my Moon Knight. That's why.
That's how I like it.
Like we're not. I don't know what we're forcing Black Cat into this. We have to switch off the Black Cat. Like there's no way we put Black Cat into this.
Oh my god.
Like, Black
How'd
Cat's
you
always
die?
dead. I must play Black
Me? I got frozen.
Yeah.
I got frozen by
Oh,
Luna.
okay.
Now I'm kidding.
Damn,
The
that
DPS Luna just random and just one shot me.
Be careful of those behind. Fella's down.
Fucking tall.
Thank you.
Goodness, bro, this shit is.
Okay, it's destroyed.
Jury.
I am ready to
Brother.
Oh, we're gonna kick him? I'm so sorry!
I have it. That's crazy. No. Yeah, I'm flipping this. My end is throwing my game.
I tried! Oh.
Yeah, this match is cooked. This match is cooked. I fear this guy won't get off Black Cat.
Oh shit,
This guy actually makes Black Cat look balanced. I just like I don't know.
I'm getting on point with my ult.
Nah, it's too late.
No,
Like, I don't know why he just sat on Black Cat. He needs to switch. He just refuses.
Dude, that was my rank up game too.
No.
It's unfortunate.
That's the curse.
He has 4K.
So how?
Bro, he actually makes that character look balanced. That is not okay. That's actually not okay, bro.
Peasant Black Cat.
I'm sure he's probably not even a bad Black Cat. He's just playing it into Penny, and he's trying to brute force it. You can't do that.
Yeah. The thing with these types of games, you gotta swap.
Yeah, you
them
can't just
down.
not swap. Like, especially if it's dive, you will get cooked. Nothing you can do about that. You have to swap.
Did you guys want to avoid or should I?
I already avoided him.
Someone said that's why we got lapped. Wait, what?
We have same phones. You're sparing pointless damage, charging your support ults. We got lapped. Bro, he's forcing Black Cat into... Okay. Like, I don't know how this guy needs us to explain this.
Oh, you ready?
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom, but I have my headset on, so we're good.
Okay. Their Luna did better than Black Cat is
There's
crazy.
a 5v6. Like, I don't know.
Oh! Damn, she did more damage.
It's a literal 5v6. He says we're just doing damage for no reason. He has 4k damage. Do you know how low that is? In 8 minutes, you only got 4k damage? The reason why his damage is low because he couldn't go in. He just had to sit there watching because he's playing it into Penny. Like, I don't know. Oh, lordy.
BRB. Hold on.
Go for it. All good divers know you only dive tanks. Hey, yo.
Freshman, like, I appreciate you.
That emo is crazy. You guys say the emotes I have is crazy. Or no, you guys tried to frame me for the 7TV emotes. Even though you guys picked them. You guys framed me.
There's a one mouse.
We did not pick that? Yes, y'all did. There's a channel point redeem
Damn, I didn't even
to
see
pick
that.
skins.
That's crazy.
I mean,
Damn,
I
how
said
did Twitch
skins.
allow that?
Emote. It's a 7TV emote, that's why. It's not a Twitch emote. But nah, y'all made me look like the bad guy.
I'm gonna try to figure out this audio splitting model wording.
Posture check. I'm sitting up. Actually, I'm laid back, but. Do I get this skin on this account? Oh my god, scammed. Why am I throwing daggers at a balloon for some damn sweats and a hoodie? It's just so stupid. That's so dumb. Why is that skin locked behind balloons?
Yeah, what up, Brett? How we doing? What you up to?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Eek, not at all. That makes no damn sense.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Alright, I'm banning Black Cat. I'm not letting a teammate play Black Cat again.
Get the fuck out of here.
I gotta ban Phoenix first.
That's why we can't trust no randoms.
I mean, I have faith in randoms, but like that guy, like it's okay to not ban it, but like if you're just gonna play it into the actual hard counter, then I don't know what to tell you. That's like me playing Blade into Penny Parker and like what? Namor. Like what? I'm not gonna get no value.
Yeah.
Blade into Bucky. Nah, Bucky's not that bad. It's still bad, but it's not that bad.
We ban Elsa?
Yeah, or BP
I
wanted
can
also
play
go
tank
on.
or support.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
They call me D-Tong now.
What,
But
Rack?
Daredevil will do.
What?
Right in a Bucky. That can be good in a Bucky. If you can strafe well enough.
Get whenever I want.
Then go just come from grocery shopping, not waiting for tweet and destroy. Go
I'm just looking for
home to
different
play
flavors, you
some-
know?
To get home to play some
Greed
Ranked
knows
Apex,
no
nice.
bounds. What they call you, gluttony?
Gluttony.
The glutton gooner.
She was eating the entire meat mountain. You know, it was fucking disgusting.
Double headshot on Blade's toes. Yeah, that's true, but
I mean, I gave it a 7 out of 10, but I lower it to a 6.
Again, if it helps.
I just had like 2 or 3 bites left of it, but
Get ready.
he's like, I'm gonna
That
save
shit was
that for
so
later.
ass.
I'm gonna keep it in my hair.
But Daredevil
the cheese is what makes it worse, though. Cheese and the cold meat.
I couldn't even taste the cheese. I probably didn't take enough bites.
You didn't taste the cheese because it was all mushed in.
Yeah, I'm good.
Brett, who do you play in Apex?
I'm good on that, bro. Y'all can call me a coward. I don't get that shit was not good.
3, 2, 1.
So I don't even like everything sandwiches from Arby's. I only have the curly fries.
Yeah, I got the curly fries. It was
Damn, I got
alright.
lagged a bit.
I just love the curly fries when they're fresh.
I'm dead as fuck.
Ooh, I'm lagging a little bit.
Oh. Oh. I killed their Moon Knight.
Enjoy your food, thank you.
Were you guys getting dove? That's another penny? I
got rid of the iron
pennies
wall. I got rid of
today.
the iron wall.
Seaweed's really good. I love seaweed. But I didn't get flavored one because I was making spam with
No, I
seaweed.
missed the fucking grab. I really needed that.
Oh my god. Another fucking Benny Barker, bro. Can't have nothing.
It's not gonna be great for both of you.
Oh, I hate when I miss that.
Yeah, I'm parking on the Switch characters. There's an Iron Man? Why are you on Iron Man?
Group can die, group can die, group can die, group can die.
Okay, man.
Look at the venom, look at the venom. I was gonna grab one, but I was too late.
I'm gonna kill the Iron
I'm
Man.
about to have my ult.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I'm looking at the gen, I'm looking at the gen. Gen is down. I'm gonna ult this, I almost caught the rocket. Okay, I'm just gonna grab the venom.
Oh, that's a fat Wolverine ult.
Ooh, if there was.
Yeah, we got Groot ult too.
Attacking the ult, attacking the ult, attacking the ult.
I missed it. I'm gonna do an
I
aggro.
grabbed Groot. Groot in the back. I'm stuck on these walls, bro.
Who blocked that?
Is this 3 tanks or am I tripping? It is.
It is.
You guys are so weird.
Groot's down.
Cloak and dagger on the left, cloak and dagger on the left. She just used her escape.
These guys are so weird. What?
Yo, Johnny, I appreciate the
Hola,
seven. What you
Jita.
doing, bro?
I learned from school. What you learn?
I'll give you a shout out after this.
What? Why is that guy behind
Hard
me?
to die.
Kinda fantastic. Oh man, he pushed him out. He ulted and pushed him out of my grab. Look at the venom. Look at the venom.
Are they still on 3? Yo, these guys love tanks. Holy shit.
I'm gonna have to swap. No, they're not.
Yeah, they're not, but they got on Mr. Fantastic. This guy's character roster is interesting.
Maybe too much Roger Brain. Oh.
That's a thing.
He missed his ult. He missed his ult.
These guys are so weird, bro. And I have a support pool, so he's missing all his shots trying to heal me.
Wait, you didn't gotta do him like that, man. You didn't gotta do him like that.
Bro, fuck. Oh my god, bro. I know I did, but like, fucking hell, bro. Talking about is so sad.
Oh, this guy just wants the patty cake.
Fucking hate support pool.
I'm gonna ult this. I'm gonna ult this. I got
Rocket's in the room over here.
She's dead. We gotta destroy that.
I'm coming back to help. I'm coming back to help.
Maximum pulse.
I'm gonna swap for the shield. I can
Oh, you can come in from the top? Yeah, what the fuck? You can make it come from the top?
I always come from the top.
Thank you for that. You really trying to make me
What do we need here? Triple heals?
I need a fucking healer badly, bro. That's not fucking support pool. Oh my god. Oh my lord, yeah, I hate that character, bro.
He's not good in the flyers.
He's not even weak. It's just that like if the person doesn't know what they're doing with him, you're not gonna get any value from him.
We got an Iron Man in. Oh, that's a rocket right there.
No. We got a rocket now. Oh!
Venom's touching you with his tentacles. Help me!
That is not a good comm.
Oh shit.
Bad comms?
I got the point across. It's good comms.
What are
Damn,
these
die,
comms?
dude, die.
These comms are fried.
Big brain alive. They're doing a portal.
Blocking it.
They're not pulling. It's not
I
yet.
heard one. Oh, that's ours.
Oh, that's
Get
fine.
Venom, get Venom.
They're going in around.
Tagging the ult, tagging the ult, tagging the ult. It might have been a little bit of a panic ult, but it worked.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up.
No, that was good ult.
I didn't know where to put it, so I just put it.
It worked well. We needed it.
Oh my god, I got counterpicked. Okay, bro.
Oh, so this guy switched. Okay.
Okay, man. He brought out Loki just to counterpick me.
Venom up top, Venom up top.
I hope this Daredevil just fries this shit.
Venom on the back line.
That guy is super dead. Laser
No, I
him.
was healing you. What do you mean? I was literally gonna heal the fuck out of you, bro.
Oh, I'm trying to get you. Is it too far?
Never too far.
When we get point.
Let's go.
What did he say?
Something. All the next point. Let's go. Something.
Hit two up on.
I used
He's
lamps
on
already.
point. Venom.
What? I got grip.
Venom calling point.
They have a rogue now. They're on 3 tanks again. These guys are so weird.
We need to get this Venom off point.
Fine.
They have a Moon Knight now. This guy's trying literally random characters. No, that's not good.
I tried to something.
All good, all good.
No,
Kill them,
we
just kill them, just kill them, just kill them, just kill them. We just have to kill them now.
Focus the rope.
This guy is sitting in the spawn room. Like, what?
Rope.
I got you, I got you. He missed. I got you.
I get them, I'm safe.
Oh no, we need a touch.
Oh my lord, I was too busy ulting.
The current score
No, it's fine. I mean, the Moon Knight ult took
Yeah.
everyone off.
He got bubbled, so I couldn't, like,
including which side
kill him.
The right heroes could
That was a
make
good
all
push.
the difference.
We just need to put it.
We're just gonna get off heal pool.
Yeah, we really needed that.
Oh man.
You want me to freaking drown myself, J-Tac.
Wow. Wait, what?
Jokingly.
There's no context. Just I'm like, wait, what?
From one cosmic disaster to the next.
Brown, you're in on it too?
Damn, I knew a lot was into some weird shit, but goddamn.
What do you mean?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
I'm trying not to drink all my water, chat, because it's all the water I got for today.
Turn off that racket, would you?
Star-Lord, spin on my dive.
I think it's just a Venom.
Yeah, I got you.
It's falling apart.
Somehow spin use my E is what he means.
And it's distracting the hell out of me.
Okay, fine. Maybe it was too loud, or
Why are you guys?
Starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hey, your chat's real freaky
I'm
today.
taking little sips, man.
Real freaky today.
I mean, she is the queen of the gamers.
She's gonna make me suffer.
Venom in the back.
Oh my god, I got beamed by Iron Man. I was spinning your dive, but I got beamed by Iron Man. I have to kill this Iron Man before I can help you dive. Oh, that guy doesn't die.
That was scary.
Well, this guy missed his pool. Okay, Stranger's down. Did you guys want to do a combo ult?
Iron Man's dead.
No.
Hold on.
Did you guys do a combo ult? I'll ult second.
We could. Hero? Not now,
yeah.
not now, but like, just make sure you're paying attention. Oh, you can go for it.
Eat ass.
We got separated by the fucking by the Moon Knight ult.
Yeah.
No.
I'm back, don't worry. I'm gonna ult them for mine.
I thought you guys comboed.
We were supposed to, but Rocket ulted. And there was that too.
I'm going to point. Just install it.
So fucking terrifying. I'm the only healer up. I'm the only healer up.
They're down with healer as well.
Venom's coming after me.
I'll be there soon.
Nice, we won. Well, let him fight. This Iron Man keeps trying to sneak behind you guys and ult. So just be ready for that. I keep stopping him, but he's trying it over and over. He's doing it to the left right now. But he keeps trying it.
He's a weirdo. Venom on me.
Yep.
Oh my god! I didn't have my. Oh, haha! Get it!
You're back.
Oh shit! Never mind. Never mind. No, I'm back. It's just
What? They don't have the payload. These guys are playing for fucking kills. These guys are so weird. They're playing for kills. It's like they gave up on winning already.
Sweet moves, right?
Tell me when you want the ult.
Hold on, we're about to do it now. Oh, you can do it. Oh my god, I one clip that guy. Wait, I want a 50 bomb. Wait, bring him back, bring him back, bring him back.
Run in the back, run in the back.
Kill this guy, kill this guy, kill this guy.
Venom's coming in the back from off.
Wait, I need 3 more.
Where you are?
Kill this guy, kill this guy, kill this guy. Nice. I need 2 more, 2 more, 2 more. One more.
Oh, you're going for a.
Going for a 50 bomb.
What was it? A 50?
Got it, bro.
No. Okay, I got it.
You got it, you got it.
Oh my god, I would have been pissed. W.
Nice, good switch.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Yes, bro, what have you been up to? That
Oh,
lame
that's
ass
actually a
skin.
really cool Star-Lord MVP.
Oh, thank you. Everybody makes fun of me in my chat. They say they hate this skin.
I just don't like the hair.
Bro.
You know what? I like it a lot.
Thank
it
you.
reminds me of the Monkey King, you know?
Thank you. See? Finally, chat.
Yeah,
We
I
found
can see
someone
the
that likes
Monkey
the skin, so stop making fun of me. I've been getting made fun of for using this skin since launch.
It's like off-brand Super Saiyan hair.
Off-brand Super
That's fucking
Saiyan.
crazy. I never even thought of that. That's fucking crazy.
Hi, Spooks, how are you?
I like the black. Black is.
Yeah, the rest of the fit is dope. It's just the hair.
Vegeta's stun double.
Vegeta's double is crazy. Why y'all cooking my skin? Did you promo from that?
Vegeta's stun double is great.
Hero, did you promo?
Yep.
Nice.
Fucking go, I didn't even realize.
Yo, do you have Mike's stream open? This guy has Mike's stream open. I'm crying.
Honestly, I'm okay with banning Dino. I feel like we've been doing better with Dino.
Yeah, we can ban Dino.
That spawn me.
Now,
Is Mike live right now? Let me check.
this match.
Oh, he is. He's doing support only to one above all.
That's crazy.
This is day 2. Mike's above you.
Thank you, of
He's
course.
37 and 8. Damn.
Who you talking to, bro? Who you talking to?
Bro, I was
That's insane.
saying you had Mike's stream open, no?
Nah, you didn't hear shit, bro.
Bro, I heard it, bro. What you mean? That's my boy. What? I recognize his voice any day.
I'm doing awesome. What are you up to,
That's not
Spooks?
Mike,
Thank
that's
you,
not
of
Mike,
course, of
trust.
course.
Bro.
Maybe I'll admit it. I may or may not have been watching my shit.
They just wasted 2 ults. They wasted literally 2 ults because they thought I was gonna eat their team.
I don't know though. I don't know.
Who do we want out of this? Maybe a penny because it's been such a problem.
Oh, guys,
Oh,
look how
Black Cat,
perfect
yeah,
that
Black Cat.
looks. I tiered it from a big one. Oh, it looks so good. See, that's perfect. Almost perfect. Right here it's curved.
Just in bed today the fuck out of me.
Oh, Jesse, how are you?
It's those
Thankfully,
Mondays,
there's
bro.
no crazy freaking punishers.
There's a reason why Garfield don't like Mondays.
Yay, finally a stream in the afternoon. What do you mean? I always stream at this time. You guys are gaslighting me. Wait, Daredevil's not banned? Oh, brother.
Just we're going on.
Diddy time.
We're just off today. Damn.
Sees things differently.
Yeah, school's over, right?
Did I get from IHOP earlier?
Gonna be incognito.
I got, well, it was for my mom because it's her birthday, but I got like some like, I forgot what it was called. It's like some scrambled with protein pancake. I can't talk. Protein pancakes.
Oh, nice.
You get bullied a lot? I do get bullied. I get bullied by a lie, and then I get fucking bullied by my own stream, and then,
I won't bully you, Nasu. I'll only bully you.
I appreciate it, dude.
What?
Wait, what did you just say? Wait, I have music in my ears, so I don't know what the fuck you just said.
Nothing. I said nothing.
That's fucking crazy. Nah, they're not.
Really? I thought I heard it.
Oh.
What do you mean? No, they're not.
I didn't hear a portal. So technically, I didn't lie.
I'm lagging.
Yeah, he gaslit the fuck out of you.
Oh, they're playing a rogue.
Is that a
Do they have a
torch?
flamethrower? I forgot.
He just dashed at the pit, trying to run away from me. Wow.
Grab train.
Damn, they just staggered doing that.
Why did they not go through the portal?
I didn't trust
Also,
him.
that wasn't a great portal.
Oh, yeah, it was a horrible portal. It was right in front of us.
Either.
Portal was booty cheeks. Oh my god, my reflector was on cooldown. Huh.
That's much better.
I isolated the strange. I isolated the strange.
How the hell that?
Oh, why am I isolated? Never mind.
I get bullied because I play DPS.
That's my fault.
They gotta blame me.
I didn't realize we were backed up.
Anyone willing to help?
Might need like a portal or something. Oh god.
Ugh. These doors are so fucking small.
Oh my god, Sandy, you're tough. You're tough. Oh, I can't get her.
I'm getting gripped. Help.
You getting gripped?
It's getting gripped by a fucking rogue. Oh, I'm dead as. Did I what? Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, bro. No, you're secretly a Gigagooner. What did he just say?
Well, I mean, me and Eli do have.
No.
What?
You
Wait, hold on.
guys
Don't
are
vote me. Hold on.
freaky
Hold
as
on.
fuck.
Hold on.
Hold on. I don't know what you
Hold on.
said, but it had to be something crazy. I can't be streaming with y'all. I'm too family friendly for this. I'm always family friendly.
I'm floating away. I'm about to die. Help me.
We're getting Oh damn, that was you. I was trying to save you.
I just got grabbed by Wolverine and then fisted by Mr. Sister
Oh my
Fister.
god, Strange is almost dead.
Wait, you actually family friendly?
Nope.
Okay, I was about to say, I haven't
Or
said
am I?
shit.
Am I? You're not.
No,
You don't know me. She doesn't know me. She doesn't know me.
You can't be family friendly.
What are those emotes?
That's
you have
crazy.
now? What's that other one?
Those
That
emotes,
soft
those
one?
aren't mine. Those are 17V emotes. Those are publicly updated.
Right?
Bro, people in my chat can redeem channel points to add them. Or pick emotes from the website. I'm dead as fuck. Wolverine just keeps grabbing me and one-shotting me.
Yo, good fucking fuck. I grabbed Rogue. Kick her in the wall. Body blocking her?
Actually,
Body
you didn't even
blocking
need
her?
to ult that, huh?
Yeah, probably not. It was just her.
Yes, part you're rich. Oh shit, congrats.
I'm backing up.
I knew he was a rich Esport.
Down to 30 seconds.
I'm gonna ult.
Don't know what to do here. He just fucked up his ult.
Sandy's right here. Come on, Sandy. She's half. She's dead. They're opening a portal again.
Can I cancel
Wolverine right
this?
here. Wolverine right here.
Or Sandy.
I grabbed him. I grabbed the short man. No passive on Wolf. No passive on Wolf.
Wolf has no passive.
But I'm fighting healers. Cloak is one.
Oh, I'm gonna go strain. Do we have portals?
Sure.
I mean, it might have been long enough.
Might be. Might have been.
They have no healers. Help! I'm 1v5ing or.
Get me in here, goddamn.
Oh.
Oh, hero, you're. Oh my god, I know you're Loki.
I don't really. No, I missed. Oh my god, how it? I'm so sorry.
Alright, fuck
Hey,
this.
Kyrie, thank you for the raid.
I fucked up the timing by half.
I kicked them off site.
I did the Loki
Thank you for the raid.
stretch.
How was your stream?
0. Time to switch things up.
You just won a tournament or nothing? What you mean?
Hi, Dark Hero. Hi,
You'll need a
Sai.
top-notch team to win this one.
Hi, Tug.
now.
I'm back in this fucking building. You
Another
are.
hero has entered the chat.
I told you to behave. How was your stream? Thank you for the raid.
Pickle onions is crazy.
I'm sorry, hearing you say that's so funny.
What the hell are y'all talking about?
Marco's going
What
good.
the-
We're
That was
back
a
in
chat.
jam.
That wasn't even me.
Yeah, it's your chat though.
Yeah, it is a lot.
Like streamer, like chat. Like chat, like streamer, no?
We're just playing ranked. We're doing a 12-hour stream today. Yeah,
Excuse
that's
me?
about it. I got back into GM3.
You say word.
I'm also for the first time in GM3 this season. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, we're.
Me, not you.
I don't get it that
Hey, you're doing a 12-hour stream. What you mean?
No, I am. I don't know about you though.
Man, dude, 5 hours pass is easy.
The battle starts in
Oh wow. Okay.
4,
Easy.
As long as she can eat, she'll be fine.
all you need to do
I'm gonna do a 12-hour stream, no food, no snacks, no.
One day you'll see that GM1 again.
nothing.
Why'd you say it like that, Doug? Like there's no hope.
Wait, is this your main one?
Yeah.
Damn, what happened? Did these randoms do this to you? What is this range?
Nah, she hasn't been playing.
Nice. Oh wait, he's gonna get res probably. Or not. He didn't get res.
For some reason, I thought you were Celestial.
I hit C3, but after the plane sprints, I got placed in GM1. This is Fanta on us.
You guys walk in. They're just like they have no healers. Like walk in.
What? I grabbed the strange and it didn't count it. What the fuck is that?
I'm gonna ask. For real.
Oh lordy.
Bobby,
Okay.
what did he play? 24-hour stream with no food or water would be a challenge.
Yeah, no food. No. Okay, you can drink water. No food though.
That's much better.
Yeah. No food.
Gotta fast.
That's Eli's personal hell right there.
Useless ult.
These guys are annoying. Jesus Christ. Kill the res beacon.
Never mind, you murdered his ass.
Yay!
Ain't no
I thought
rockets
that was
to
amazing.
do.
I meleeed him! You see that fist, guys?
Nah, this is evil. Nah, that Angela's evil. He she halted him so he couldn't touch. That's fucked up.
Okay, let me catch up to this one. Hero, Seth, how are you guys doing? I am Hope for Blood. If she isn't dead, she did Genshin. Genshin. I'm in my cabin. You have a leak in your cabin? You live in a cabin?
Why does that sound like a...
Oh shit, I'm in GM. Let's go.
Let's go.
Happy about my C1. Oh, nice.
I appreciate the follow.
Nicole,
Let me make sure I follow you. I gotta follow all the homies. Before I forget again.
Wasn't that who's your name, Mom?
Huh?
No. It was someone else actually. Wait, is it her mom? What was her name? Clee's mom. Was it Clee's mom? Is this Nicole? Her mom? Or no? Actually, she don't look like
Which hero do you
mom
think you want to be today?
What do you mean she don't look like a mom? What does a mom look like?
What does a mom look like?
I mean, she looks like very young, like a teen. She looks like a teen.
Oh, okay.
Clee's mom is Alice.
But Daredevil will do.
Now, who
Okay.
am I gonna banish from this match?
Damn. Okay, so I haven't seen her at all then. Do you even play Genshin anymore? No. I dropped it far. Yeah.
Yeah, I dropped Honkai Star Rail. I just couldn't do dailies. I just got bored.
Like, if dailies and stuff weren't so grindy, then it would be.
That's why I like Star Rail.
Or even like getting
Easy
the
nose.
equipment.
Yeah, it is.
Takes 5 minutes for me to do dailies in Star Rail.
I hate RNG though.
Yeah, because you have the tickets,
in that
right?
game.
Why are we banning
Yeah, you need tickets.
Spider-Man here?
You have
Well,
to
the
spend
tickets
like
just, like,
gotchas
make
or
it
gotchas.
faster.
I used to love gotchas, but when the RNG
Yeah, I
is
know
like
what you mean.
you have to spend 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes
Black Cat,
to fight a
Black Cat.
boss and only get like 2 what's it called? What do you call them again?
I don't know what they're called in that game.
2 of the gears or something.
You get
Artifacts.
better
2
luck.
artifacts, and you don't know it's gonna be good or not. And then you have to get 4 good stats on those artifacts too. So the right artifact, good artifact stats, and then you have to rank up those stats and make sure it ranks up the
Dude, artifact
the
grinding
stats
is
that
like
you
the
want.
fucking worst.
It is.
Looks like you guys have bad luck.
That's my little rant though. I'm sorry. I'm so tired of Genshin.
Damn.
Just for that one, that specific reason. Thank you for the hydrate crown. Spend resin 2, wait for it to replenish, yeah, and you do it for hours.
Round 1.
I deliver a new kind of justice now.
Okay, here we go.
Actually,
Stay strong.
More DD coming right up.
Raiders, was she playing the story mode or was she playing an event?
They are the cutest animal
Or
on
grinding?
Really? Then how come everyone keeps calling me
This is crazy. I get this character all the time when I play on all. When I'm on my main, I never get to play him. That sucks.
I swear it's like only gotcha just because
Daredevil
I've
is
played
OP.
more. I mean, for only gotcha that's good. Like multiple though, it's tough.
I have a Moon Knight magic. What the hell is that? Luna? What is
I'm
Luna?
lagging. Who the hell is this? There's a f***ing door!
I'm solo tagging? This is scary. I'm at the swamp.
Jump down.
Yeah, I'm gonna swap here. It's not gonna work. Let's remember this.
It's cool, but I just don't like the grinding aspect.
Can we jump down, please? We're running out of time.
Yep. Yeah, I'm swapping. Let's just swap out now. Emma's my new main.
If you want, I could try tank.
Emma's
Although we do
you.
have a
We have a
Mantis.
Mantis.
Mantis has to switch.
Okay.
But if you want a double tank, I'll just ask for a different healer and I'll switch. God, we're separated from you.
Yeah, we are getting.
I did my best to hold. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I'm used to solo tanking, so it's not like that big of a deal.
I don't know if I even get to play Daredevil here. Can we like not do triple healer? We don't have enough damage. They're just pushing us back like crazy. Wait, can we get a second tank? No, we're getting shoved.
You're on my radar.
Okay, we got a second tank. We got it.
Oh, great.
I should have freaking calmed that. Damn it.
Unlucky.
I'm gonna switch. I think I'm gonna go CD.
In terms of numbers, they've got the upper hand.
I don't even know what to play here.
I took the payload, but I'm dead.
So far, magical seems a bit overkill. I can't lie. I mean, double support ults overkill.
On the same map. It's coincidence.
Yeah, I was thinking about calming it, but I didn't. So that's that.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Invis, you have to get in front of me.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh wow, it went through the wall like that.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Wow.
He's dead.
Almost killed him and he just fucking bubbles him.
Yeah, a new creepy anomaly on the upcoming patch. Anomaly.
I will not rest until I return to my world once more.
What are we needing here?
To win? I'm joking.
Yeah, that's it.
What is this enchanted totem?
I gotta kill that Moon Knight.
Out of sight.
You're not dead?
I don't think this person knows how to play mag. I think. Shoot, they have a Maggle, huh? I'm gonna fucking die. Fuck?
Why did we
She
all
hit
there?
me once.
What?
She hit me once. How did I die in that?
She has a one-shot combo and healer ults.
Oh yeah, if she doesn't charge, right click into E.
Right, so that was one.
That's a one shot too. Even through support ults, yes. If she does a full charge, right click.
Why is my jump not fucking activated?
Rocket. Oh god. Should have dodged. Yeah. Oh,
Magic has snow.
should have dodged. Do you see what?
Oh my god.
Okay, this just made me want to go on my alt account.
We're getting bodied. Yeah, the Thor needs to die. But can't really kill him alone.
Including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My order is
Oh lordy.
my mind is sharper.
An exhausting match.
Only 1 second. Clearable dodge. Yeah. Do you want to do triple hill?
We tried triple. That's what we were losing in the first place.
Triple DPS maybe?
They call me D-Tongue now, but Daredevil.
I'm gonna go Wolverine. I gotta kill this Thor. This Thor is giving him so much value.
Anyone stands in my way, They won't.
You think Blade would be good?
Yes, it's pink. Wait, what is that supposed to mean? What? I don't even want to question that.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Nasu, do you think Blade would be good into this?
You and me
What?
save the world from this
You think
scrap
Blade
heap
would be good
together
into this?
before, Susie.
Back when he tried to start
Blade? No.
Hopefully,
No.
there's less time travel.
I'm playing against you on the Thor.
Always makes
What's
my
up?
head hurt.
I just don't know what to swap into to help this.
You play Thing. Thing would be good.
4, 3,
Have a Thor. Just have a fucking Thor.
Here they come.
Don't need it.
I don't have my sense right. And there's some behind right here. Magic.
I can't tell. She lives that? No way. Killed the Luna. Put down a healer. Oh my
Fully
God.
regenerated.
Come down. Come down.
We won't let the
Anyone willing
dream
to
die.
help? A nice deep freeze.
Hi, Kamal. How are you? Where do you want me to throw you at?
Just throw me in.
Pick up your toys, Moon Knight.
Got him, but I died.
Shit. I almost jumped off with you because I was trying to give you the...
I was trying to get him, which I did, but then like the body blocked my right click.
Hi, Freddy. How are you? Okay.
I'm lagging a
Just
bit.
at work, ready to be off. Nice. I hope it ends faster.
The moon.
Shiny, did you end up getting more sleep?
Wow.
Down a healer.
Wow, I'm getting cooked. Okay. I'll just go punish her instead.
Why are we just
I
standing
can't
out?
even peek.
All Invis did not have to stand out in the opening. She could have just went around the corner and kept you going.
I'm good to go.
Someone's ready. Are you guys gonna be streaming today? I'm good. How are you? I did. Thank God. I felt so well. I felt so well rested. W. That's what we like to hear. Gamers getting rest. It's a crazy phenomenon.
There is a magic where we're at.
A nice deep freeze.
I think maybe I'll just play Peel.
This is real.
Now this guy is ult every 2 seconds.
No, we shouldn't ult some Moon Knight ult.
Is off the menu. Judge, jury, executioner.
I'm ready to put on a show.
You guys got it?
No.
No.
Oh no, I didn't have any healers on me when I was ulting. I know you guys were both dead, I think.
Back for another tour.
Let's go back up here.
Out of sight.
I think both of you? I don't know.
Thanks you. Okay.
We gotta help Bucky.
We can't. He ulted on his own.
Yeah. How much we can really do here?
Heads up, hostiles.
No worries. I have my ult.
Behold, that child!
No,
He's
everyone's
one.
away. Fuck. I didn't know we were backed
Oh,
up.
I headshot her too. I don't know how she didn't die there.
One Bucky versus 6 ops. Who wins?
How did she not die? Oh, she has Snowflake. Oh my god.
My deployment.
Down to 30 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again.
Smoke screen.
No more
We
delay.
have to look for an ult here.
Together.
You guys going up or down?
Wow, I got one shotted.
Going up, but I have my ult.
I put the arms on ice. First.
This Luna's definitely gonna try to freeze me.
Back for another tour.
I have 12 deaths. I'm literally getting one shotted on cooldown. Like off cooldown.
Behold the god of the moon. I'm good to go.
I'm too low. I'm not there with you guys.
No! I waited for her freeze to come out too.
What? How did the rocket come back again? Oh. I mean Moon Knight. Oh, it's because of Res Beacon. They had so much firepower. Holy shit. Well, we got baked.
Come back. I'm not sure. I'm gonna play a few comp games of Valorant with some friends later if I have to get that stream, maybe. Oh, no, let me know if you do. I'll definitely be in there.
We probably should have. We probably should have. I wanted to say play Dino, but we can't because of Moon Knight. We had to just dive them.
Yeah.
Moon Knight was cooking us.
Appreciate the support, of course.
Happy birthday.
Support the homies.
Whose birthday is it? Oh no, it's not my birthday. No.
It's Eli's birthday.
Oh, it's your birthday? W birthday.
Everyone wish Eli happy birthday.
Thank you. It's my birthday month.
I'm a good guy.
So what'd you get me for your birthday month?
Get you for my birthday month?
Yeah, you're so kind of a person that you give back instead of receiving.
I actually don't know
Hey,
what I'm doing.
awesome. How are you? What you up to?
You know what'd be good, chat?
What would be good?
Post. Maybe a pin. I should make a PB&J. BRB.
All right. Do you want to cancel the? Okay, never mind. I think she's probably already gone.
She only got food on the mind.
Hey, hold on.
We can leave it, Cuban.
Oh, we can cancel it. Should we cancel it?
Sure. I mean, I don't know how long it's gonna take her to. Oh fuck.
Never mind. I'm back. I made it really fast.
Sure you did.
Oh, we're actually in a lot of convoy.
Oh my god. These deep gifts are so funny. Oh, I love the deep. This guy is so stupid.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Not when he walks in. Yeah, that one's hilarious.
I gotta go back to work. I'll be back later if you're still alive. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful time. Whatever goes by fast as fuck. Oh, I'm out of meals here.
I was really craving some protein, actually.
How's my Marbles? It's been awesome.
Maybe spam.
I haven't had spam in ages.
Wait, are you actually playing Black Cat?
No, I'm not. I mean, I could. I do need to practice Black Hat.
It's up to you.
I'll practice it. Ban Groot, I guess.
I'm just gonna do that.
Fuck. I can't ever get the practice this character, man.
We gotta get Gambit out.
Yeah.
Do you want to make a Gambit? Are they banning Gambit?
I don't know.
We can do a Gambit match. I'm banning Phoenix. I'd rather ban Phoenix than Gambit.
Okay.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. He's fucking broken.
PB&J does sound good, right?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
So, who's gonna play Gambit? We don't have to play it, but we will see. We don't have to force it.
We don't have to, but I need to know who the second healer is. Okay. You want Invis?
He doesn't even get a team up.
Oh, that guy could play Gambit too.
Okay.
Yay, solo tanking again.
If we start losing, I'll tank with you.
Okay. Is this the life of a tank? You either solo tank, or you fucking die and just fucking do whatever you want.
But only
after this one, I have to reset my game because I'm lagging.
Okay.
Alright. Thought you were about to say restart stream. Okay, restart that timer.
Yeah, restart that fucking timer.
Another 12 hours coming right up.
Yo, if someone gives her 100 gift subs, she'll do a 36-hour stream.
36.
Oh my god,
Jesus.
36?
For 100 gift subs?
Shit, I'm not doing that.
Oh my god.
I'm not even doing that. I'm sleeping.
Okay,
Then what?
I
put a VOD on and go AFK.
That's not allowed for ranked. I'm not fucking playing Black Widow. I would rather punch myself in the head 50 times.
Damn.
Wow, that guy.
Why did he just run in there and die? Why was he flanking Mr. Fantastic? What did I just watch?
I don't know what to do here. I'm getting pushed back. Both the random DPS are dead.
I mean, one of them just tried to flank his Mr. Fantastic. So.
I can't even apply pressure here.
Dashed the wrong way.
Oh damn, I can't heal you through your shield.
Yeah.
Step aside.
Everyone's just dying. There's nothing I can do.
You're saying like Black ID player?
No.
You just got
Mr. Fantastic.
literally
Again.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Okay, so they're doing Punisher and Namor.
I'm just like you. Yeah. Maxine is one of the originals winning Avengers.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Her most notable names are that one girl who eats back throwers. I can't remember the other one.
Oh my goodness.
I think we might need to flip and
Yeah. I'm close to all of those, so I can't switch up.
I'm have to swap out the Dino. Another Guna hell.
Oh, that Moore's trying to body block him.
Oh, that one girl who blows blue. That's your other one.
Oh, here we go! Oh,
so
that
close.
would have been so cool!
I tried it. I wanted it so badly.
Cool,
I got the Thor. I got the Thor.
The Thor. Oh god.
I'm backing up.
Step aside.
That was a good takeover.
Dude, I was so close to throwing off the map. That would have been a fucking clip.
I know.
I am ready to put on a show.
I have all, but like I can't do it yet. Oh my god, you guys are all dead. Never mind, I'm not doing it at all.
Healing magic. Lovely.
I think I have to give up Dino here.
Is it just me, chat? I feel like Punisher has lasted a lot longer than it used to. White Fox right there.
Okay, well, I died.
It's okay. Punisher's just nervous.
Oh my god, that Punisher is just
Damn,
killing
that
all
was
of
a
you.
team goal. Jesus Christ.
They have 4 minutes. What in the fuck is this
How are
match?
you?
We're gonna need to go double tank or something.
I can't even get a chance to ult. I'm just gonna switch. I'm just gonna switch. I can't even get a chance to ult because we're just dying. We're just endlessly staggered.
Wait, Nasu, you're funding the Gunnar Church?
The what?
I don't know. I'm in chat.
What are y'all talking about? Oh, it's fucking power. We're like, what are you talking about? Yeah, I'm uninstalling this game. I just got frozen mid startup of my ult. So.
Is it related to the Church of the Holy Organ?
Church of the what? The what? The what? What are you guys saying in my ear? Don't listen to anything Power says. Or whatever the... What is your name now? Gunnar Archbishop now? Oh no, it is still Power. When are you gonna change your name back?
Nachos is like... Nachos, Tornado, and other stuff. Oh, you share? Grab White Fox! Kill White Fox! I'm dead. I have my ult. I'm gonna have to save it for next push. And all the 9 to 5ers again unranked. If I was preaching the gospel, I have to listen. Damn.
You stopped them in their tracks.
So long, turret. I'm doing this my way.
Oh my god, this game is not fun.
I don't think we had to do two DPS. We're gonna save that Punisher roll.
Judge, jury.
That's a fucking
play
Luna
that fucking
boosted
character.
all. That's a Luna boosted all.
As good as new.
We should go.
What do shields? What do shields? Oh, do shields block that ult? Salak ult? Yeah.
0, 2,
Used to ignore shields, but it doesn't anymore.
Time to switch things up, including which side
Who's
you're
winning?
on.
Basically, being a Kuma though.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I don't know what that is.
Darkness that spawned me.
You have to defer to a lie.
What is that last comment?
Hmm?
Nothing?
What's that last comment?
Do you want to play
What am I reading?
I could
Huh?
make it, yeah. Y'all are freaky.
Yeah, your chat is different.
What do you mean? Your chat, our chat.
No.
I see someone, Gunnar Archbishop Power, from your chat.
We do not claim power.
We don't claim him. He's for the streets. True Melon said so. Damn. True Melon's betraying us. It's Gunnar Skynet. Coomers are discussing creatures that don't survive. What is a Coomer?
You don't know what a you don't know what a Coomer means?
4, 3, 2,
I literally have no idea.
I'd have to just show you a picture.
That sounds not stream appropriate. It's like Goonie is whacking it out often. Isn't that basically a Coomer?
No, they're not the same.
Anymore. Maxine, these are your people. You found them, finally. It's been, oh my god.
Oh, you needed a heal?
I just got fucking fucked.
Alright, bro, let's just put Punisher, get this dino out of here. Oh, we have a Punisher now.
Moon Knight would be really good here. If it's not banned, I don't know if it's banned. Oh, now I am seeing that. Who's the one who deserves jail time?
Damn, that out damages my heals. Damn it.
Stay with us, Zero. We ain't giving up yet.
You got room? Level, we're doing ranked right now. Anyone need reduce tweaker or something?
No, this Punisher is fucking lasering me, bro. From across the fucking map.
I have my ult here.
I'm dead as fuck. Wow, we are getting spawn camped. Instead of play board today or tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow before it starts. You can just gambit all this out, honestly.
No, but you don't want to be in this.
I am ready to put
Especially with your name right now.
The God of Thunder!
Oh my god. This match is frustrating, I'll tell you that. I don't even know who to play, like they're running such a weird comp.
Moon Knight?
Moon Knight's banned. That's how I'm on Moon Knight.
I don't know.
I want to play Punisher, but this guy has it, so. This guy just ziplined in, like, holy. I gotta kill the fucking dino. The dino's like it's causing us to lose this.
I have my ult. I don't know when you want to.
Oh my god. We got Thor in the back. A Thor and a Punisher.
Judge, jury, execute.
Double KO. Only 60 seconds left. The vehicle reached a
At first, my
checkpoint.
friends
Because we even got through that.
in my head. I was crying for a week because I don't like being friends. So. Next scene, what did you do? I thought Level was your best friend. How did you do this?
I'm one. I'm gonna go behind him and all.
Maximum pulse.
Got Luna.
Nice.
Well, they fucking hate me. Oh man.
Those I couldn't even go to number. To numb the feeling is crazy.
Alt the
These
White
guys
Fox
beat
shield
me,
up and
bruh.
DD next to her. Huh? Come on.
Fuck, I just got my roast too.
I wanted to wait for a fucking Punisher.
Executioner.
And he died.
Damn.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
I have my ult.
No, no, no.
That doesn't shoot through that. That's dumb.
I don't know how we lived there.
It counts as a wall? That's so stupid. Why does that count as a wall? Oh, he actually dies there if he didn't. Okay, whatever. I don't know why that counts as a wall.
We can stagger those healers.
I'm sitting on point. I'm sitting on point.
I know it's anti. Here's the Gamma skin roll. It's a nice one, huh?
I'm trying to keep you alive, bro.
Got him.
Some uninvited guests.
Judge, jury,
Oh, great.
executioner.
How annoying. I'm respawning. It's fine.
I have my ult, but we're all playing so separate.
Did he ult? Oh no, that was not good.
I'm gonna find whoever put me out last time.
Oh, I forgot. Can one of you guys shout out Como and
Maximum pulse.
Oh, nice, Infer.
Nice.
I don't know.
Bro.
Ooh, dumb dino.
I have my ult still.
That was funny,
Let me know when you
dude.
guys want it.
Yeah, I don't know how he didn't see me. Fucking Punisher is back again. This guy is pissing me off.
Oh, he's taking strange angles.
He's
One,
going off
how are you?
angles.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Oh, our Punisher died down there.
Behold the god of thunder.
No, not you.
No, this guy followed me. I have my ult still.
Having a more now? Oh my god. Okay.
You better get your
Yeah,
ass
so just
back.
call when you want me to ult.
Out of sight.
Oh, someone took the shield. Gosh.
That's better.
Oh, you should not stand where a Punisher's hurt sitting.
Got him.
I do not. I don't know what our randoms are doing.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, this Luna Snow
This is like
freeze.
the worst point to go through, though.
I killed Punisher, but
Punisher, what are you doing?
Just throwing the game. Step aside. Where's my ult going?
Damn, it's ready. Oh.
I'm not gonna send this ult.
Yeah, you gotta just use it.
Don't.
Oh, well, not anymore. Whoa,
pointless.
yeah, not anymore,
Oh,
but.
shit, no. Oh, it's working out, though.
Is it?
Okay, hold on.
I don't. Okay. I have to. Okay, like.
Punisher didn't destroy it right away.
Final score 2-3.
Okay, this guy was so bad. What is he talking about?
Like, next time it's like a free offer, I ban this person. What a BF. I don't know what is
There's D rank.
this conversation.
That was close, yeah.
So close, yeah. We were making really good progress.
I want to ult with an ult, but just we never had a good chance to.
I suppose you gotta just send it instead of trying to combo ults. You don't always have to have something to combo with. What the? Oh.
This guy said we had one tank the whole game. You raised and burn freak, bro. You could have gone tank. You could have gone tank. We needed another one. You could have gone.
DP pool was not doing much.
I was about to get on it, but the moment I got on it, someone already got on it, so I got off second tank.
That's fine.
Well, third
That's
tank,
fine.
I guess.
We're gonna win these next ones.
That's facts. Be right back.
Ooh, a PB&J chat. I need to stop reading. I need to stop. Hold
That was
on.
mod for you, Maxine. Oh, it's head mod. I say no. Technically, Maxine is head mod because she's here the most.
I don't know. Like when it does that. Oof.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Hold on. Hello, Mike. How are you?
Maybe I'll
Mike,
play
you working right now?
Rocket.
We give Mike a shout out. I don't know if we missed shout outs.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
What? Cat, read this.
What unemployment does to a fool?
Okay, so imagine you're a girl, right? And your BF wears diapers. Is it hot? This person says, I would say yes.
Work as usual? Dang. Hope work goes by fast as fuck. Mike, when's your next stream?
Yes? Tug, you freaky. Adam is right there. Read this, chat. Read this. Imagine never having a clean toilet. What is he gonna say? What is he gonna say?
What's there? Bro, Maxine isn't. I mean, if you want to be in chat more, you can be head mod.
Pixel cheeks. Okay.
W, I'll definitely be there, Mike.
Some interesting
You
names.
doing rivals? I'll play rivals with you.
No, not Invis. Not Invis.
I don't know why
I
you
might
keep
have
trying
to
to ban
switch
Invis.
order.
Oh, they're together. They're banning Invis.
Why would they want to ban her?
I don't know.
Because the poll, I guess, is too much for her.
I got nerfed already.
My mind is.
And if I'm playing Rocket,
Oh,
I'm
like
gonna
my
need
finally?
a Phoenix
W?
fan.
You finally got all them skins?
You need just.
Mike, what time's your stream?
I'm judging
be
you.
done
What you
bright and early.
mean? You said yes, Tug.
Aside worked out by walking the productive
Infer,
journey.
read the chat.
Still playing this rage bait ass game. Rage bait ass game is crazy.
He said my team ignored my question, so you guys will get it
I'm not
too.
good for you. I've been there when you're upset.
Imagine your girl and your boyfriend wears diapers. Is
are you
it
talking
hot?
to
What the
Maxine?
fuck am I reading?
Bro, that's what I'm saying.
Imagine never having to clean the toilet. The satisfaction of him soiling himself too. What the Yo, are you guys okay?
Oh, we're going against Needle.
We're triple healing, I guess.
I did not
Oh,
You never showed up to totally real streams. What do you mean?
Who's you guys? It's only him. No. The guy's on my fucking team. But still.
If you want to be head mod, you just gotta be here more often.
Having clients on a bro.
Like, you don't have to.
They're
It's just,
freaky.
Maxine's usually here the most.
Penny on offense. Alright, I give up. And Data was not banned.
Wow. No way. No, we better not be losing to him.
I really don't know what's happening. Everyone's just dying left and right.
I'm gonna go close instead.
I can't play Star if Data was not banned.
Watch how the white fox
This guy's too busy typing instead of playing the game. Oh my god.
I really don't.
The Revenant doesn't surprise me anymore with what they say in chat. This guy's actually really good, man.
That's the stuff.
Look at his name. Like, what?
Frosty caca and pixel cheeks.
This is so strange.
Like, okay. We gotta kill this Daredevil.
Material. I got Starlord. Starlord dead.
Okay, DD's down.
Enrique Kuma, I appreciate the follow. What a name, bro. What a name.
Watch out.
We got the
I
Booners
can't
and the
get you.
Boomers.
Oh, unlucky.
Damn, they killed you so fast.
Yeah, the animated spider, you really surprised a weirdo.
I grabbed Mag. I kicked Mag back to us.
Got DD on the Okay, he went back.
I'm backing up. I'm backing up.
The Poon Devil?
What do you
What the fuck does that mean?
Oh.
What is a
Someone's going on the right,
Poon
Penny.
Devil?
I do not know what's happening on my screen.
Not me. I was on a right click cooldown.
Yeah, you dashed in a straight line. You gotta dash like left to right.
Oh, I did not know Luna ult.
That was very unfortunate.
Me down for long.
Totally wasted it. I'm just dead here. What are you guys talking about?
I can't even play Daredevil because they have a penny. Which sucks. I have to play Star Wars so I can shoot the nest.
I feel like we need 2 tanks.
Why do we keep forcing triple heal every match?
If you want, I could play tank. I really don't mind.
If you want to go for
Yeah, I
it.
think we'll need it.
What do you guys think we need? And if I
Mag is
could
good.
play it, I'll try.
Dang,
good.
well, Mag or thing. Well, Star Wars gonna melt you, but hey, just do Mag. Just do Mag.
Yeah, I'm gonna do mag.
Just like the resort Star Lord ult.
When I die though, I'm just.
I grab Mag. Come into us.
Daredevil's somewhere here. He's my team. I'm Mark.
Got like the 2.
The gun consumes sometimes. Maxine, you gotta love this. The Nasu in the live chat. They're your people.
Aw. Valorant? Oh, the dating sim?
No, so one, I can't see
This
it.
chat is not a dating sim.
Did you see that?
And he's dead.
That was a nice
Someone in
show.
the back.
Deserves your
Yeah,
attention.
that's what she said.
There we go, he's dead.
How does he not die? What?
How unfortunate. Yeah, how unfortunate to get choked to death by dying on me.
What the hell is...
Not like that's not on my bucket list or anything.
I'm about to say, Pixel
Oh my
Cheeks,
god,
use his
so
ult,
much
please.
shit is happening on my screen.
What?
Dude, this is like ADHD overload right now.
Did you run the mines?
I'm washed. Yeah.
Happens, all good. I think we won that team fight. Or not.
Nope.
Unfortunate.
I could have won strange.
That's my snooze knew exactly.
No, that's too late.
We should regroup with down the healer. I'm not Ink. Lily, Moiba? Who the fuck is that?
Better stop that vehicle.
Where you at?
Oh,
I can't
Sky.
give up. I don't have one.
Come back to help, come back to help. No, this Daredevil just kills everyone. With no heals, we have no heals.
That's not good.
PS5, I can hear you. Okay, I appreciate you, love it.
So there's an ad on the side.
By God,
odd.
she haunts me in my wedded dreams. On God, freak mannequin lady? Freaky mannequin? What the fuck am I
Bro, shut up.
Damn, that shit lags hard.
Oh, we gotta get this
Our
Daredevil
Luna's
off for
getting
supports.
fucking
I'm ulting
bullied.
her ult, I'm ulting her ult.
I'm staying on point. I'm right here. I'm blocking heals.
We're down a heal. We're down a healer.
Oh my god. Why do we not use White Fox ult there? Why don't we use White Fox ult there? Okay, well, he didn't use his ult. I don't know why. Yeah, he should have used it. I don't know why he didn't.
It is 0, 2, 3. Time to switch things up.
It's all good, it's all good.
You're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
Do it? What?
I can get my legs hurt. How to work it and her try and get up. I can't. I pulled a leg muscle. Damn. Hope you feel better.
Sheesh. It's such a rage bait game. It really is.
Yeah. On both legs.
I think I'm numb to it though at this point.
Do you eat enough potassium?
I'm numb
So I
to
have,
it.
I have a banana every day.
What's up, Appo? How you doing?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Potato,
Target Division
potato.
has had
What?
its eyes on you for a long time, Castle.
Sorry, but I don't work for anyone's government. Not anymore.
They're harsh, savage, they're gruesome.
We're considering locking you up for
Next
Not really. We're actually up. We're actually up by a lot. We only lost like 4. But we've won.
We're on a lost trip right now.
Yeah, something like that.
Do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It's mostly that.
Bro, what is this guy saying in chat?
I know, I don't understand.
Would you date a girl? What? Who is he talking to?
Watch out for those mines. Do you want to go through the left? Oh, no, I can work around
No,
it.
I'm talking about in-game shot.
We can go left. We can go left.
Are you guys okay back there?
We're getting healed by our healers.
They're
Our
like
healers
not.
are,
They're ignoring me.
Grab mag, I grab
Crazy.
mag.
Let's try this again.
We could go through the left instead.
Can we not go through the right and just go through the left? Okay.
You guys good?
Hell no.
Daredevil, yeah. Daredevil in the back.
Invis has ult.
Oh my god. That ult's gonna get shredded. Let the mines open.
I don't think we win those. I don't think we win those.
No stopping the Star-Lord.
Wait, later tonight? I don't think I'll be on later tonight though, Savage.
I was gonna go damage run with this Daredevil.
We don't have to play it.
Play.
That's if you want. It's up to you. I don't care.
What are we talking about?
Hold on. Yeah, their healers are just hiding from me.
Dude, the generator's one shot. The generator's one shot.
All I got was 1 HP.
Darn it.
I just don't know what we do here.
Could also try to aim for Celestial tonight, then maybe.
It's definitely doable.
You can definitely get it.
Behind me. On HUD is now my domain.
Only 60 seconds left.
I just talked to Mr. Fantastic trying to make something happen.
Oh, we're going through the same spot.
We can go left. We can go left. I was just doing damage.
It's just hard for me to play Daredevil because they have a fucking penny.
Okay, their Star-Lord's down.
Oh my
I can't bubble you.
fucking god.
Oh, I do.
That's why I can't play Daredevil. It's so hard. It's a penny. They're getting healed so much.
There's no more generator.
Okay, there's.
In this one in the back. No one in the back.
That's what I call justice.
Wait, did they just switched to Star-Lord, right?
No, they had one already.
No, they've had one.
No, on this round? I didn't. Oh my god.
They've always had one.
Yeah.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
It. Who's he calling it? What the? There's
Oh my
something wrong with
god,
this
Penny
guy.
has that mines right in the middle.
It seems we have company.
So there's mines right here.
We're not even doing destroy the
Invis
mines.
is one.
Are you fucking kidding me? Miles just got fucking destroyed.
Oh my god, bro.
Anyone willing to help?
Justice never rests.
I have ult, but I don't even know how I'm gonna get to use this thing.
The beast inside me hungers.
We gotta destroy the nest. I'm probably just gonna flank, use it.
I'm dead. Thank you. Oh my god, what is happening?
I just insta-died. I got ulted by Star-Lord. Star-Lord ulted me and Penny ulted me.
They're down a healer. They're down a healer.
Their tank is one.
I see you.
Fuck it, they bring me across.
Only 60 seconds left.
Who else ulted on their team?
Star-Lord,
Star-Lord, Penny. What's up?
Star-Lord, Penny, Emma. Didn't Daredevil ult?
That was me.
Did they use any heroes? Yeah, I appreciate the emotes.
Let the devil.
Got him.
Damn, Emma is. Oh, wow. I'm coming, chat. I'm coming.
They're down a healer? White Fox 1, White Fox 1. White Fox 2, teleport. White Fox 2, teleport.
This is a team effort.
Cool.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Still doable. Still doable.
The fact that we're losing the Penny offense is not okay.
Yeah.
Be your best self.
And Penny's annoying.
I'm
Oh
just gonna
no,
pull
they have
her.
a Bucky now.
I died to mines. Okay. Playing this character in a Penny is so challenging.
Fuck, I got deleted.
Oh my god, bro.
I have to just wait.
Why we
Yeah, their
all
Bucky's
after
down.
two people died?
I got milk food.
No ult for you, buddy. And you're dead.
I see you.
I can try to force an ult out. The healer's down though.
30 seconds. That's 3.
Got 3.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Are we
What
able
healer
to
ults do they
dagger?
have?
Oh,
No,
they have none. They have none.
now.
They have none. They have no healer.
I'm
None.
just gonna ult. I'm just gonna ult.
Holy fuck.
He's ulting to counter my ult.
How the fuck does she have ult again? What? Oh my lord, yeah, I didn't get healed.
Someone's dead. I don't make this.
Unfortunate.
Final score.
Yeah.
2-3.
Oh, it was our White Fox that ulted. Why do we? Okay, whatever.
I'm so sad. My GM is gone.
Unlucky. Let me check. Oh, we are on a losing streak now. That's not good.
We were on a winning streak. We went on a losing streak.
Minus 23? Oh, that's not good. How do we keep fighting pennies? Jeez.
Maybe we just ban Penny.
Nah, it's not worth it. You just play Moon Knight or Punisher and then a penny dies. The only tricky thing was that I couldn't do that because the Daredevil wasn't banned. They banned Groot and Spider-Man. Oh my
Jason
fucking
David Frank,
god.
hands down.
Wait, Power Ranger?
Oh, Mantis has been restricted. Cool.
He's the green, white, red,
Wait, the camera reported?
black.
Yeah.
Nice.
He's every color of the Power Rangers. Tommy Oliver.
Which
Whatever his
hero do
name
you
is.
think you want to be
I
today?
can't remember anymore. Well, I'm gonna go pee. You guys take care of the brands.
My order is sharp.
I couldn't even play Solog there because of Daredevil. so I have to just play Daredevil. But playing Daredevil into Penny is like it's hard for me to get value. I have to like watch where I step. I died to Penny mines like 4 times.
Oh shit, Gambit needs to be banned.
You ban him last.
Was blue?
I mean, because I feel like she's been the reason we've been having so much trouble. But it's just tough when there's so many other bands we need.
Nah, these bands are fun right here. Oh yeah, we doubled. Oh, we don't have a choice. At least Tank Pool's not a ban anymore, I suppose. They banned White Fox? What the? It's an interesting one.
Or villain, I'm not judging.
Alright, let's go. Billy? I don't think I have a favorite Power Ranger. I don't remember them.
It appears some time
I watched a lot of the shows. Played the games, but I don't remember.
It's got to be Tommy Oliver. He was the Green Ranger, then the White Ranger, then the Red Turbo Ranger.
I've wanted to ride a dinosaur ever since I was a little kid.
Oh wait, no. Another like Zeo Ranger. And something else, and then you have the Black Dino Charger Ranger.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
The Ranger? No.
I'm gonna try and get it first.
And then he got his own special morpher, which let him change into all his Power Rangers.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Watch on TikTok or Twitch, it's up to you.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Your best series?
Twitch would help more though, but it's up to you.
It's just Super Mega Force, just because of the you can have every Ranger.
That one hurt.
Oh, fuck.
Go Kaiser's better though.
Out of sight.
The pirates hunting for booty.
I didn't even restart my
Got
game.
the sight on you.
I'll remind you next match.
I just got deleted.
Oh fuck! I got ward off.
Farewell.
Wait, Maxine, what are you making?
What are you doing? What do you mean?
What
What the fuck am I doing? I hit my knee on metal.
Damn.
Okay.
It hurt so much.
Damn.
Eli's worst enemy, death.
What was that?
Worst enemy is a death.
Hold on. I can't really hear because I have music. I need to lower it.
I grabbed Dino.
I'm dead. Did they have a Wolverine? Oh my lord, that guy came out of nowhere.
We're down 2 CPS. We're down 2 CPS.
I didn't even know they had a wolf. Okay.
Out of sight.
I got it.
I just lagged out of cover.
It's done.
Sayonara.
How did I not get the Punisher there?
Did they use any support
this
ulti?
wolf? Holy.
Yeah,
they only use invis.
They use invis.
Okay.
I love not being able to grab people, even though I clearly did damage there.
Dude, you just look like you're trying to die from nothing, bro. My knee was like freaking.
That's big, that's big.
I got 2.
I got down to use his ult. I grabbed him. Down low. Isolating him. Grabbed him. Nice.
Farewell.
No! Oh my god.
Nice. Gotta waste her ult, no?
Yeah, kinda. A big Spider-Man ult.
Punisher main.
Laser beam!
Oh
Thank you.
man,
Nice job.
dude. Oh.
Okay.
In a way,
Yeah,
there's
now I have a
a
little,
Power Rangers you found at least memorable.
I'm just a sword for hire.
A little bit.
This is all so much bigger than me.
So I have the
Please
worst.
tell me you've seen Go Kaiger at least. If you're not gonna watch any of the Super Sentai, watch Go
Before you
Kaiger.
attack, get ready.
If you're a Power Rangers fan, you will love it.
Every time I see
I'll try to keep Snowflake on you, Spidey, but
as long as
Dino
Spider-Man is
sometimes
still
gets it when he's taking a bunch of
everything will
damage.
be
Same thing with Emma.
Whoa, that's a lot of pressure.
I don't mean it that way. You just mean a lot
Alright.
to a lot of people.
Yeah, so it's like I chipped a piece of.
The battle starts in 5.
Uh-oh.
I have the worst desktop
1.
setup ever.
All you need to do is capture
I'm gonna give
the
this a
mission
1
area.
star.
Got it?
1 star.
Desktop.
What the?
It's so bad. I can name it.
Yeah,
I
get a
named
new
my.
1
desk.
star, not enough gooning.
Holy, he's the guy.
You are obsessed with gooning. You are so goon brained.
What chat wants? He just wasted his iron wall.
Yeah, move now. I see you on it, Spike.
I grabbed Root.
I blinded them twice.
Hi, Cinnamon. How's the rest of your night?
This
Did you beat
freaking
Ghost?
shotgun Punisher.
Oh wow, this one has really good like.
I'm being targeted by this Moon Knight.
No, Arlena's down.
It's gonna be cloak ult if you guys need
Oh
her.
no.
Well, I believe. I know cloak won't be
Go to the iron wall. Oh!
I have ult.
Oh no, I
We
almost
got a
lived.
couple ults at least.
Let's just regroup.
Yeah,
I could not
Invis.
hear what he was saying.
I started from the beginning. It's alright. I know that story by heart. I've even platinumed it. W.
I've been looking all the
So
way up
what's your
to
favorite
play.
game?
I don't think there's Sandy ulted, did she?
No, she didn't ult.
No.
Red E.
They're Invis ult?
Invis did
Drew
all
has a wall just behind his apple.
I'm having trouble remembering. I'm gonna ult in, bait some ults. No, Cloak and Dagger, use escape. I grabbed Invis.
No way!
It's
Did
fine.
you grab her out by chance?
Thank you
Well,
for
she
the.
didn't really go on
Go
point.
down 2. It's fine.
I grabbed Cloak and Dagger out of the ult. Oh my god. She used her escape. Get her.
Nice, I'll try to
Beat
take
him up.
out probably next Moon Knight ult, honestly.
Still a little long.
Maybe Honey ult.
How's
They
your
just-
stream?
Probably Moon Knight ult.
What a difference.
This person's making me want to play Luna. I think I'm gonna go Luna. Luna to sell.
I don't know what's happening over there, but I'm not getting close.
I placed my bubble there.
Who no iron wall? I kidnapped him. Oh my god, that was a mistake.
Damn, I'm surprised that shit didn't get me. Crazy.
I popped it. I got scared. My fault.
No, that was.
Kill him though.
What's the stream at God of War 2018 God of War Ragnarok goes Yota and Honor mentioned the Tempest connected? Is that in order of favorites?
Who died? Oh, I didn't.
Punisher. Oh, it's my art.
Luna just died.
Luna, yeah.
I don't know why she was up there.
Bro, they got a fucking Namor, bro. Oh my god.
Spider-Man's dead. We're just down so many. I'm trying to just give you.
Oh my god, thank you, thank you.
We got back up here though. We got back up. This Spider-Man wants
I'm just trying to get this health back.
Touching, but I'm probably gonna die here. I'm walking in backwards and swinging.
I'm trying to get you.
Fuck, I tried to hold it. I just tried to
Darn it. I was doing what Cassie games were up. I saw.
Oh, I don't get
where did you
shredded.
start and where did you end? The games are really rough. Like.
Their Emma just used diamond.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Just hide. I keep playing.
Oh, I'm too big to hide.
Ah, you're too big.
Don't mess with the amazing.
I should have taken the portal.
You're way too big. I'm sorry.
Oh, I really should have just taken the portal. It would have been fine if I took portal.
Shoot.
I can maybe touch here. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm holding as long as I can.
Oh my fucking god, this freaking Luna, I mean not Luna, whatever her name is, won't leave me alone. This Emma.
Pressure's up here by himself.
Oh, there's Candy staggered.
What is that I'm doing? Let's go.
There it
Nice.
Chad, did you guys see that? Emma wanted me.
That's wild.
You're good, Mama. When I fixed
so
his house
sorry.
GM1 and I ended up in D1. It is hard.
Sheesh.
Hold on.
Yeah, she wanted me badly. That was crazy.
Nasu?
Oh, I set up with speak all I'm saying. Oh, why
I
you
got
set up
19
nah.
for that? What the fuck?
I'm at 0 points.
Alright, the fucking win streak is, or losing streak is broken. That's how I wasn't talking. I was locked the
At
fuck
least
in.
you're still in GM. We both got knocked out of GM.
Yeah.
Damn. That's how I wasn't talking. I was locked in because I wanted the fucking losing streak to break.
Same.
Mama, what have you been encountering in your games?
I was trying
You're
to
not the classic
ask
chair,
no
we'll bring you
mama,
up.
but I didn't realize
Classic
there was an
chair.
eye in front.
Hold on, Tug, you might be onto something.
Step it up. What do you mean? I just MVP'd.
Damn. Do you have all those Asian plastic chairs?
Meow.
Should I play
Are you-
that?
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Bring out the Atom is crazy.
I just gotta get my sense right though.
Who am I gonna banish
Also bring
from
out the
this
Atom.
match?
Nah, where is that chair?
You Smurfing and Diamond in
yeah.
there?
Hold
Nah.
on, chat. Hold on.
Why are we banning Moon Knight, brother? Oh my
ban
god.
fast
Bro, what
enough.
rank is this? Oh hell nah. Oh my god. Okay, something broken's gonna be open.
Phoenix last, I guess?
Yeah.
Here's a chair. This chair is actually really good.
Hmm?
You got the goon chair, it's over.
That's I didn't know. This is not the plastic chair. That's in Hawaii. What are you talking about? This chair is actually really good. It's way better than my gaming chair, actually. The oversized white one, nah.
Oh, I forgot to ban. Wait, no, I did ban.
Social player and
I banned
There was
Phoenix.
a lie who didn't ban.
Bro,
No, me,
that guy was
I
about to
know.
ban Punisher over Phoenix. Yo, get me out of this rank.
What the fuck? I'm not judging.
Oh, we banned Invis? Oh.
No, they did.
I'm disappointed now.
No, we gotta get out of this rank.
This chair
ASAP.
is good. This is good. Chat, this chair, these chairs
Bit over
are
Dino.
so good.
Hmm. What type of chairs are you looking at? Oh hell no, the party chairs?
Thank you, Death, for the sub. Please get a new chair. These chairs are good. What do you mean?
Bruh,
It's
she just put out the party chair.
height. It's perfect height. And it feels actually
Perfect
a lot more
height.
comfortable.
How low is your desk?
It appears sometimes.
Oh, it's my desk.
How low is it? What do you mean?
Oh,
How is
how
that
low?
perfect height? Your desk gotta be like extremely low.
Yeah, because
Yeah, the
she's
cookout
a
special.
dwarf.
Yeah.
She's a midget.
I did not travel between
Chill my crouch. This is actually pretty comfortable for me.
to fight.
Only I'm just gonna say that my body would be in so much pain sitting in that. This is good.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I could sit up straight too.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I feel like I have more room.
Mm-hmm.
Feels comfortable.
Come on, appreciate the lure.
Evan Angela.
Oh, I did not reset my game.
Oh shit! I forgot to remind you.
You guys are throwing me, man. How can
I mean, you
tell me
instant
something?
queued, so that's kind of on you.
You were losing your mind about chair. I wasn't thinking about it.
Yeah, she was losing her mind over the gooning chair.
What the hell?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Dude, who summoned the atom?
Bubble there for you, hero.
Bro, they're gonna soap on my fucking ult.
I'm trying to. Okay. Damn, they did. I could buy a chair at Goodwill if I ever have time to go to Goodwill.
I require help.
Like a blink or something to break contact. A blink is not gonna do anything.
I might survive this.
Maybe it was one of the fluffy ones.
Is that a DPS Luna?
Oh, you want to go DPS Luna Emperor?
No, no, no. I think that is a DPS Luna. Oh my god, I got frozen.
Angie healed the Angela.
Trying to heal you.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
That's not good.
I am ready to put on a show.
Okay.
I was about to ult, that was so low.
This comp is not gonna work. It's a triple healer. I'm gonna have to switch off Psylocke.
Maybe Howa? Did they answer you?
Oh, what happened to your other chair? My other one? The current one I have? Nothing happened.
Okay, she just always knows where I'm at. Okay.
Hope I make the cut.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Control seized.
Oh my god, I'm taking so much damage from this
Oh,
man.
we actually got it?
Yeah, but I don't think we're going to.
Embrace the dark.
Maybe I just go triple heals instead.
Well, we won't have a tank then.
Well, I'm not the tank. I just wait.
Oh.
Try to counter
Okay,
the
never
heals.
mind.
Okay, well, I can't ever get to use this damn ult. Every time I try to use it, I just get interrupted.
There's just so much damage. I can't do anything.
They do have a lot of damage. I've gotten my ult canceled twice. I'm just gonna play Moon Knight. That's too crazy.
Well, can you play Adam?
Oh, we need Adam for. What do you mean? What do we need Adam?
I don't know, just for the revive.
No, I don't really play
No, we don't need an Adam.
I'm not a hero.
Do you think we do triple heals here?
No, we don't need triple. We just need more damage that fights triple, like Punisher.
I'm a blunt instrument.
30 seconds before
What do you want me to play?
Squirrel Girl's annoying.
Just anything damage. You don't need to go triple.
Let's see, do we have a strange? You can also go one.
Or you go second tank. Go second tank. Okay, do not do bladed the triple. That's not gonna work.
Sag.
That is not gonna work.
It almost worked.
The battle
You guys want cloak or white box?
4, 3,
Cloak is fine.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
White fox is also fun.
We're not diving, so we don't really need white fox.
I got kidnapped, I got kidnapped, I got kidnapped.
Trying to help you.
Why is she always kidnapping me?
Oh my god, we have got to take this site. Oh, we're not walking the site, we gotta walk to the site.
Extended my deployment. Smoke screen.
They're on our stuff. Oh god. Am I gonna heal her?
I can't play knife here, I don't know what I'm thinking.
Wow, I am getting bullied.
This is not smoke up.
I'm sure he can't get healed.
I'm gonna walk up and all.
Judge, jury.
Keep me alive. Oh, my lordy. That's unfortunate. I have not gotten to ult a single time this game. Oh, wow. That's been like 5 ults canceled now. Like, will I ever get to use a DPS ult?
I don't know what.
Every time I would actually get a laser, damn. Oh, it's all got canceled.
I am ready to put on a show.
I'm about to have my all.
Oh, she's 1 HP. Oh.
Point now, so they're gonna be turning back.
Gotta look for an ult here.
Yeah, Miss Angela is just like
Yes, Angela's
relentless.
good. She's really good. She's canceled my ult twice. That was a good Angela.
I couldn't get good ult off.
I'm dead again. Wow. Oh, that was a horrible game. I didn't get to ult once that entire game, so I have 3 kills. Every single ult I did got canceled. Or I died at the start of it. I saw like ulted twice, canceled. I got frozen by Luna, and then I ult his Punisher. I just get insta killed the moment I even press Q.
BRB.
I go for it.
I'm gonna make myself a PB&J.
Restart your game first.
Yeah, restart your game.
Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you.
Make sure you think about food first.
Halfway through, how you feeling? I'm feeling good. That last match was horrible though.
Yeah, that last.
I didn't get to ult once.
Fucking terrible.
Every single ult got canceled. It's not even like I was usually at a bad spot. I just somehow just got frozen.
Frozen, stabbed by Angela. What else did they have?
That's very unfortunate. You make a compilation of how many times my ult got canceled.
There's a beast lurking.
Who's that in the back? What are you talking about?
Our enemies are near. I can feel them.
Laura, I appreciate the follow. How we doing?
Little emote. You're not streaming the little emote?
Core, do you stream? No, you gonna be streaming today?
Guys speaking. What are you talking about? You schizo?
This is the voice of God.
What's up, Cinnamon? Can't get. I genuinely don't know what you're talking about. To the guy in the back of my room speaking. What are you talking about?
That's amazing.
Yes, Cord, this is God.
Oh, hero in the stream?
Here's Mike sounds like he's in the back for now. Look at my mic's close.
Yes.
Our enemies are near. I can feel them.
I'm not making you look crazy. You can see who it is in the stream together, though. So like, I don't know how you would not understand. Let me see it. Oh.
No escape. Let the devil out.
Double KO.
Staying in the light is
Only slow? Don't call you slow. What is it?
Double KO. That's 3.
God, that was probably the most unfun game I've played in a long time. Every single ult got canceled. I still can't believe it.
Yeah, that one was rough.
Wow, 4 in a row.
I was born ready.
5. That's amazing.
I'm still here. I appreciate you, lover.
6 in a row.
I couldn't even take off angles. Angela knew where I was every time.
Yeah, that might have been the best angle I've ever run into.
Somebody's always trying to ice skate.
Yes, I'm his half brother apparently now.
I was born ready.
Apparently we're half brothers now too.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I've become Malaysian. You have to do MR? Nice. W.
1,000 gods! I'm getting used to this. 1,000 gods! Hell yeah.
Good on right.
1,000 gods! Foolishness. Look, our next victims.
Honestly, ranked has been really good overall.
1,000 gods!
We definitely won more than we lost.
I mean, I ranked up twice, so we definitely have. I don't know if this combo's any good.
1,000 gods!
Yeah, I started at D2 at 99.
I think this combo's any good, chat.
1,000 gods!
I'm gonna try it.
1,000 gods!
What combo?
Alt and then gun dash, alt.
1,000 gods!
When do you use the gun dash?
It's like specific. It's like Spider-Man and stuff.
Really? One shot.
Yeah, because I feel like I rarely ever use it unless I'm like just trying to get out.
1,000 gods!
I'm gonna try this combo, chat. I think this combo's pretty good.
1,000 gods!
You gotta be really quick though.
Silver bullet. 1,000 gods! You might want to see silver bullet. 1,000 gods!
I'm gonna try that, chat, because it's slow. No. I think it could be pretty good. I mean, it's slow. Oh, bully. Ugh.
Next time, put up a fight. Open season.
Can you go invis?
Yep.
You go invis and ult.
Staying in the light is a constant struggle.
Oh wait, I can't see you. Oops, wait. I do it out here.
Silver bullet. Here they come.
Disappear!
Nope. Won't work.
No.
Yeah, I'd have to stack it. I was checking if it converted the slow to anti-heal. I'd have to do this. I want you to die.
I can get used to this.
Yeah.
That's not enough. Turn Luna. Luna CC me. Don't want to do anything.
Let's see, I use it to stun, a lot of stun, just stun. Okay. How we doing, J-Dom? Thank you for the shout out. Following you in QP? I have no idea. It's good to know that the anti-healing stuff.
Might took long, huh?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, my bad.
Nah, I'm just joking. We're testing stuff. Later Storm, you think is better right now?
Later Storm, who do you think is better? Probably Storm.
Probably Storm.
Welcome back, Wolf. I went to I made egg roll.
Egg roll.
Damn, how Asian of you.
Egg roll.
I gun dash into 1v1s too. I don't usually do the gun dash just because I want to proc more anti-heals.
This is like matchup specific.
Do both the blade dashes types do a CC?
That's how it's done.
Yeah. The gun slows. The sword anti-heals.
That was too easy.
No.
You gonna have a bite route. CC like it stops movement? You mean like a little stun?
Oh yeah, it does. Like if you BP dash at a blade. Yeah, blades will win.
What do you mean, how dare you? Raka give you a bite.
I gotta look at the split audio track. I can't even change it on the stream.
So you got the invite. I can't send you one in there though.
I could just invite you into the squad.
Oh,
and give you later.
that works. Damn, well, that's so nice.
Champion Mantis. Champion Mantis is crazy.
Oh, I'm not even leader.
I'm leader? Come back. Give a lie leader.
Yeah, Lai wants to be a dumb mommy so she can lead.
She wants to be a what?
What?
Nothing?
Oh, what?
What are you saying?
What is wrong with you today? Are you okay?
What is this misinformation?
You've been saying some crazy shit today.
Hey, I'm all about the crazy shit. I don't lie.
Damn, I'm just here eating my PB&J and
He just says the randomest thing on his mind.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Okay, let's go. Buck one trick. Okay.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I fight to end.
I do blade this match.
Spawn me.
I don't have an umbrella. Well, isn't it fun to walk in the rain though? You don't need an umbrella. Some blades I
Depends.
face will use
How
one of
hard
those
is it
items to
raining?
roll, catch my grapple, and venom and cancel it. That is crazy. Oh, I know what you mean, Nate.
Like playing Daredevil. I'm going to ban Black Cat.
Yeah. Hopefully they ban Gambit or something. Hopefully.
They already banned Gambit.
Oh, nice. We just do Phoenix last.
Yeah. So when you say Dino Gooners, what do you mean? You know what it means. Yo, have you seen that tail, bro?
Catch you and swing. Oh, I love fighting Spider-Man as Blade. That gun dash goes crazy on him.
Yeah. It didn't ban.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
We're on defense first. There's a big tail, to be fair. Exactly. Have you seen him throw it back?
So weird.
If that's what you're into?
If that's what you're into.
Wow.
Is that a lie?
Wow.
At the end right there? That's great.
What is he saying? I don't know. There's something wrong with him today.
There's always something wrong with me.
We're trying the BB and Jam. You want some more?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
What are all these licking emotes?
You better ask Khonshu to help bring us back to light.
Yo. Okay, look, he even looks back while he does it.
Hello? What's up?
I'm not gonna get a sub for that emote, not gonna lie.
Battle starts in 5.
I need
4,
that.
3,
W.
Damn, bro!
You have to stop.
Am I making eye contact with you? Bro, he
Oh
knows.
god.
How about I switch things up?
Shaking all that. Yeah, put
Hey,
that
yo.
thing back.
Hey, yo. Hey, yo. I'm playing with some freaks, chat.
Oh yeah, I got linked to you that Smasher pass.
What the fuck? This thing is...
I grabbed Groot, I grabbed Groot, I
Kill
grabbed
him.
Groot.
You can die, you
I
can
put
die.
him in.
He's dead.
I'm gonna
Have a
press him, I'm
fucking
gonna press him.
thing, bro? I'm not thing, Punisher. That's not Bucky. I think you're supposed to be playing Bucky.
He's a freak, no freak.
Yeah, sure.
Exactly.
His name
Hey,
is
ain't nothing
Buck
wrong with
One
a
Trick,
freak.
but he's on Punisher. He's a fraud.
You're either a geek or you're a freak or you're both. I'm both.
As good as new.
The Moon Knight on the left, on the right, I mean. Jeez, I'm gonna
Groot
sell
swapped to
if I
Thor.
mix my
They have Thor now, be careful.
Yeah, we gotta destroy this. The fucking thingy. What the hell happened to my thing?
For what?
The structure up there. We gotta destroy. Oh, fuck. I was like, I have water already. What?
No, I couldn't make it through. That's too big. I might just portal this. Do we need a portal?
Come on, White Fox, come on.
Yeah.
We definitely need a portal.
Okay, well, that White Fox all did nothing.
It's not gonna be the greatest because I just sent it.
It's fine.
Oh well, I probably should have gone out.
Oh my god, this fucking Punisher won't stop shooting me.
Okay, so they have 2 healer ults in right now.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I think.
Yeah,
They're
probably.
just ulted.
They use 2 DPS ults and I don't know about it. Damn, Blade.
Ironically,
Oh, this
You ate
Punisher
the
won't stop
ground.
shooting me.
Dino.
That's
Yeah.
why I fucking hate this character in the poke. I can't do anything because Punisher just keeps shooting me.
Hey, how does the ground taste?
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Wow.
Bet that. It's all good, chat. When we play Cuphead, it's gonna be a movie. It's gonna be a movie when we play Cuphead.
Oh my god.
I got a small.
Oh Jesus Christ. Shit.
I got 2. I got 3. Oh great.
Nice.
I need help.
Dino's running from the top. I can't fucking ping him.
Oh my goodness, bro. This damn Angela.
I couldn't keep the amusement to myself. Come here, White Fox.
Truly.
Hold on, you guys need to.
He ulted it. He got the Luna ult.
Oh, cool. That's.
Oh,
I didn't know.
He
Point
killed
was
him
right
on the
here.
Luna ult.
Dude, I was gonna swap Meg. You can go back to Dino when I die.
Yeah, what up, Art? How we doing, bro?
We need the Dino.
You in the new pad yet?
Yo, Meki, this will fall.
Unless you want to take the man, your choice.
What's the fucking Punisher doing?
Honey's dead.
So weird. Why he just zipline in like that?
I told him man.
Executioner!
I killed him.
No, I got
Can't
chicken
see
my
up
head.
there.
I'll be all the way. What happened? Does that mean we don't get no art stream still? That might
Well, I got a wolf down.
Oh, she fucking blocked it.
I can't see you, Infer.
I'm dead as fuck. Don't worry about me. I'm not dead as fuck. It's fucking DPS Luna. Oh my god.
We're down 1 tank.
I'm okay with backing up a little bit here.
Emma's half.
Just kill a little bit. Oh great.
I got nothing for this. Dude, I'm just dead. Fuck, they have a wolf now. What up here, T-Rock?
I'm just died.
After ranked, I'm down. Are you gonna be streaming tomorrow? Can't play with
We're
this
super
fucking...
dead.
This wolf. I'm traveling to New York this weekend, so I'll stream that. Okay.
Okay, so you got a wolf
Let me
right
know when
there.
you do, so I can be there.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the torques.
That's awkward.
I'm just dead, bro.
Hits. Make sure you're on the.
Nah, I'm touching.
Both your healers are here. Team it. Oh.
No, Wolverine passive down. Wolverine passive down.
They have 1 healer, but we have 1 as well.
Just grabbing every fucking health tank, bro. I can't kill him. I tried to save the group.
I'm gonna go in for a push.
It's gotta be fun. Dude, that character does insane damage. And she snowflaked herself too, so I just got one-shotted. Nice.
This C9?
The current score is
Okay.
That sounds good.
2.
Oh, let me get art.
One.
Shout out. I forgot.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
I want some chicken katsu.
You'll need a top-notch team to
I'm
win this
always down for
chicken.
chicken katsu.
And the darkness that
I
spawned
don't think I've had katsu before.
Yeah, I haven't had it yet, but
It's
I
fire.
really want it.
I could try to go Luna.
Trying to think what we do on attack. We go back to Dino. But they're gonna counter pick Dino now.
They will for sure pound a big dino. It's up to you though.
Day and night. No monsters getting the best of me.
It was like I switched to Mag and they switched to Wolverine, so I had to switch the thing. Which one do you think? What tank do you guys want?
Get ready.
I mean, you can play the Dino, but just if they're gonna get on Punisher, it's up to you. Or isn't he still on Punisher? I don't remember.
Yeah, he's still on Punisher.
Just do Mag then.
It would be
Dunk on
good
him.
if you could isolate the tanks right away too.
You can't do Groot because of Punisher. Just go Mag and dunk on him.
The battle starts in 5.
Then when he switches, you can just go Groot.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You can blade me if you want. Wait, what? Excuse me?
Who said that?
Fucking TikTok chat.
Damn.
What does that mean?
When you stick that blade. No.
Yo, okay, alright, I get it.
No,
I get it, I get it, I get it.
They have a wall.
Oh, I forgot about Wolverine.
Pun dead.
They're down one, they're down one. Walk up, they're down one.
Down everyone.
Dracula better look out.
How the match has been?
Some TP.
We're up.
I feel like this
broke a
has
losing
been...
streak. It's okay.
Oh, what an all. She C9?
I mean, she couldn't touch because of the.
What the fuck is this guy?
What the fuck
Who's
is
hitting
this?
me right now?
Iron Man? He flew back in the portal. Okay. So they'll play tomorrow? Yeah, that's just gonna be fire.
They don't have Wolverine anymore, at least.
Nice.
It's sniped.
I'm pushing up.
Pushing up with you.
Yeah, let's fall back.
I'm gonna back up the point.
Hope they rework this character. I want Blade to be a harder character.
Harder character to deal with or harder to play?
I got called the Scarlet Witch of DPS. Going up dive.
Damn.
That shit is evil, bro. Cause all I do is hold left
No,
click.
kitten, no. Not here.
That the Iron Man.
No, I... Fuck.
It's okay. You did that.
I should have bubbled myself. I forgot I can bubble myself too.
It's fine, just reset. I probably have to switch though, because it's Iron Man. I can't kill him as Blade. The fact that I just have to eat shit against flyers is so insane.
Yeah, the shotgun needs a fucking.
I can't even like do nothing. I'm just switching Star-Lord. Oh, we have a Star-Lord now. Okay, I'm still switching now.
Yeah, it's probably good to switch.
Actually, I'm gonna play Iron Man. Fuck him.
If I'm not joking about something, you know I'm not taking it seriously.
You heard him? Heard what? Where is he at? Show him what real Iron Man can do. I died to Moon Knight? How? You hurt? Yo, what the? Did you come from the TikTok chat?
Oh, I
just to say
forgot I had
that?
a charm team up. Silly me.
What? Look what you've done to my chat.
Yes.
Look what you've done to my chat.
That's a W.
Come on, Infer, dip him.
Diff him. Hold on. You guys are all dead. I can't do shit yet.
Here, I'm supporting you.
Oh, well, he's mag bubbled. He's immortal.
Who's it? Oh, hold on.
That's completely different. He was mag bubbled.
Nah, I was joking.
Okay, let's fuck you.
It's funny to see you. Oh, shit.
Rob,
That's so horny. What am I missing? What are you guys?
Bro, somebody came from my. Just read the Twitch chat.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna switch to Invis after all. Or I could just play it right now. Nah.
God. All right, like, can we like lock in so we don't lose this? This is actually a free one.
I need to find cover.
We need to win the team fight.
You don't see me, right?
Oh my fucking god, bro. Okay.
Jack dead?
Dude, Sandy is
Poke
right
Dagger
here.
dead?
You need to push that cart though.
Need some help.
I'm gonna get on point. I'm gonna get on point.
The moon haunts you.
Why is there a Moon Knight flanking us? Oh my god.
GG.
I got him, but at what cost?
Okay, hold on.
I'm just dead.
Only 60
That's
CEO of
reasonable.
Twitch is Dan Clancy. I state my case, Your Honor.
Why is this shot so orange? I don't know what the fuck happened.
I'm good to go. Judge,
Multiple.
jury, executioner.
disappear. Down to 30 seconds.
Does the Iron Man have ult?
I don't know. I am dead though. I gotta kill this freaking Moon Knight. He keeps one-shotting me.
Fuck, I missed.
Much better. Think I was worried.
Are we solo team?
Yeah.
Step aside. Out of sight.
Fuck, I just got kidnapped.
Be strong together. Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Okay,
my
they're one
God.
DPS down.
We're down 2.
Oh my god, I had no idea freaking Iron Man was on us. What?
I got one-shotted by that? Oh my god.
I'm about to go Venom to just touch.
My light cannot be sniffed. Sayonara. You're mine.
By the eye of Agamotto.
We gotta
I'm
touch.
just dead. I am touching.
I don't know if she's gonna be very angry. Fear that self.
I grabbed Strange. Oh, I missed the wall slightly. He's one in the air.
Okay, he died. Luna needs to ult.
You ult first, Luna. Girl, ult!
Luna,
ult!
please.
What's the word?
Oh my god, yo, what is the reaction timing?
Oh my god, I just died.
She let you die? Oh my god!
Stay on the cart.
What is the reaction time?
The moon haunts you.
Jesus
I have
Christ.
a
We win, it's fine, we won. Oh my god, that girl actually trolled.
That's
Oh, that-
crazy.
that was
That's
bad.
asking me. I'm sorry.
She did that,
You
just
could
let you
subscribe
die.
to your favorite Twitch streamer. What?
Yeah, almost tossed that.
Prime sub.
Jesus.
How many talks am I? So the church
I would have been
daily
upset if we
basis.
lost that one.
I'd have been pissed too, because that was a free one. They didn't even get halfway.
Fucking pissed.
Okay. We need to get added GM3.
Celestial, here we come.
Need Matt's girlfriend. That's funny. Yeah, that blade. That blade. Rah.
Yeah,
What do
what
you,
that blade do?
why do you say it like that?
Yeah, that's the person that came from the TikTok chat. What do you mean? Why are they saying it like
Oh,
that?
how does this name pronounce?
Now,
LA.
who
Oh
am I
wait,
gonna
it's
banish
you
from
from
this
earlier,
match?
bro.
Oh, no.
What the?
You're the rocket
Who?
player.
You're the rocket player.
I avoided you.
Oh.
I must have avoided someone else.
I just chose someone.
He thought he avoided you. You say you avoided someone else. Your name
What the
just looks
fuck?
familiar.
No, I'm not. LOL. What does that mean?
Gambit next. Or Black Cat. Either is good. You're saying that's
The name looks similar.
less than I thought.
Oh, it better not be me. I doubt it though.
We got ties to one of streamers. It's one branches of many. Yo, how do we start our own branch, Maxine?
I feel like it's a double gambit ban, but
I'd rather double Gambit ban than Gambit
Want this
match.
game down just for his attitude? For the attitude?
Maxine, you gotta start the
That
branch
shit
for
did
us.
scare me though, cause I'm
consult
not
the
trying to
Archer, I
start off
assume?
on anything negative.
Archbishop, Maxine would like to
Dino.
start a new branch for us.
Start a new branch.
What
Dude, what are you
branch?
asking
What are you talking about, man?
Don't worry about it.
Oh my god.
Wait, why is? Oh nah. Yeah.
No.
Fucking Phoenix is in the game.
Get you up Blade. Let's get you on a nice little tank. We got an invis. You can
Would I have
play
a second
Doctor
tank?
Strange.
Mm,
You
good
like
tank.
throwing balls
Never
at
have
people.
a
You can
fucking
play
second tank.
Magneto.
We really never have a second tank. It's actually crazy.
With me on the front lines, we can't lose.
I can run that cap actually.
Freedom's an
What comp we
idea that
run?
will never die.
You can dive with
I do
magic.
Strange. I want to
Entanglement is a vexing problem.
Oh, shoot. Never mind. I thought we were on
Scooter, Archbishop, Power, appreciate the follow.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I could
I'm
go.
sure I can
Luna.
negotiate with him. Yes, yes. Thank you, my sire.
Strange to be back.
That's so funny.
What does your name mean, Luna? Like, how do you say it?
Quite an effect on one's
A lot.
mental state, I imagine.
Alay, hi, baby.
Is someone gonna open a branch for Ally too?
Alay, hi, Alay, hi.
How it takes me to get to play and first gotten 2 accounts to GM.
Terrible.
That's not true.
Oh, rude,
Your
rude.
name?
Wait, what'd he
Alay,
say?
hi.
He said terrible name. That's my name.
That's fucked up. It's a pretty unique name.
We're getting rid of the iron wall. I'm getting rid of the iron wall. You're walled up. You're walled up. We're down a healer. We're down a healer.
Run it down. I should after that.
One support. By the way, one. That's it.
Hands are shaking again. Focus.
Oh, they are one support. Oh.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Damn. They really are. That's crazy. How are we? We're down one.
That kid's
Getting rid of the wall
socked
behind you.
up.
Why does it take so long to destroy walls? Is Emma?
Okay, we
Get rid
are
of the iron
down.
wall. Iron wall gone. Oh, this guy's fucking back because of the rocket.
Is that a torch?
Without the other.
If y'all don't kill this torch,
I'm just dead, bro.
Bro, I know. Okay, what's genuinely the problem right now? What's the problem? Okay.
I'll be on my PS5, but I still keep you up. I appreciate you. Enjoy your games, lover. I don't know what we do here. I guess I'm gonna play Thing. Do with the Black Panther.
He's blinded.
I teleported away.
Getting rid of the iron wall.
Bro, what?
What is happening to you guys?
Black Panther.
I switched to
I'm just got this in the back.
We must and shall save the world.
Dude, he's so fucking fast. We're fucked. We're actually fucked.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. I put my shield down for 2 seconds.
This is sad.
Maybe I just solo tank, bro. I think it's gonna have to be.
Yeah, you might have
Punisher.
to. We got a Scarlet Witch for the root walls. Let's go.
Angel can die. Angel can die. Angel can die.
That sucks.
Turn in the ult. Turn in the ult. Turn in the ult. Turn in the ult.
Of course.
You're halfway there. Keep going. Only 60 seconds left.
Where's this human torch at?
We must make this a quote. Quote of man. Where's the quote? You know you have the power to make commands. Give you a defense boost.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna cap point. I'm gonna cap point.
You know how much old discipline I had to have for that?
That's crazy. Trying to get rid of this iron wall. I cancel this movement. I cancel this movement.
They have a Loki now. I mean Mantis.
Yeah.
She's down. Oh my, I hit
I broke his dash.
I cancel him out. I cancel him out.
Yeah, it's my eye.
Vehicle reached a
The
checkpoint.
10 Goon commandments.
Look at DP.
Alright, then
DP
make
dead
it,
body.
Max, and you have the power to make commands. I think it's funny, so. If it's funny, I'm down.
Your judge made a nest in the back line. Just needs to permit dog in. Yeah. Armando's
I'm just
doing
gonna
that.
sit point.
Was only wasted his ult? Yeah, he did.
No.
Holy shit, you guys are getting shot at from every angle.
Start looking down, start with dead.
I'm gonna go in
The
there and
root wall
ult.
and the heal wall are on the left. Can't see
Oh,
you.
you gotta be kidding me.
I'll give you a defense buff. I'll give you a defense buff.
I can't reach you, Infer.
No, you're fine, I'm good. Someone needs to destroy that fucking thing. Destroyed it.
No more Mantis. No more BP.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I'm gonna let you guys do that. I'm gonna send a thing.
Oh, they're getting cooked.
Yeah, now that I fucking swapped the thing. Was with rockets leaving their BABs in the open, amateurs. Yes. Should be hanging over the edge to team kill. Crazy. Elite Ruby son. Dude, did the new Ruby season finally come out?
I don't know.
I've been waiting.
I still didn't watch the last one yet.
Can you stay a little
The
bit
last one was so good.
back? I'm not up close with you guys.
I'm getting around these walls. There's an iron wall behind you. Give me your defense boost. I have my ult.
We are undefeatable.
I'm not using it. Oh, I tried to give her a defense boost. Why didn't she sit in the ult? Mantis can die. Rocket dead. Attacking the ult. Attacking the ult.
Yeah, I meant to quote.
I'm backing up. I'm backing up.
Our enemies are near. Power beyond sight.
Black Panther one.
On the butt closet.
Sheesh. This is exhausting.
It is. There's my neck hurt.
You guys are literally just flying around and moving and shit. I don't know. My shield's getting broken so fast. What?
Hey, we're down a healer.
I'm on both their healers right now.
They're down two.
Hold on, I can't get you. Hero.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm
Star-Lord's
just bothering the
flanking,
fuck
I
out of their
think.
healers.
I'm hiding, taking cover, but
Cancel out Black Panther's movement.
oh no!
You need that right now.
It's okay, it's okay.
Big ol' battle! Big ol' battle!
Oh my god, Mantis is 1 HP.
Oh, Oh,
the fattest ult ever.
Someone could touch me with that.
You need to touch it, you need a portal.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Shit.
No. I didn't make this, I can't make this.
I'm unlucky.
Current score is
That's not a bad
In
push.
fact, was it fat? That was a fat ult.
It was
what are you
fat.
talking about, Maxine?
time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Tap good, W.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Open your eyes. Reality
I would know because
is
I was in
but
the
an
dreams.
illusion.
The higher the pressure, the more
I'm
dazzling.
gonna lie, I'm the
diamond.
Darcidius of Gooners. Damn, that's a wild statement. Can we get that as a quote? That all had a crazy BMI. Damn. It really was.
Round 2.
I proudly wear the X, even when it clashes with my ensemble.
Now, a disappearing act.
Cassie, what are you up to now?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
You promise me you'll take it easy out there, Susie.
Benjamin J. Grimm, you should know by now that I'm far from helpless.
Dying? Damn. That's not good.
I meant you should take it easy on that.
We can't have that.
Well, in that case, we'll just have to wait and see.
Oh, you needed that too?
Battle starts in 5.
I didn't know that was the first one. My bad.
Here, there's one right here.
That wasn't that bad.
I already got one. I got one.
You don't want the shield? Oh, you got
I have one.
You need to
Yeah.
stop that vehicle.
Of course, I've always gotten the shield. Thing needs all the shields you can get. Starlord on the right. I'll come back for the BP. Starlord in the back. Starlord in the back.
Oh, he was one. Oh, he died. Okay, nice.
Starlord's like literally right there. Ooh,
I got slapped. I got slapped. I got slapped. DPS rocket. It's fucking me up.
No way, BP tried to go for you. That's crazy.
BP1. BP1.
Oh, I got it!
Nice. I don't feel safe.
Ulting.
She's one. Nice. Yo, rocket by himself. Rocket by himself right here. W.
I'll patch you up.
Maybe it's not that bad for me since I'm MMO.
Medicated autism dinner brain.
We are undefeatable.
Oh my god, he died through it.
Oh my god, this man's going in. No, I was trying to give him
Oh,
shield.
he was too far from my res. Oh, he is res. Oh.
No.
Oh, I'm down.
That's fine. We won this team fight.
I still have my ult. I'm just waiting.
You still got a minute down.
That's how I can see my name, just saying words.
That BP needs to switch. I hope he does.
Bag. Yeah, I switched just to counter him. He's 13 and 15.
I switched the counter to fucking Groot. It's fucking annoying.
Attacking the ult, attacking the ult, attacking the ult.
Dude,
Oh my
everyone
God.
died.
Yeah.
God damn.
Do we want to portal
All they
this?
did was make me angrier.
Give up my ult.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh shit, I switched, but okay.
Oh my god, I'm stuck in all the fucking buildings.
I suppose that helped.
W, let's fucking
Nah.
go.
Destroy the tree behind us. Nice. There we go. Yeah, Groot ults. Make sure you guys turn around.
I was trying to block the front damage. I don't know, is it better for me to turn around and hit it?
It's like half. It's like, it doesn't matter. I usually always turn around though.
I'll remember that. That's a good strat.
Oh.
Just a one.
I have ult.
Root one.
Nice.
Let's go.
No.
He needs to come back to the century. Yeah, he came back from negative. He's 17-17.
Another epic victory.
Are you staying? Only sometimes. Why?
Sheesh. Promo. We're back.
I can smell you right now and you stink? Damn. I mean, you are underneath my desk. Wait, what? Oh yeah, the hell
We're
ring.
cooking? Always cooking.
Oh yeah, we're fucking cooking.
Always cooking. What you up to, Shine?
Ooh.
What?
I got some. I forgot the name. Hold on.
You got some more food again? What?
Yeah, she's on her fucking.
I got egg rolls.
She's on her
You
third
said this
lunch.
already.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, Eli has to have at least 13 meals a day or she'll
13? Jeez.
21 on the weekends.
Playing Pragmata? Oh yeah, they gave me that game. I haven't played it yet.
Yo, Dad Space. It's so fun.
I don't know if I'm gonna play it. Too busy.
Maybe. Yeah, true.
Playing 007 First Light. That game is fun as hell.
Yeah, I want to play that too. I've just been playing so much fucking Rivals. I haven't touched anything else.
My
I guess I'll be Emma here.
Shine, go 007. You're gonna like it.
I'm banning Phoenix first.
Now, who am
I can Steam share you it. That game is fun as hell. You're gonna like it.
What?
Please ban Phoenix. Oh god. The James Bond game, yeah.
Bro, I'm banning Phoenix for
It's
you.
fun as hell.
For you.
No, I was so excited to play it, but now I have too much of a Rivals addiction.
I hope you guys get an Instalog Widow and support pool. Why? Why?
Rest assured.
I mean, this don't affect me. I'm not on my main account, but I feel bad for these two.
Who said this? We must send them to the Shadow Realm.
The clips that we seen on TikTok of 007 are insane. Yeah, that game's fun as hell.
Fuck, we're fucked, bro. Sorry. I'm a one trick.
What? He's a one trick.
I'm banning Groot. I'm banning
Who's a one
Groot.
trick?
He's a Dino one trick.
How are you a Dino one trick? He just came out.
It's banned, so I mean, I don't know what the fuck he's gonna do. So
Shit, I should have been Daredevil. Here, did I redeem Widow so you can fulfill the prophecy? No.
They're probably
What the fuck?
Parker, maybe.
The right
Is that
heroes
Emma?
could make all the difference.
yeah, I don't know. That's random. I tried to ban Daredevil,
That is very random.
so I'll just play it.
Call me D-Tongue now, but Daredevil will do.
I'm just gonna play anti-dive. These 2k points ain't gonna fund themselves. Dino one trick but no lord? Yeah, that's fucking crazy. So how can you be a Dino one trick?
He's
When
capping.
it's only been out for like a couple
capping.
weeks, bro. It ain't happening.
I made it extra crispy.
Like you're speed running to the kitchen and back is so hilarious.
Round one.
I deliver a new kind of justice now.
They'll be
Divine
coming in 30
justice.
seconds. Stay strong.
They promised me you'll take it easy out there, Susie.
Benjamin J. Grimm. You should know
He's gotta be trolling. He's for sure trolling.
from helpless.
After this match, I'm gonna
What's
eat.
Biggie? Are we back on track? Yeah, I need a little snack.
I'm gonna eat after this match. So you guys should totally queue without me, and I can watch you guys suffer. Ah,
I just finished my food.
Alright, team, I'll cover that tier. What do I see? What do I
Hey,
see?
eat more
I
food.
see Strange, Fox, Magic, Invis, Mag.
Get rid of this fucking bridge. Dude, thing is so bad at breaking shit.
Oh my god, Mag's down?
So
He should be res though, but god damn, he got so quick.
That's much better.
you did indeed got quick. I almost killed him with this fucking white fox teleported.
Why'd you... Wait, why did you push him away?
What?
Oh, she pulled him.
Push away the strange?
No, she pulled him.
Oh, okay, then I don't know how we get back. They're down up here.
I can't really hear well.
They're like... They don't have a person. It's gonna get cancelled.
What?
That sucks.
So I had music in my ear, so I couldn't hear anything.
Nah, you're
Time
good.
for food, I guess.
Nah, I'll play one more. Then I'm ending stream.
That's crazy.
I'm joking.
Gotta do another 12 hours.
Whack.
Oh, I'm gonna do mine. You should be worried about her. She just ate so much food, she's gonna get sleepy.
Yeah, she's gonna go in a food coma.
Food fuels me.
Do you think you want
Ugh, what's the guy's name?
What name?
Booger Eater.
What the fuck? That actually isn't. I think I've played against that guy actually. I don't remember though.
Now,
What you doing, JD? What are you doing?
Match?
Man, Moon Knight? I guess that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, you see him?
We'll see. I don't remember.
JD is his name. That's my auntie's dog. Booger Eater is a toxic Iron Man.
That the one? I don't remember. All I know is I've seen that name before, for sure.
You know what's cute about JD? Is that when it thunders, he gets scared.
Oh, he doesn't
And like
bark, he
hides
hides?
next to my room and it just like shivers. I'm like, oh JD, don't be scared.
Some
He makes
dogs
me
bark
baby him
like
really
crazy
hard.
when it's thunder.
That. Oh, so this dog is crazy. Cause I forgot.
Every character is
He
toxic.
lost
Yo, what
most
up,
of his
Brad?
teeth because he bit into a boar, and obviously when
damn.
he let go, his teeth came out. Yeah, from his previous owner. So we're gonna put him down.
Yes, I appreciate the emote.
To go hunting.
But they didn't. Well, my auntie got him instead.
Hmm.
Took him in instead. But he's more of like a yard dog. So he like stays out, guards. I think he used to guard animals, I'm assuming. But yeah, he's been in the woods and in the woods during storms too. It's just
Oh,
freaking
damn.
crazy. My auntie was so stressed and mad and like scared. We thought he died one time because he didn't come back for like 2 freaking weeks.
2 weeks, damn. It is scary.
So I bet he's just scared from like
I'm
loud noise.
30 seconds before you attack.
And he plays Hunter's Game and he always at the same rank and talks the whole time.
Do these weird symbiotes keep trying to...
He's on the enemy team. Let's go.
No, but I'm keeping it.
If it's him, he plays hundreds of games and he's always the same rank and talks the whole time. Shit, maybe I go Star-Lord then. Oh, we have one. Okay. Nah, this is fine.
I hit you with that bat. Wait, why?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Maybe in the booty.
Huh?
Oh, Rad, how are you doing?
Area. Got it?
There you are, you cheeky breathing monster!
Ow. Baby crunching the mic. I'm not even near the mic. I'll move my mic away.
Oh wow.
I'm just hungry.
Who was that killed him? Oh, Mav.
Yeah, that's how I got away with that. That's not good.
I'm probably dead here.
Much better.
Alright, I'll move my mic further away.
Whoever
Oh, my
took
mic
me
picks
out,
up everything.
you just made my lips. Shot to the soul. Cheers, mate. Thanks for the love, love. Shot to the soul.
Our enemy has been spotted.
Not that kid. Shot to the soul.
Oh lordy, this is a stalemate of doom.
Can I lock him back?
He's low. Oh my
Get in
gosh, she
that
got
bubble.
fucking
Oh,
bubbled.
no.
Got her.
No, I meant Hero get in the bubble, but it was too far from now.
I can ult them.
That'd be a good idea.
Shoot, they have a mag. I don't even know if I could ult.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Let them just waste it here.
Yeah, let him waste that. That's so sad, bro. That was a big ult, but they were too far away, I guess.
I'm just dying. I need a swap.
I'll fight this war against crime. I'm good to go.
Okay. I don't really understand why Invis is just.
Oh no.
Whatever.
I was hoping for
What was our
Mr.
Invis
Mag.
So he AFK in the spawn room.
This is real firepower.
I'm not even in the circle. I'm dying to it.
I don't know what to do.
We need to ult in, but
Yeah, but the mag.
yeah,
So I could ult in, but the
that's
mag
what I'm
might
playing.
get me.
I think you ult. Wait, no, you can't ult in.
I think it's just better.
Yeah, you might have to just try it. Make a go into the room over there to the left.
To the left? Okay.
Oh, that's his ult gone. That's his ult you were worried about gone.
Someone just ult to point, and you guys can push in with that.
Holy shit, we just I zipped in and I just shotgunned 3 people.
Oh,
Nice.
what's up? There's ult to bait mag. Yeah, I was gonna comment on
Really?
that, but I wasn't sure if he was gonna use his ult or he was gonna let his healer ult. You know, because their invis still had ult. She could have used it instead of them both using, which actually worked out in our favor though.
Judge, jury.
Maybe I'm thinking ahead too much.
I need this stagger. Give me that. I want all of y'all.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
I got 3.
But yeah, I thought the healer was just gonna unmax this.
Wait, I might get 4. Oh my god, Invis is here.
I have my ult. Just tell me when you want it.
No, I'm good.
You want to use your ult before invis? You could push in with it.
It's up to you guys. I can.
Go for it.
You should let invis know. Or not. This is good. Blinded. They're all blinded.
Attacking the ult.
It's gone.
We're good.
Nice ult.
That was a W ult.
She's blinded. I'm gonna go for another blind. Watch out for the stranger ult.
Oh, fuck. They can get a fat ult here. You can get a fat ult here.
Watch out for the invis. I mean the invis.
Oh my god, I keep getting him 1 HP.
Let's do this.
Almost there. Don't turn back now. Only 60 seconds left.
I'm at ult.
Judge, jury,
Block me if you can.
executioner.
I
I'm also.
You're in a bubble.
Some behind us. I think it's.
I got you. I got you.
Something behind us. I'm getting targeted. I'm getting targeted.
So close to getting this all locked out. Starler could have ulted.
If we go portal and all.
Rocket gameplay. I am not that good.
Oh,
on
portal.
that. I could have wall run there.
As sorcerer supreme, I
Sorry, you can use yours
other
first.
magical adepts.
Or I might just double with you.
Oh, he countered my
Oh
ult.
no!
He counter portaled my ult.
Go through the other way.
Oh.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Fuck me. I should have swapped back.
No.
I think Starlet's killing them all. Oh.
Okay.
Unlucky.
Current score is 1-2-0.
Oh, we're running 3 main healers. We're not gonna get any ult charge anytime soon. We can't run 3 main healers.
The right heroes could make all.
Wait, so I think you can actually
I'm
counter
the
the
Punisher.
not counter, but when the strange counters your own portal, you could go through behind your
Actually,
portal.
Penny's good here.
Yeah, it's just buying time though.
I'll go rocket.
Faster with the TP. Well, I did it fast. I did it as soon as I spawned.
Who's ready to go hunting?
Round 2, go!
If you're not careful, mate, you start to become the monster yourself.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Cheers, mate!
Ah, Namor. 'Tis a joy to have a fellow monarch fighting by my side.
A king is only as powerful as the army he commands. Mine is at the ready. Where is yours?
Yggsgard's warriors currently answer to my brother, Loki.
What's up, Depression? How you doing?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What's on real quick word for him?
Securing the mission area.
Thanks for the love, love.
A little help, please.
I got someone in my trap.
Okay, Thor's gonna get res.
What's for my shit? I got kidnapped. I got kidnapped.
It's Magneto. Kill this Magneto.
I'm borderline. I use everything to hold this.
This Psylocke is being so destructive, man.
I hate portaling on this map. It's so
We do not
dumb.
want to. I tried to fall.
I'm stalling. I'm stalling.
A little help, please.
No, the Psylocke almost died. I got kidnapped. I couldn't get back through the portal.
Oh, were we not going through it?
Finding a fucking Elsa. Okay.
I thought the other person beside me was gonna get through.
To be fighting an Emma that was keeping contested.
Their chariot must go no
There's a Psylocke up top.
Armed and this is
Ah, he hit the oh fuck!
That was a roller coaster of emotion right there. Hit on the
Oh, that was overkill. That's my fault.
Oh my lordy. Okay, let's just not it.
Psylocke one in the back.
Can't even get a good ult going. Just iframe it. Damn, we couldn't do anything. Yep.
Final score 1-2-2. Well, you can't expect
How unfortunate. Alright, you guys can play another one. I'm gonna set up one match. Need some food.
Why do you want to just make food?
I can make spam, yeah.
Alright, we're all taking a food break.
Alright, lunch break. Lunch break time.
I would take you with me, chat, but something happened to my freaking tripod, so now I can't take you with me.
What happened to your tripod?
Who stream do I put on? Just gonna watch Mike play support. Alright, be right back.
Nobody watching us, who watch Mike? That'd be so funny. I might hit it for you.
What the hell? This is not support. It's on Black Hat. Whatever.
What should I put on for you guys?
Hey, you stink? Why?
It shouldn't take me too long, chat. I just gotta, Oh, you know what we should put, chat? Death and gaming. I can leave this on for you guys.
See what I found on YouTube to watch.
I can put this on for you guys as I make spam.
Ooh, more guns.
Who's that? Educational Marvel Rivals coach. Really good advice, really good videos, very in depth. I was actually watching some of the I believe Cap. I think I was watching Cap. But I ended up finishing it because I was busy.
Oh, we can watch a stream. What do you guys want to watch while we are on our lunch break?
The spam tick 1 hour? No. I have rice already made, although I don't know if it's... I hope it's still good. This is basmati rice. I think it should be good today. I just gotta make the spam. Dry! Don't say that! Dry! You have some good videos. Really good videos. Let's see. I'll say about 30 minutes. We could probably do this one. How to brawl and domination. Oh, this is the one I started too. Should I make this a big screen? Or is it fine with this? You better stop it, cat. Look at this. Look at this fucking... No. Let me stop the music too.
Let's watch Kingsman. I'm not gonna have sound on.
You cool with this, Steph? You cool with me doing this? Let me know, cause I can switch it.
Yeah, I might need to get turbo. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I want to watch. Still here? Thank you, Lover. Let's see what his magic can do. I've actually never watched Kingsman.
You want to know how to brawl in domination or game sense guide? I just thought of it. Let me know, because the game sense guide is really good. Bye, Death. Death has a really good one. This is a really good video. He's going over the examples of predicting before he, yeah.
I'm back. Okay. What happened to her chat? Oh, you're here still? Okay, good. What happened to her?
I think she's making spam.
Oh, unless she went to the food coma or something. Oh.
It's always a possibility.
Bet. All right, chat. Let's see.
What'd you end up having for food?
It's the same thing from earlier. I just finished it.
Oh, nice.
It was like bacon, eggs, and protein pancakes.
UW protein pancakes. I love protein pancakes.
I think it was turkey bacon. Yeah, turkey bacon tastes better to me, but I mean, not
It's
really.
healthier.
Okay,
I
chat.
found out the best way to cook bacon in a pan is to put water on it. Because the water will protect it from burning, and then it lets the fat out, and it cooks really well.
Interesting. I should try that.
Yeah, I look up a lot of cooking stuff. I'll make sure I lock in. I've been working on my confidence. I have lots of fun on QP, though. Sparks, you're a fucking W healer. I believe in you. You got this.
State of play is tomorrow, chat. What time is it at? It's at...
Yeah, I'm just having ramen without noodles.
Give me a second. Yeah, 5 p.m. Over an hour long. Skip this song. We're an hour long.
I up later, DD and Token. How was that
2
game?
p.m. 5 p.m. EST. 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. EST, 11 p.m. CST. Kingdom Hearts 4 Trust? Hell no, that's not happening. That Blade or DD and Tokon? We gotta wait till tomorrow. If they're gonna show Tokon, it'll be here. So make sure you guys are here. Okay. Cage 4 still be in a blender. Cage 4 will be like, I want to say Cage 4 will be announced tomorrow, but highly doubt it. Well, not announced. We'll return tomorrow, but doubt it. Let's see what else is streaming. Weight of my pride. That's just never gonna happen. What is Aru and Fidel doing? What is she doing? A state of play. Oh, they're doing predictions. Everyone's doing predictions. Literally everyone's doing predictions.
Wait, no. You look pretty, really. I didn't take a shower after the beach, so my hair.
What's Raylene doing? Playing Rocket.
See, still sitting on my face is Rocket, but I can still like heal my.
If he's playing Path of Exile. Oh man. Damn, I've really been on this account for what, 10 hours now? How long have we been live? 8 hours. Whoops, not 10. I feel like it's been 9, but I forgot I started at 1, not 12.
That's probably expensive as fuck.
As I play Spider-Man, I get to see what mistakes Was making their matches, include myself. Bro, drop the mask, bro. Pick up the blade. Drop the mask and pick up the blade, bro. Lock in. Toki's playing Deadlock. I was playing Venator. Ew. Ew. The Venator. The Venator. E-Dad who? What are you talking about? What's Kingsman doing? He's playing Magneto? He's filling. I swear to God, every time I come to his stream, he never gets to play the role he wants. Never. Because he always fills, which you should do. Because usually, oh, he never have a second tank. I wonder if he still runs into cheaters.
Anyone.
I remember he asked me, have you ran into any cheaters today? I was like, what are you talking about? Oh, he almost sniped that girl. Like, what are you talking about?
Break it.
Literally the following day, running into 3. Is you crazy?
No CP. Well,
we haven't ran into any cheaters since though. Just they put out that statement, so I don't know what happened, but maybe the new patch patched out some exploits. I don't know. I mean, obviously it wouldn't tell us if shit's patched, but I can imagine it is. I'd assume because we haven't seen any cheaters since the new patch came out. And by patch, I mean like the update on Steam with like the new skins. I need to practice Magneto. I don't want to play it whenever we do alt games again. I want to get more rep to my black cat, but she's literally about to get nerfed. That's for sure. She's for sure about to get nerfed. Whoa, that was weird. Sorry, opening's a banger. It was 300. A White Fox on that list of nerfs? Come on now. This character's damage is outlandish. I kind of like the only thing I don't like about the new racing skit is that it doesn't have the sound effects on the ult. I don't know. Is it epic? No, it's legendary. It just doesn't have the like the ring noise when you ult. Which I guess you wouldn't want if you want a skin advantage.
Yeah, that'd be crazy, bro.
Oh my god, that skin is insane. Maybe it's best I don't get to play that skin. Oh my god. That skin is actually ridiculous. This skin is crazy, bro. What makes legendaries? We don't know. It's literally just preference, whatever they pick. That guy didn't die? Yo, the floaty thing on this Doom match is so dumb.
Yep. Wait, I still have my... Whatever.
He didn't realize he still had ult. Our assets got bigger.
That's crazy.
Summer, yeah, I'm a Frost skin. Yeah, you ain't ready for the new Summer Psylocke skin.
I wanted to hit rank 1 again, and now I'm literally perma stuck top 10 because people just troll.
Damn.
Like, and I literally was rank 1 yesterday.
Did you do predictions for state of play?
Not
Nah.
actually rank 1 because like
I could
hate the
probably
fact
do it
that I
right
haven't
now,
been
low
able to
key. Hold on.
Like I'm rank 1, but I'm not actually rank 1 because the refund came after I lose the points. Like instead of before, I already was owed the point. Like,
I'll open Photoshop.
my life. It's ridiculous.
Dude, but if I start doing this, I'm gonna be doing this for a while. I probably shouldn't do this now. Cause I have the PSD for the last one pulled up, but like I don't. If I start yapping, I'm not gonna stop. It's probably best if I don't do this right now. I'll do it before the stream starts. I mean, before this showcase tomorrow. I'll go live at like 4. Chat, I fucked up. Oh God, what did she do? What did she do? How? How did she burn the spam? What? She's literally not even at her computer. Shit, maybe I do this now then. What the hell? She over there burning stuff. How did she burn it?
There's nobody else alive.
Shit, I'm doing it now though. Hold on. I'm opening Photoshop. Oh, Flats is moving again? That's the last night in a house that I thought I'd never have. A bit nostalgic. Oh, if I'm making our decision. Oh, his new house is fucked. It has internet problems. Internet DC's in mid-champs game. Loser, this place sucks. Coming for next. Damn, I didn't know his internet was fucked. That's why he's moving again? Again? Damn. Dude, do you know how fucked that is? Like, what if, like, chat, the problem with me buying a house, if I buy a house and my fucking internet is ass, I'm gonna be fucked. We don't got Flats money. We can't just move again. Like, we don't got Flats money. We can't just move again. Son, I'm gonna be cooked. Yeah, this new house is fucked. It's not good for content. Nah, bro. I just need one gigabyte. That's all I need. 1,000 up, 1,000 down. That's all I need. But his new house apparently has 7,000. That's fucking crazy. 7,000 megabytes per second. 7,000 gigabytes basically. 7 up, 7 down. That's crazy. I didn't even know it can go that high. My internet right now is fiber optics, but mine's 1,000 up, 1,000 down. Let's get fiber in the floor. Now apparently, like, there's no, he has fiber, but like it's not good. It's like ass, and like it just keeps desync, and like he called like the whole, he called everything. He tried everything. He filed a claim, lawyered up and all. Like they couldn't do shit. They couldn't do shit. They couldn't do shit, bro. All right, what we doing here, chat? A lot of shit I could put here. What is this? Wait, what is this that I put? Final Fantasy X. I put that? Why did I mean, that makes sense. FF17. Wolverine, new gacha. Wait, most of this shit is staying. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Most of this shit is about to stay on here. Wait, oh, I was about to put Intergalactic. It's already up there. Most of this shit I'm already putting up here is already staying. Wait, what? This Persona one won't stay though. This is gonna be on the Xbox One. Black Flag, that already got announced. Oh shit. Yeah, I gotta take some of these down. One Piece, take that shit off. What is this? P3, take that shit off. What is that? Wolverine, that's confirmed. You gotcha, that's for sure gonna happen. What is that? GTA 6, I'm leaving that. FF, I'm leaving that. Bloodborne, I'm gonna leave that just for the fuck of it. What is this? Black Flag. Taking that off. Infamous 3 would be fire. Yeah, I'm keeping Persona up there. What else should I add? I don't know if I should add KH. Or is KH already up there? Oh, I gotta take the RE demo off. I'll put KH4. Get rid of the Blade game? Son, let me cook. Son, let me cook. Oops. Son, let me cook. Let me cook. That shit's staying. Let me cook. Let me cook. I don't have my shit set up, so I'm just gonna be kind of fucked, but there you go. Let me cook. A new Sonic game, potentially? I don't think we're gonna see another, oops. I'm gonna fix these. I don't think we're gonna see another, oh, the Zonkoi game. We might see that. Take that off. What is this? Oh, that's the Blade game that's staying on here. New gotcha, that's gonna happen. What is this? Astrobot 2? That's copium. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think it's too soon. Might be too soon in my opinion. What else do we add to this shit? This is for tomorrow. With the Chicken Souls game? Oh my god. Token, okay, yeah, Token's up there. Project Winless, that's what it's called. Project Winless. This fucking chicken game, bro. I can't believe I saw a chicken go crazy on the fucking main stage. You buying that day one? Son. 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 We need more. Marvel Rivals 2. You think we see Cyclops there tomorrow? Fuck, I'll put Cyclops. His gameplay trailer? Or it might be too soon. When is the update? Hold on. Oops. Just close everything. The update is on 13th, right? Oh, it's probably not gonna be till next Monday on the 8th. Or no, Tuesday on the 9th. Oh wait, no, it's gonna be on the 12th. Update's on the 12th. Will this be too soon? It wouldn't be not at the museum because I mean they did that with Rogue, no? They did it with Rogue though. Like Rogue wasn't out yet, but they showed the at the Game Awards they showed the fucking trailer for what's that shit called? For Deadpool, not at the museum. Fuck it, I'll put it. I feel like they show his gameplay trailer tomorrow, maybe. But yeah, he's obviously not gonna drop for a while. News about that Blade game? Let me cook. Let me cook. I don't think we're gonna see a new God of War now. What else would be tomorrow? Some of these aren't good. Like the Persona one. Oh, I took it off. The Persona. That'd be odd if they show Persona 6 here, but then at the Xbox showcase they show Persona 4 Rewind, more footage of it. Kind of odd though. Stellar Blade 2. Fuck it. I heard rumors about that. I heard rumors about that. I'm actually gonna put that. What else? Ooh. Trying to think. Zenless? That's gotcha slop. That's literally just a gotcha slop category, bro. The 07 DLC? Nah. Take 07 off? I already did. Oh shit, it's right there. What the fuck? I'm trying to think. What else is announced that we haven't heard updates from? Yeah, we're gonna see a new Call of Duty. Fable already got delayed. Onimusha's part of me there. A new RE, like a remake or something? I don't know. RE5 remake would be fire. A remake of... They gotta be remaking some RE, no? It gotta be 5 or 6. I'd assume it's 5 and 6. Fuck, I'll put RE5. DMC's up there. Wait, it was up there. Wait, where is it? I had to take Star Wars out as well in Marathon. Game's already out. There we go. This looks so stupid. I don't think... I feel like they won't do it, but... Whatever. You never know. You never know. But they announced a Blade game. Everybody forgot. That's fucking crazy. Everybody forgot. I didn't forget. Man, fuck you guys. Fuck you guys then. There's a Blade game? Wow. Street Fighter 6 year 4. I'm gonna put Street Fighter 6 year 4 up there. We saw year 3, but we don't know what year 4 is yet. What the fuck is this AI ass bullshit I'm looking at? This is AI slop, but whatever. What the fuck is that? It must. I mean, I feel like we for sure see season 4 tomorrow, right? I'm sketchy about putting it, but like, there's no way we don't, right? Yeah, I'm like 90% sure we're gonna see Street Fighter 6 year 4 tomorrow. I'm just squish it. Fuck it. Maybe. No. I think we see that tomorrow. What else? What else gets shown tomorrow? Destiny 3. Whew. I'll put it just for the copium, but that shit is not happening. That shit will not be there tomorrow. I'll put it for the copium though. I'll put it there for the copium. Tokon's already right there. Oh, you want to put the character? All Destiny 3 needs is to host a breakout streamer. What do you mean? You God of War? That might be too soon, I think. I think it's too soon. Because they just did the remakes, well, announced the remakes and stuff. Yeah, Summer Games Fest is on the 5th. June 2nd, which is tomorrow's PlayStation Showcase. Xbox is on June 7th. Nintendo hasn't announced their shit yet. I would assume they'd be villains, no? They might do the villains last. Wait, did Eli come back yet? Oh shit, she's back. I know she's eating. Doing a Venom? What are we doing a Venom? No, they're not gonna do a Venom game. Batman Arkham game? They just did Lego Batman though. I don't. What is the show? 5 p.m. EST. 5 p.m. EST. Trying to think. What else is new MVC? MVC 4 in the PlayStation published Tokon showcase. Like, I don't know about that. Robokai for Strive? Fuck it. I don't think. Dude, I don't know. Fuck it, I'll put it though. It should be almost soon though. No, when they announce Robokai. I feel like it's too. Well, Jam did just come out, but not really, kinda. It's been a while, kinda. Fucking Robokai. Destiny 3 is right there. Anything else I should take off? The only thing I would take off probably is Astro fucking Bot. Destiny 3 is up there. It's not fucking happening though. This shit is not happening. I'm trying to think. It should happen though, because I mean they have money. Like there's no reason they don't do a Destiny 3. That'd be pretty troll. Trying to think of what game would be show tomorrow. Oh, information on the new DOA game? I guess. What is the new DOA game? Isn't DOA 7? Didn't they show a teaser? Could put DOA 7. Star Wars, I'm telling you. Not happening. This is all they shown, and then they cut it. Remember this? They fucking showed her chest, and then they cut it. She was about to fight someone, and then they showed her fucking chest, and they cut it. What do I place? Said, am I ready? I'm ready. When are you guys?
Well, I'm ready.
Savage, what rank did we leave off when we played together?
Wait, don't queue without him.
Oh my god. Sorry, my bad.
Hey, just invite me.
That's crazy. I was like, is he in already?
Damn, she ditching me?
I just heard, yeah, I'm ready, and I started.
That's crazy.
She's trolling.
Eager to play,
Yeah,
you know?
I'm placing Astrobot chat. Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, good thing I said something.
I mean, I wouldn't have mind watching you guys. I get to chill.
Which hero do you think you
Why
want to be
we're all
today?
risking you guys suffer? It's pretty satisfying, though.
Oh wow, we're playing with this same guy? Crazy.
Alright, chat. That's it.
Now,
What team guy?
gonna banish from this match.
I know I'm the best. I think we ended up 20, maybe. I actually can't remember.
They were
I was
Scarlet. I don't think
D3.
they were.
Oh.
No, we won that.
I don't think I would. Oh no, I think I would be able
Why
to
are we
carry
banning
team.
Wolf? No, I
Oh
didn't ban fast
no!
enough. I didn't ban fast enough.
Jeez.
Cassie, what up? Welcome back.
Okay, Phoenix.
Then Phoenix.
I don't know why you banned Wolf.
DC allies. I should
I
have added
wanna see
that.
Wolves, like kill Penny many times, but I probably just don't see them together.
Dude,
at all.
I want a new Infamous so badly.
Pretty sick.
I loved Infamous. I got burrito. Ooh, what kind of burrito?
Banning Gambit.
How are the games, Samantha? We're just getting back into it. But games are good though. We're in GM3. We're positive, right? Yeah, we're positive.
Yeah, there's no way we're not. I started Diamond 2.
Yeah, I was 99 on Diamond 2.
Okay.
Chicken? Ooh, nice. Did you make it yourself or did you get it from somewhere? Me dino! I just noticed.
I'm the Punisher.
Why you know I don't play?
I got it from the store.
End
Nice.
the darkness that spawned me.
What
Room
do you
game
guys want
didn't
me to
get
play
canceled?
here?
Yeah, anything. It doesn't matter. Are we on offense or defense?
Oh, we're on offense.
Yeah, offense.
Spilling blood to save the world. I love my
Yeah, just that works.
30 seconds before
Cassie, what sauce do you got with
Whoever she nets, just grab her. Or grab them.
My agents have been keeping a close
Glad you haven't seen me. Yeah. Samantha, have you played games already today?
Are you gonna nuke
always
me?
do. Question is, are you gonna let me do my thing? Or stand in my way?
Are you sure you
Yo, Kurt, rank are you?
Tiger Division
Battle starts in 5.
No, I took the day off. Oh, it's good to take days off.
Skin? Wow.
Especially because it could be draining.
You took the cape off? Jeez.
Aww.
I usually only
Yeah, if I could take the headpiece off, I would too.
This guy. You're a lost cause.
Oh, God.
Oh, we're not on Penny. Okay.
Winner hero. Maybe. Nah, I do it for the chat. It's just so the chat can see the booty. Oh, I fucking go crazy. Wait, Cassie, you gotta give me
Another
a thought.
Punisher? Okay. Those are Hulk in the back line.
I'm about to die. You what?
Dude,
You
Hulk
give
is
me
on the pickle.
a dot.
Oh, we're down. How many are we down right now? 2.
He's back because they had a res beacon.
Echoing, by the way? I don't know how, man.
Okay, just pull back.
Yeah.
I'll have to look at it after this.
No, it's ult. Rocket has ult. Rocket. Invis.
Jury, executioner.
I can't even ult his ult because he's CC immune.
One shot.
damage sustained.
Oh, how did she get in that?
That's good as new.
Thank you. I will grab that after this. I'm high, heavy up twice. I was like, what the fuck? That's crazy.
Yeah, I should just want for this.
1,000 gods.
That's pretty big. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
How did I not?
You go first.
Yeah, we're taking way too long.
Double. Oh no, we didn't.
White Fox and the Punisher. Whew, good luck.
Oh, healer's in the back. Healer's in the back. How am I not grabbing this guy? There's too small for you. You can't touch that thing. I think a smaller dog's probably better.
Damn, that Punisher is so low.
Got him.
Nice.
Go try the res.
I got mag. I got both their tanks. Just holding it.
That was too easy.
Got him.
Look at the Hulk. Look at the Hulk. Hulk banner. Hulk banner. That's pretty small because I won for Luna. Damn. I heard dog's better for.
That was a Punisher.
Shit, I did the bug again, but I still don't know how I did it.
Oh, the crazy proc.
Ooh.
W fucking all.
Oh my god, a penta. The final cut? Yo, I've never heard that voice line. Chat, I've never heard that voice line. What the fuck? He says that?
I have dot block because of
I've never heard that one.
Wow, why did
You could go first again. Unless it's Punisher or Starler rotating out ult.
Keep the ball.
Clip that, chat. That was sick. Oh, he's going for me. Okay.
Shit. You're down a healer.
The hunt's not over yet. The hunt is on.
I clipped the door.
I'm cutting in.
Clipping blade. You a hater. You just man, nobody want to clip your mantis.
Watch out. Who is that with the ult? Matt?
Yeah, something like that. Oh, Invis. Invis, Mag. Yeah, those two.
Go rid of the BRB. Go rid of the BRB.
Wait, are Mag ulted?
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, they're mag ulted.
Double KO.
Slice and dice.
No, our Mag and their Mag ulted.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought I was gonna use it for Star-Lord.
Got him.
Nice. Oh, you don't know? That's crazy.
Oh my god. They have so much firepower. Like, we switch from White Fox. They have a Punisher and a Rocket Raccoon and Star-Lord. I mean, it's too fucking late now, but
Hey, you better not.
they burned their ult again. Oh my god, bro. I keep dying because we have no support ult. We only have one support ult. It's like fucked.
I can't even portal because this goes in.
Nah, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late.
This guy. Why didn't I get you?
Oh man. Yeah, this is not it. Bro, why do we keep getting people that play White Fox and the Punisher? That doesn't, you can't do that.
Yeah, no, it's not, but.
Current score is 1, 2, 0.
Sheesh.
Time to
Okay, we gotta switch this whole comp around.
which side you're on. The right heroes could make
If my
all the
Wi-Fi's
difference.
crazy ammo, yeah. Oh dang, I ain't never seen you go on dang.
I'm not a hero. I'm
That's
the
just
Punisher.
hate so
Girl,
force.
you play Luna? You gotta play Luna?
Yeah, because when I'm playing with friends, I'm playing characters I don't play in ranked. I'm not like a super sweat.
Suck into
I don't even know
Punny
what we
because
do
she's a big
here.
hit target and it just destroys her. Oh, specifically when Punny ults, right? So if she uses her ult, when a Punisher ults, Punisher's gonna melt her.
Cheers, mate.
Especially with the rocket ult. Gotta go. Have a good rest. Thank you, Crown. Have a good day.
The actual Magneto. Wow.
Why does White Fox suck into Punisher? Punisher can just shred her
Dirty
ult.
MK player? I don't know what to play here.
White Fox all gets
Yeah.
shredded. Like, we basically have one support ult because White Fox all gets shredded.
Yeah, I told him about it. White Fox ult is also not that good. To be
Yeah, it's
honest.
not that good. It's if we're diving, but like they're just gonna go hit scan if we're diving.
Not on the window.
I'd say it's a good push, but really,
Girl,
like,
I'm terrible with Squirrel Girl.
is our Luna gonna DPS? Okay, she scared me for a second.
DPS? Oh no.
Yeah, she's all the way off
Like
into
if
the
we're playing
front.
dive, yeah, it could work, but like, I mean, it's gonna get shredded regardless. But into Punisher though, that doesn't make any sense.
They went left. They went left.
Although I really do like her when we get a push with her.
Start
I
running the
really
back.
like
Start
it.
running the
Oh, we're down Elsa.
That's not good.
And
back.
Penny.
Teleported out. I'm just dead here. Fuck me.
Bloodstones don't go down.
Oh.
Love that kick.
Rocket would be good on defense too.
That guy was dead.
We didn't make it. I don't want to be here anymore.
I don't have any ults.
Look at all you guys can handle you holy. Yeah.
Oh god, and I got nothing.
I'm just dead here.
Oh, try to get you.
I should have tried to go up. Did you say the crossover code? I did not, but I can scroll up to it.
Judge, jury, executioner!
That's not good.
Oh, you know what? That was stupid. We could have hit. Shit, that's my bad.
Oh, god damn. You got a fat ult.
That's my
Yeah,
fault.
we got obliterated. No, it wasn't
Well, not
a
my
bad
fault.
ult.
That was just a bad ult.
No, it wasn't that bad because we needed something to survive. I don't think we could have hid there. I don't think we could have hid there. We had no choice. We already lost the match before that.
Ah, that shit was so funny. Did you see me? 3 people died in front of me. How frightening that is. By a Maggle.
No.
Died by a meteor.
Sorry, I don't like that.
Who was it that died? Was it one of you guys? Did you guys die in that?
I died. I got fucking dunked on. I got literally dunked on.
That's just
I got
scary.
dunked on and I got hit by the Thor ult, so the Thor ult killed me.
That's why I was like, oh, that's not good because they killed 2 of us. Last dinosaur.
Yeah! Thinking that! Oh my god. Well, never want to go through that again. For sure.
We got steamroll. We got cooked.
If White Fox didn't stay on it, was winnable trust?
I don't think so. Not even just that. It was more than just that.
Maybe I should have just went triple heals. I don't know.
I mean, you could have, but like, you definitely can't play
On
Mr.
defense.
Fantastic there.
I
But
definitely
just didn't
think
know
on
what to do
defense.
because we're getting rolled
never
so
mind.
hard.
Never mind.
oh, if you didn't know, you could just ask me. I could have helped you.
Yeah.
If you're confused on what character, just ask.
Yeah. Okay, well. You're crosshair? Oh, yeah. Thank you for reminding me.
Great autistic minds think alike. Did I miss something? Okay, so we're going against the person that was playing my Fox on our team.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Too bad we already told them how to fucking counter.
That's fine. Doesn't matter.
Oh, you excited? We got another one.
Another what? Oh my god.
Another wet Fox.
Oh my god. I don't mind as long as they don't play it in the Punisher, which they probably will. Punisher is very common right now because of the Dino. And he's just a general good character overall.
I'll be banning magic.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. Magic bans in the big 2026. Okay. I'm very concerned.
Oh my god.
Is this console rivals? Bro, I don't know. Oh my god. Moon Knight bans. Okay, let's go.
You gotta defend yourself from die. Please do not play support. Yeah, I cannot. So
these bans are so fucked. Okay, they're not that bad, but
Phoenix.
oh shit, Phoenix does need. Okay, both of these characters need to be banned. So like, I don't know.
I just saw something funny. Gotta be a tracker, because that's a weird ass ban. What?
My dino.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My Ultron? No Ultron. I don't think we need an Ultron.
My Ultron for what?
GM lobby gold mental. Yeah.
Oh man. I'm so sad Phoenix is in this match.
We're on attack. What do you guys want for a tank?
Round 1, go!
Tank?
Triple heals.
But only if we show up.
Rather 2-2-2 than triple.
Also, matches is low-key crazy.
I didn't tell you this. Oh my god.
Your powers of stealth
there you are.
would make you an excellent assassin.
I've been told that before.
Oh my god, chat.
Isn't really my style.
There's this app that my friend got. It's called Janitorverse or something like that.
Janitor.
It's basically where
what?
Right, you're reading stories. They're interactive stories, so you can interact with them.
2,
Oh my god, she's reading like a mafia boss babe romance story where like
That's crazy.
he
Sounds
thinks
like
you
one of
have
those Reddit AI
information
stories.
you want. Oh dude, this shit was so funny.
Damien, try to share,
This shit was so funny. I gotta read it to you. I gotta tell you guys about it after.
I have some from to you.
Whoa. Okay. I got one shot. I'm switching. Oh my god, these guys are so weird, bro.
I'm absolutely.
They only have one tank.
I can't even play Psylocke. I have a Loki. You're on triple healer.
Triple healer, one tank.
Or oh, Moon Knight fan.
She might go Blade here. I'm just gonna bully the Strange. They have like no
Pull the Strange
damage.
in. Put him in. Wait.
Oh, I thought the hit is so low.
He's playing Phoenix?
No, someone on the stairs. Someone on the stairs. There's Namor. Namor one. Namor one. Namor one.
Damn it. I thought I would be ahead with my ult.
Yeah, they're using hella more, yeah.
Whoever took me out, you just made my
You just had one. You can still play Psylocke. And the triple heal? How do they have their ult in triple heal?
That's no more.
How and more team up gotta go.
I won't.
By the eye of Agamotto.
You like my shield? You like that? He
What?
doesn't like it,
My ult.
Fuck, I didn't know that.
Thank you, but my ult got fucked by the payload.
Oh my god, get the fuck off.
I can't give a fucking bubble because of there's a shield in front of me.
Okay, so we got double cloak, basically.
Oh, unfun.
I'm a blunt instrument. That's how I like it.
Double cloak. They didn't. It's all. They have no.
Maybe I got triple heals here. What do you want me to go?
No, we can't. You can't get off tank because you're the only tank.
Oh, I didn't know I got a swap.
Oh.
I was about to swap and then they
Oh,
swap.
you know what would be good? Luna Snowflake.
What
They would not expect it.
You're just tired of tanking? I'm not tired of tanking. I'm just tired of getting bullied.
Take cover.
Oh,
okay, Infer, just take the damage.
No, I wasn't taking the damage. I was shredding it. I didn't do shit.
I know what you're trying to do. Yeah, I was shooting.
I didn't think everyone was gonna go hide. Literally everyone died. Okay.
Just watching you. No, it's cool though. I know what you're trying to do.
We're out of time.
I died the moment she got down from it. I don't think you can play Thing though, that's for sure, because they have hella no more. You should probably go with Shield Tank. Oh shit.
Oh, I had my ult.
Oh, it's too late now.
Yeah, it's too late now.
Oh, that's my bad.
Are you serious? This cloak is ulted like 4 times. Holy shit.
I know we can't do anything against Coco.
I can't even kill anyone. They're just healing like crazy. Okay, well this is unfun.
2-0.
He said, "Punish it comes." I ran.
Switch things up, including which side you're on.
No wonder they banned Moon Knight because they're going triple healer.
Right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
We could just like match their triple.
Yeah, we can match the triple.
Except no one wants to, I think, triple.
I'd rather just... I mean, we could. I mean, whoever wants to be triple. Loki C&D suit? Yeah, very fun. I thought the cloak ult again was Loki, yeah. Very fun game.
Just gotta figure out what that is.
I'm not surrendering, bruh. Lock in.
In 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Someone's gotta.
I'm not. I'll fight this war against.
They got touched, yeah, not in a fun way.
A giant tree and some humanoid morons.
What?
Seen them? They're kind of my old friends.
You know what I said.
If they're unclean, find them fast. I'm going to destroy the whole planet.
Only DPS to deal with.
Have you ever been here before?
I'm gonna roll.
The battle starts in 5.
This was around DPS.
4, 3, 2.
Daredevil, Blackout, and Moon Knight. It's definitely between Blackout and Daredevil.
I'm good to go.
Daredevil's just the same, needs to be nerfed to the ground. Black Cat needs to be nerfed to the ground.
Squids are toast. Now my sights are on the king.
Hella no dash.
We have no gen. Hey, did we revive someone already?
I don't know.
We're not.
Well, Loki's on top of this
We're not
fucking
even contesting
building.
points though.
We can't. They're just healing like crazy.
You can give them the Spider-Man treatment. They just fucking buffed the fuck out of Spider-Man ult. don't think Penny solo tank here was the play. There's someone
Who's that,
above.
a
There's
human
someone
torch?
above.
Oh, that's the
Oh,
first time I
above.
think I've ever said his name right.
I need medical support.
I just got my shit back too.
Watch out for that strange. I don't know what he's doing.
Molting. Oh.
I'm good to go.
I don't know what's in there, but I'm just gonna heal.
Loki's at the top.
Kill that guy. Come on.
Snowman like Snowman.
What? How did I die through the... Okay, that makes some sense.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Okay, I mean, I guess. Okay, I'm dead again.
Damn, you guys.
Look, I couldn't get out of the...
Uh-huh.
I re-upped.
That was a lot of damage.
Damn, this sucks. Hi, Ninja.
Smoke up.
Final score 0.
That was a fun game. Triple heal, let's go.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
You got any support all if their team does enough damage to you? Yeah.
Why
Okay,
does he have
chat.
4k damage?
So,
Yikes.
right, so this app, it's an interactive story game, right? My friend inserted herself in this story called Mafia Boss. A mafia boss who thinks he have information regarding his enemy. Innocent or not, he's keeping a watchful eye on you.
Sounds like a fucking isekai. One of the crazy ass Japan titles.
Dude, hold on.
What?
But these comments are crazy.
Sounds like
Let
one
me
of
read you
those,
the comments first.
reincarnated as a vending machine type shit. You haven't heard of that anime? That's an anime.
What?
Pretty good.
No,
I like it.
I need to see that.
No, you don't.
Hi.
It's actually decent.
Oh, why have you seen it?
Okay, let me
Oh,
read you the
because
comments
I-
though. Let me read you the comments.
Alright, like isekais.
Someone said, I called him a meatball muncher and said I cooked the spaghetti and he made me executed. He murdered me
It's
and
on
then got
season
all
3.
sad and promised himself to find the person that killed me and end them.
My domain will
You know
one
what's
day
even more
encompass
crazy?
all souls.
I lied that I had the information he wanted, asked him to twerk to see how much he wanted it.
What?
He did it and got killed after he found out I don't have it. Oh
what
my
the fuck
God.
are y'all watching?
This is
Reading.
no, this is so funny.
It's a sandwich in a factory fantasy world. I put the thing in the Discord chat. It's an actual
I need
thing.
I need to send you guys the post.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty OP though.
Bro, there's no way that anime is good.
Like I said, it's decent.
Oh my God, this is funny.
Hell's blades are sharp indeed. A brief taste of hell.
He levels up based on how much people spend on each product. You can change it to different vending machines.
That sounds so ass. The fuck?
As expected.
No, he can like create a fortune and shit, and then he can fill it with ice.
If you're high
and then drop it on someone.
Oh my God.
No escape from hell.
Oh.
So got title are crazy.
Another soul to join my legion.
And she's saying I need to watch that. Oh hell. This shit is got. There's no way that show is good. No, she was talking about an app. When I said the vending machine thing, she said she needs to watch it.
Oh man.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
All right. Let's see. What are we playing now? Oh, is that a yawn? Hold on. Hold on.
What do you mean? I heard you yawn earlier. What do you mean?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You yawned earlier. You yawned
Nah,
earlier.
that's cap. That's cap.
No quick ban so we don't fucking
Go
have
ahead,
this
gaslight
terrible
yourself.
ban.
Oh shit. 9 hours in. This isn't bad, chat. But I
Oh
bet
my
if it was
God.
Genshin, it'd probably be bad though.
That sounds mind-numbing.
Well, I mean, at least we didn't get like a double ban, I guess.
Yes.
Oh wait, Phoenix would have been banned too, huh? Why did we ban Magic? What is up with this?
I tried to ban Phoenix. There's one guy that picked Magic. It's our Deadpool.
EP pool. Not me die. No.
Bro, you're never getting to play that character. I don't know how you think you're getting away with that character.
It's not bad another time. I think I could do these. I could probably do them on my day off.
Do what?
12 hours.
Nah,
you're not about it. Why Magic?
We do a charity stream for 12 hours.
The right heroes
I do need to do a charity stream.
Yeah, I gotta do a charity stream too. Group charity stream?
That'd be cool.
I forgot how to set all the stuff up. It's like a
I'm
Twitch
solo tanking.
built-in thingy.
Defense.
Oh. I'm not too familiar with them, but that sounds cool.
Some more characters
24 hours
into
for every
Yeah.
knock off an hour. I actually like Popeye's biscuits.
Do you eat it with no bev?
No bev.
Yeah, no
No bev, no jelly, honey, nothing in it. Just straight Popeye's
Never mind.
biscuit. Oh.
Never mind.
Damn.
Never mind about that.
I eat 10 Popeye's biscuits before I eat a meat melon, I'll tell you that. No bev too.
Well, honey would be good.
I'd probably die though, but no bev.
We're not animals.
I'd rather choke than eat a fucking Popeye's biscuit. I mean, eat a fucking meat melon, bro.
Plan to sever.
This is where we must attack.
Solid concrete.
Two champ healers. I'm expecting a lot of healing.
You have to
Bro,
stop
you're a
them
dive.
from securing the mission area.
You think you're gonna heal from me?
Damn, feisty.
Thank you for the follow slide.
People are down to dual tank. That's why I kind of hope Cyclops is a tank. Because we never have a fucking second tank.
Daredevil and Venom in the back. Daredevil and Venom in the back. They're down a healer. They're down a healer.
Somebody's always
Fuck.
trying to isolate a hit.
We didn't ban Didi?
We're down a healer.
Oh,
I
shit.
killed 3 of them. What the hell is this guy doing?
I was putting walls everywhere, bro.
Keep these walls up so I can get
Oh,
my
cool.
passive.
Luna almost died to the fucking map.
Didi is out. We got a Bucky now.
Bucky.
On the enemy team.
As good as new.
Didi swapped to Bucky. Is what I meant to say.
That's good. Especially for you guys back there. Oh my god, I keep dying this. I mean, not dying, getting hit by this trap.
No, I tried to save him.
What the fuck? How is that? God, Didi.
We're gonna run over. We're gonna run over.
Did she really save the grab for me? Damn. Okay. Oh, portaling.
A shortcut through space. I was born ready.
Venom has ult.
Can you guys come in? They're like one shot. Oh my freaking goodness.
Oh god. Give me my space. God damn it.
You guys see what I just did, chat? That was low-key cheese.
I I have my ult after this. I have my ult after this. I don't know if we need it. I don't think we need it. You ult it first.
Nice. Oh my god.
Nah,
That
where
was
was your team? Nah, they're here.
Slice and dice.
You don't like the Popeyes biscuit dropper? Wow.
Popeye's biscuits are stupid dry, bro. Like, I don't know how they have not done something to the recipe for like to make it just a little bit more like, I don't know,
like food,
not want to kill you, will not make you die. Like, I don't know, like butter in it or something. I don't fucking know.
Also, you want ult together?
Yeah, sure.
Let me know when you have it.
I have it.
Big.
That Bucky did not like me.
We got they're on a
Butter and flaky goodness. Just cap.
Oh, what?
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh my god, I just got deleted.
How does this guy see with his reticle? That shit's red like his enemy HP bars. It makes no sense.
Who?
The Bucky.
Even if I died, I'm not gonna
red.
check it. I'm gonna check it if I died. Oh fuck! I got kill bells.
Stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Yeah, having a red reticle is not ideal.
I was born ready. Taste cold steel.
Be strong together.
They have dual here.
Here they come.
No.
I'm just gonna blow up.
Boom, one shot.
Damn.
I was born ready.
What up? Should I swap to something?
They're fine on Guru. We're just losing the fucking team fights. Oh my god, they got it.
Attack the ult, attack the ult.
I have ult, but their spawn room is like right there. It's not worth me doing.
I might do it. Only if
I'll
they're
do
gonna
it. I'll do
ult.
it. I'll do it. Don't do it. I'll do it.
I'm about to have my ult. Big ult, fat ult, fat ult.
Well, he put on another fucking res beacon. This guy.
Even though it's like very close to spawn, as long as we're going
Rocket can die, rocket can die, rocket can die.
1,000 gods.
Oh, we won the team fight. They used both healer ults.
Expect better from you, Bloodstone. I'm ready.
Who the Rivals Blade is on? He just needs. I hope he gets reworked. I actually do. But
They're coming through the
okay.
And Bucky's on the other side as well.
They went 3 and 3. I cut off one of the healers, I cut off one of the healers.
I unleash the Vishanti's power. One shot.
Oh my god, the Bucky's back.
This is the place to watch.
It's fucking Rocket with his res beacons, bro.
Is she really coming down for me? I'm fucked. I'm fucked.
Fucking Rocket with his res display cosplay.
No.
Pray Halloween.
Take it for the hydrate.
Sounds like a Halloween sub goal.
Need some more map awareness. I can keep getting cockblocked by walls and shit.
That guy's about to fucking explode. Ooh, hold on. Bro, this stupid trap. Okay, well, he still exploded. but
I'm also thin. He missed. Oh, he's one.
That grabbed me?
You're still Mac on point. I'm dead.
I'm cutting him up. This guy with his fuck ass rescue again.
I saw to the rat.
The current
Nice.
score is 0.
I mean, Stormer, she was good. Storm is... She's not bad. I've seen good Storms, like Ashley. You should watch Ashley in
Which side you're on?
She's really good at Storm.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned
What,
me.
triple healer there?
We weren't on Triple Hill. Towards the end, they switched to an Ultron. Oh, that was funny. Funny. We should go back to Star-Lord so I could play C&D and ult.
You don't have to OTP her. My friend Ashley, she plays Phoenix and Storm. I don't remember as well she plays. You got OTP her. Just do what I do with Blade. I'm not OTP and I still play Blade.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We find ourselves caught in a battle between two dooms with no way of truly knowing which one of them is right.
Yeah, but you do when you force Blade into kill obvious? That's not true.
I have done that one.
It's not always the case. I usually switch if it's a... I'm not playing good on Blade.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
So you switch? Okay, but that's the case. Same thing with any character. That happens with any character. I'm getting counterpicked. I'm switching. Like it's a hero shooter. Of course, I'm gonna switch characters when you counterpick. The same thing with every character. The only character that doesn't ever have to switch is Phoenix, but she's busted, so it's like not even like comparable. I'm gonna go destroy the beacon. I destroyed it.
Nice.
You guys are weird.
Oh
no, you're so close.
No. That's so unfortunate. I think we win this though.
Yeah, we do.
He missed. Ha!
Yo, look at my healer, bro.
Shit.
She's so evil. You hear how she laughing at them? Damn, bro. My healer is evil. Oh my god.
Dude, I'm blocking that Bucky. Oh,
AutoZone, new month, new sub, bro. I heard AutoZone got hot wings. Hot wings?
Nice.
Wings are too easy for me. This ain't a meat mountain. That's different. Wings are easy.
Yo, some of them didn't make it back to the next spawn. Some of them didn't make it back to the next spawn.
Sub will be changed tomorrow. Oh god. Changed tomorrow. I'm dead as fuck.
Oop.
I got pulled by Invis. Hello, Keeper. How you doing? You missed the Meat Mountain stream. Not featuring me. Home Depot chitlins. What the fuck? What does that even mean?
He can have,
We can combo ult. Use your ult.
Oh my god.
No, we got blocked. I'm so sorry. I got blocked.
Unlucky.
I don't know what blocked. Oh, it must have been ammo shield.
I think a lie would eat that.
What?
Home Depot chitlins.
Oh, I love chitlins.
What is it?
She just disregarded the Home Depot part. Like,
What?
bro.
Home Depot chitlins?
Yeah, alright, bro. Yeah. She can eat anything,
what
chat.
is a chitlin?
She can fucking eat anything. I'm telling you. Her stomach's a black hole.
I must not be healing properly.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, come in.
I'm crying, bro. You are hilarious.
Again, a lie.
What? Wait, I couldn't have done anything. What do you mean? Just looking at my Luna.
I'll tell you after.
Oh,
Wait, thank you for the raid, Shammer.
Nope.
Shammer, thank you for the raid. How was your stream?
You ulted again and let me die.
Yeah, she did talk about a whole army's mukbang. Like,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all good,
she is scary.
I'm just the sacrifice for my evil healer.
I don't know if I could do that. I think I'm good off that.
Get behind my shield, Infer. Right here.
Sure.
Okay, never mind. You just want to go into the damage zone, huh?
Yes. I'm not scared of them. Look at that, they're dying. Are you scared of them? Because I'm not.
Nah.
Walk up with me.
Just wanted to make sure you wanted your, full HP.
I'm gonna if I die, I'm gonna complain still though. I'm joking.
Yeah, I didn't know you were going in. I was about to have my ult.
Oh, I didn't know. It was a fat ult too.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. I was like 3% off of my ult.
I didn't know. I should check. I forgot you're
I
playing
haven't
group.
kept track on who ulted on their team.
I used to playing this too from other.
Nice. I love ult dump.
Yo, can I CC change, please? Oh my god, can I play the game? Yo, I got stunned like 4 times.
You said it right. I did. Streamer, how was your stream? We're in the middle of a ranked game right now. We're doing pretty well though. The enemy team didn't reach third point, and we're pretty close to the third point.
Oh, why is my controller not working?
You going controller hero?
Yeah.
I know that.
Okay, their DPS is down.
Yeah, I'm a roller player.
Yo, why am I about to be down? Oh wait, I'm actually about to be down.
Crazy.
I got grabbed by Emma. She was grabbing me. Yeah, she counters me pretty hard. We can combo all ults.
Okay.
No.
Oh, it's Emma dead.
Oh my god, I got deleted. Again, a lie after I died.
God, how did you die there? Genuinely, I'm so confused.
The Winter Soldier fucking ulted my ass.
My god.
I'm so close to my ult too. I'm just gonna save my ult for you.
I'm not gonna get anytime soon. I'm not gonna get anytime soon. I already used it.
Sometimes it helps to have a teammate who sees things differently.
This vehicle needs an escort.
Get that vehicle moving again!
I can hear them getting closer.
Yeah, we gotta go in.
seconds.
I'm capping the point. I'm capping the point.
You're on my radar.
Oh, they're down Luna. Who the fuck is this? Oh my fucking god, it's Bucky. What's up, Snow?
I am ready to put on a...
Oh my god, it's like a good ult.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
No, I can't believe we're losing. No. We're not losing.
I don't do enough damage. They're healing too much.
No way.
Yeah, losing that is crazy. But okay.
I'd like to know at least 4 of my deaths because I ulted after I died.
Okay.
Damn.
I literally tried to save you, but I can't.
Damn.
Oh my, I don't know how you died those times.
Damn.
It's just so funny that it just kept happening.
She doing you like how she does me. That's
Wait,
crazy.
how did you lose that?
I don't know. We lost that. We should not have lost that.
Yeah, we should have
At
lost
23 finals. Oh no. Isn't that crazy?
Oh no, Snowman, how are you? Welcome in. Did he come
Snow?
here with Shimmer?
No, he's one of my homies.
Oh, hi.
Hmm.
Damn. Honestly, I think this person switching a bunch of times wasn't helping. Or was that the first round?
Huh? Wait, what? Oh, it's about the BP?
Yeah.
Nah, it wasn't just that. Hero, you need to get more kills. You only have 2 finals. You gotta get more kills.
I died because Eli didn't save me.
You can't blame everything on her. You actually have 2 finals.
Oh my god.
2 finals is not okay. That makes no sense. And you have 18 kills as well. Have any allergies? Yeah. I'm allergic to you. I'm joking. I'm allergic to apples, oranges, what bananas, or pecans, hazelnuts, something like that. I forgot the rest. Unsubbing? Oh wow.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'm gonna still eat the apples though. Hold on. None of these allergies will kill me or nothing. Usually I don't care and I'll still eat it anyway.
They call me
Give me a
D-Tongue now.
second.
But
Give me a
Daredevil
second.
will do.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Allergies aren't real. Trust. Those aren't real. Trust. EpiPen? No, we don't need those. That's how we need an EpiPen for lock in. We don't use those. We just sit there having a seizure on the floor after eating an apple pie. Y'all are mutants? Mutants is crazy. Calling us mutants is crazy. It was just a shrimp. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. What's up, Nolan? Lost? What are you talking? Yeah, what's wrong with being a mutant?
The right heroes can make all the difference.
I never wanted to be
I tear to the... I'm not a hero.
All right, hero. I need you to get more than 10 finals this game. Lock in.
Just like the moon.
I need 10.
Oh,
I need 10 minimum. Hero, I need 10.
Yes, senpai.
Play your best shit. I need 10 minimum. We're at the battlefield. This is not training. We're soldiers.
Yes, sir, Captain, sir.
Yes, chef.
Yes, chef.
I need 10 minimum. We can't be losing these. Lock in.
Takes a lot out of a guy.
I'm locked the fuck in.
Bet.
I'm not reading chat.
Yeah. No reading chat. You're reading chat too much. No reading chat. The distraction. Chat, stop distracting him. Keep that
what do you want, dude? Are
disability
you
to
good?
yourself. Wait, what?
Are you good, Scott?
What the fuck?
Yeah, I love them too, and I can't eat one. Selfish ain't that bad.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Wait, what?
Cat. Hi.
You're already full, Kaz. Sorry.
Alright, that feels better.
Is that a Spider-Man? Oh, it is.
We have a Spidey. And a fucking Matt. This is crazy. This is absolutely nuts.
It's not that bad. I'm gonna switch characters though.
Strange can die. He's just gonna heal.
I would pull him in, but kind of dangerous.
Thank you very much.
I just hit the craziest flank you have ever seen.
Yeah, that was a W
I just killed like 4 people. Help. Wait, everyone's killing that guy. Nice. Like the whole team turned out for one guy. I was about to fucking die.
Oh, who did that?
No, Strange fell down.
Oh.
I got him.
Mag and Strange. I killed Mag.
I killed Strange, it's fine.
Nice.
Yo, W Prime's up.
I told you stop reading chat. Both of you Both of you guys stop reading. I'm joking. Lock. But actually, we're on a losing streak. Like dead ass. Don't lock in. We're actually on a losing streak.
They're down a healer. Back it up.
Nice.
Again, my ult.
Spider-Man can't leave. Spider-Man dead. Spider-Man dead. On Strange's ass.
Oh, Invis is down.
Nice.
Wait, why did we ult?
What did you ult? You ulting for ore? Okay. Well, stupid chain.
Oh, they're going Torgo? You kidding?
Trying to counter me.
I'm trying to get you in for you're gone.
Nice.
I'm so dead.
You missed. Oh shoot, you're down. Okay, we're all down.
Bones is dead. I'm just gonna die.
Ooh, that was a beautiful try. I love the healing going through everyone. All the damage they're doing to us, and I'm healing them.
What's up,
Feels
Jason?
good.
Wait, then why'd I die? No, I'm just
Like, nothing related to that. How did we actually die? I was
shit.
in front.
Oh god. Where's the nuts?
What is his name? Loaf of avocado.
Oh wow, that was amazing.
Loaf of avocado.
I can't reach you, hero.
It's fine. I was taking out the fucking invis. I can read chat now. You tried the chitlin and cheese sandwich from Arby's? I have not. I've never had chitlins. So I don't know what it is. What is it?
Isn't it pig intestines or something? I don't remember. Something like that.
Oh, like chicharrones?
What's up, Ellie? What you up to?
Do we have any ults?
Hell nah.
No, look at me.
Hell nah.
This is real.
Oh, that ult is so far up, I can't even touch it.
It's the grand.
Don't take the
That shit's way too high.
Sweet moves, right?
Strange's gonna have to portal this. Doesn't make it.
No, you better hurry up. I'm still on this fucking site.
I'm on it. This Squirtle just shooting from the back.
Stay on point. Oh god. Okay, well,
This
you're done.
fucking.
You're done
Oh
lead.
my god. Okay. How you been, Ellie? The game's pretty good. But we're on a losing streak right now, though. But pretty good. We're definitely up, though.
Oh, I can't help. Oh.
Got stall.
All right, I'm going back.
It's not bad. That wasn't a bad hold.
That was a really good hold.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I'll try to get something.
Only box I'm ready for you and Sean to carry. On this game, I can't carry shit. I play Blade. I can't carry. I'm a Blade player. I can't carry nothing. You think I got these two in
Hold in their tank.
Party for? They're carrying me.
Hey, why did we go back?
Why did we go back?
Oh my god, what the fuck is happening?
Where have you even been, Ellie? What have you been up to? Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, we're just super staggered.
Wait, is this the same healer duo we just won against? It is.
Probably. So surely we don't lose again, right?
Oh, I almost died.
Attacking all, it's behind, it's behind.
Nice, nice. Oh no, I tried to fucking.
God.
I cancel their movement, I cancel their movement. There's a rocket behind you.
No.
There's a rocket here.
I'm on point.
Get him, Mr. B-Bob.
I'm trying to get her outside her ult. Ah.
Got him. Take care of family.
Oh
Broken
my god,
soldiers.
hero, thank you for coming to my aid.
Carry my weight. What the? What the?
I have my ult for when they portal.
You asking for too much. A lot of work.
Are they portal?
They are on strain. I thought they would. But...
This dude is still on score, girl. Like, oh my goodness.
Oh wow, how did we go down so quick? Fuck.
No. Rocket was
This
so
rocket is
wide.
getting pocketed to a different dimension, bro. Holy shit. How did he not die there?
That portal lower, I could have jumped in. Jumped in.
Oh my god, they are definitely in call together because ain't no way.
Like...
Yo, that goes 1 HP for that long.
Oh.
So asking too much. I'm sure a pro rivals player. What the fuck? What? Excuse me?
Yeah, why do we have a score on this game?
I don't understand why we keep losing the overtime point.
Because our opponent died to score over at the beginning and then it all fell apart.
Okay, Magic is going through a TP, I believe. I can't get you, Infer.
Squirrel's dead.
Just that TP lead.
Oh my god, I'm... The fucking rocket needs to fucking die. Kill him.
Oh my god, it's up there?
Let's go.
Nice.
Fuck that rocket. Probably gonna...
God, that was evil.
The current score is.
You want more final?
I know,
You
Samantha.
did
I
win a
was
Rivals
aiming for
tournament?
her
Nah, that wasn't
too.
me. That wasn't me.
I was aiming for her too. I was like, how the hell is she alive?
You got the wrong guy.
I even tried to pull her
You'll need
in.
a top-notch team to win this one.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
I'm going crazy right now.
Nice. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Lock in.
A 13 comp.
Cooking. Laziest slime. Just realized that caterpillars have legs, bro.
Mute up.
Bro.
I'm not reading chat anymore.
Bro.
Nah, he has like caterpillars have like 12 feet.
Something like that. A lot of feet.
Multiple feet. Yeah, they got a lot of feet. No legs, just feet.
Wait, what? So I got no ankles? Ain't got no ankles? Hey, yo. Caterpillars have ankles.
Oh my god.
I'm looking this up.
You're looking up, do caterpillars have feet? I mean,
No,
legs?
have ankles. Oh, they do. They're just very, very fucking tiny. They have ankles.
3,
Oh.
2, 1.
That's kind of cute.
That's hilarious. Now this is one. Oh my god, she just got cooked.
Watch out, there is magic.
Oh my god, they probably think I'm hacking. Chat, they probably think I'm hacking after that. Shit, I might be.
Fun fact, Mel seahorse give birth. Oh, that's actually a very interesting fact. I remember learning about that. Straight feet, I'm dead.
Yo, AB, I appreciate the raid. That was your stream.
We raid.
Watch out, someone's going around.
I gotta lock in and do the welcome and everything.
We got a Star-Lord in the back.
They have a Star-Lord now? Wow. He wants to be me so bad. He wants to be just like me. I'm at ult. I lie. Can you keep me alive?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck.
Except like, yeah, I can't see you.
I'm not in the circle, don't worry.
I got both healers. I got both healers.
Oh my god, I got bubbled.
Turn the ult. Ult is
They're,
down. Ult is down.
okay, hold on.
Oh my god, I got the lead. Yeah, AB, what were you doing for stream? Demon, I appreciate the follow.
Oh my god.
I'd be evil if I led them to you.
That would be. That would
Yo,
be.
a lot they found us. Us.
I'm dead. Anyways, their magic and Star-Lord are both gonna go. Oh, okay, go around.
I unleash the Ashanti's power. Hey, see that?
No, I was trying to help you.
Thank
Still
you.
the healer's up.
I missed. Is this guy on? Oh, you're on controller, hero.
Yeah, I've been on controller.
I just noticed that.
Yeah, I asked me earlier.
Okay.
First couple games with the wife. Nice. How are the games going for y'all tonight? They've been pretty good overall.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Watch out. I'm not reading chat anymore. I gotta lock in here.
Only 60 seconds left.
That's my way.
Cancel magic's moving. Cancel. Oh, how?
I suck.
What? That shit sucks me through walls? What the fuck? That's insane. What?
What, the team up?
No, I'm talking about the fucking... Yo, if she counter ults me again, I'm going to lose my shit.
Magic one, magic one.
He's only counter ulting me. It's actually so annoying.
Oh no, Luna, don't stagger.
Fuck, I'm just gonna die so I can stagger. I'm not stagger, rather. I have my ult.
What are you saying in my chat? What? Scat, what is wrong with you today?
Oh my god, they had so many fucking shields. They had all the shields.
Oh, I'm gonna uninstall this game.
Starlight in the back.
Teleported right
Okay,
here.
TP.
He's one.
Nice.
They're portaling, they're portaling. I hear it. Rocket one, rocket one, rocket one. Attacking the ult, attacking the ult.
Oh my god, we're down a healer. No.
That's game. That is for sure game. Oh man.
2-2.
Oh lordy. What is that name? No, you're gone.
Well, I got 10 final hits at least.
Yeah, but the other guy didn't. We keep doing a 5v6 because someone on our team isn't playing good. Oh.
Oh.
It's frustrating.
Dude, that was such a winnable game, too.
It was. It really was. Every time we held on the overtime, we were just so close.
I hope we do anything. I'll go, but you have a great rest of your stream. I appreciate you, AB. You have a wonderful night. Happy Gay Pride Month, y'all. Shout out to all the
Shout out to all the pregnant seahorses indeed.
Oh, man.
Nice.
Pregnant seahorses out there. W pregnant seahorses.
Mendez, what you been up to? So thanks for still being here.
Well,
What up,
all
Silver?
right.
Did anyone else for the raid stream?
Tiny bean. Huh. Okay. Slick. We all Kiko. What? Who's a we? Who's a we, Kiko?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
My fault. I thought us as a community. This is not a pregnant community. Like what? We are not all pregnant. What the fuck? What? How is this even a conversation right now? What's up, Joey? How you doing? Oh, I'm banning Daredevil. Expecting community? No, bro. All right, who do I play now? Yo, can we win? Team?
The right heroes could make all
You guys don't sound motivated. Where's the motivation at?
Let's play some music.
Oh my god, that's why we've been losing. She has been playing music.
I was just welcoming the raid. I didn't want to talk over you guys.
You're good. That's why we've been losing.
Fuck the haters, yeah.
What are you listening to?
Defense.
I'm listening to Cute Depressed by D and Daddy.
I'm solo tanking.
I don't like it that much.
Depressed. The hell?
Do we want a penny for this, or is that not gonna be a good solo tank?
I'm looking for a song actually right now.
Trying to divide the community on pregnant lines.
Oh.
Nasu, what do you want me to do for solo tank?
Infer's trying to divide the community on pregnant lines. What are you trying to do, Infer?
I'm not doing nothing. They're trying to say we are all pregnant. I have no clue what the fuck they're talking about.
Reading the world of the monsters.
It's like we've been live for so long that instead of us autopiloting, our chats are.
I'm back up. Really, DC?
Just a lock in stream. It's a lock in stream.
I knew I wasn't solo tank.
We are locked.
4, 3.
It's a leg for me, damn. I don't know if my team is locked though. They don't sound motivated.
Oh, I'm very motivated. I'm trying to hit celestials though.
Really? Oh, that's cool. Oh shit.
Kill this guy.
Nice.
I see a trap.
Oh my god, I go as 1 HP. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my god, what is this guy's damage? She snowflaked herself too. Okay, she's DPSing. Nah, man.
Our wolf has
stalling
no
if we're going to
passive.
portal.
And we also down a healer. Am I missing or am I lagging? What the fuck?
Out of sight.
Yeah, this might be a Cuphead angle chat.
Oh
yeah. Why did he do it? Okay, chat. Never portal in front of an invis.
I didn't have a choice.
Oh no! My God, my hero. But don't. Okay, just a little tip. Don't port in front of invis unless you don't see her. But she's gonna push
Yeah, but
you.
like, I had to drop it.
Step aside.
Like we had. It was a last second touch. If I could, I would have put it on point.
Nah, I'm sorry. I sounded very mean.
You are mean. You've been bullying me this entire time.
I'm sorry.
Big
Like
bully
not
alive.
putting me in the all.
Oh, he.
Who can die? Who can die? Who can die?
So Queen, how you
Luna low,
doing?
Luna low.
I am ready to put on a
She ulted. I'm backing up here.
I'm taking the point. Yo, my game is lagging.
God damn it.
What is happening right now? What is actually happening right now?
Okay, oh man, guys.
Those puzzles ain't going anywhere. Oh, Jenny TTV. I
Okay.
see her sometimes.
I'm getting cooked. Can't really do this alone on sites. I think, are we just endlessly staggered? Like, what's happening? Oh, you guys are down to Tiny Bean. Okay. Got it. Got it. Can I get you? Thank you.
Do they already have it?
I killed Invis through her ult, but no one else is here. Oh, you're doing pretty good. What's up, Demon?
Their Elsa's pretty low. Thank you for the follow.
We probably need something for the wall, so I'm gonna go group main Punisher. Are you guys dying? Maybe I do Namor instead.
I don't even know. We're getting staggered.
Fuck, dude. No, he didn't reveal me. I revealed myself because I tried to heal, and yeah, I revealed myself.
What does that mean?
I am ready to put on a show.
Rude's coming. Oh, okay. Hello? Are you gonna heal? Oh God.
Unlucky. But they didn't have the point that whole time, so we have one more fight, I think. Nah, we don't. Never mind. I can touch. I insta died. I touched though.
Behold the god of thunder!
Yeah, we are getting obliterated.
This is not over. Smoke up.
Behold that child!
This doesn't look well. It is not.
The current score
That doesn't
is
kill her. Are you serious?
0,
Okay.
2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I don't know what we do here.
Yeah, we're getting fried, deep fried.
My Odachi shot.
Triple heals, maybe? I don't know.
I would just. Oh, we just definitely gotta switch up the characters.
Maybe a triple heal?
Oh, we could try it.
It's an endless universe.
This cat is mad. He has selfish allergies. Wait, what? Me? I'm Tiny Peen. Okay.
Damn. Wait, what do you mean my emails are chubby? What does that mean?
Get ready.
Next time you and Colossus perform your fastball special, do remember.
Oh, Jenny's on. I watch her sometimes.
Star Wars legendaries? No. Wait, yes, he does. This Christmas too.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
I'm 50 Petra.
1. All you need to do.
All right, can we win? Like, we need to win.
We do need to win.
We need to lock in. Hope sound they have 3 minutes. Holy shit.
Which way are we going?
Oh my god.
I can't get you in for.
You're fine.
I feel like we're kind of just separate a little bit.
We are.
I don't know if it's just me. Okay.
I one clip that guy. Oh my god, everyone's dead. Oh, Lord.
Even better than my mutant power.
We're like very separate.
This is a nice spot.
Cracker's one of the best skins in the game. It is a nice skin.
Oh, these sides are mines.
Which there is someone on the left. Oh, they're on both sides. Okay. Let me pocket. Okay, cool.
Moon Knight.
It's a bad Moon Knight ult.
Sorry, you made this mess, Spectre. Disappear!
I'm on that mine.
One
Got any
combo
pop
Elsa.
yours?
Elsa, they're down Elsa.
I just got it. But we
That's
can
my
kill
fault.
with it. We can kill with it. We can kill with it. We can kill with it. It's fine. It's fine.
For frying, you know me. I one clip that Elsa like 3
there's
times.
There's a random things I like.
Cooking stream when I
Yeah,
move.
random.
When I buy my house, I'll do a cooking stream.
I totally rock that. Oh, sweet moves, right?
Yeah, Elsa's a fun character. Yeah, she's fun. He has a butler. What? Excuse me?
You got butler?
No, my chat's yapping.
Magic is on the left.
Shut him out way to bed.
Doctor ordered.
Are you off to bed? Trying to send stuff towards you. I don't know.
I am ready to put on a show.
Hey, Infer.
I'm good. Oh, we gotta push these guys.
Magic is gonna come.
Magic in the back. Magic in the back on us.
We're good right now. But she's somewhere in the. Oh, where's
She's up
everyone?
here. She's up here. Simba's alone.
Oh, I'm freezing.
Walk in.
Walk in. You warm up.
Oh my god, I one clip that girl. Woo.
I'm about to have my own.
I'm about to ult them for mine.
Trench is gonna have ult. No?
I can ult with you if you want. Not gonna matter.
I won't. They have no healer.
Oh no!
It's fine. It's fine. We just burn them. We just burn them.
Okay, well.
I'm so sorry, your friend. I didn't mean to do her like that.
Do you wanna ult first, Hero?
Sure. I mean, you're probably gonna get it first. I don't even know who gets it first, actually.
Yours would be good on push. Mine would be good on like really defensive if it's unique saving.
Yeah, just call it when you have it. I'll tell you if I have it. So baby, I'm tired. I'm touching naps because I feel bored. Yeah, you do you. All about getting some sleep.
How did I get chained?
No, I'm trying to keep you alive.
Oh fuck.
It's okay.
Oh, I thought I touched off back in time.
We're very close.
No.
Can't keep me down for long. Oh, sweet moves, right?
Did we just switch off from triple heals, or did we always switch off from triple heals?
I don't remember.
I thought it was.
Does Elsa have ult?
Probably.
I am Asgard's might.
2 points.
Have to reload. Have to reload. I'm using it. I'm using it.
I am ready to put on a show.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, he fucked up his. Oh, he fucked up his ult. Yeah.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Keep your ugly friends in the sea, Namor.
Oh, did you see that?
I didn't mean to press that. Fuck. That was no more now for me.
I'm gonna do an aggressive ult.
This is your big chance. Only 60 seconds left.
Stranger down.
Did you see that?
Watch your back.
Namor has ult. Okay, never mind. That's such a late ass call. They have an Adam.
I killed him already.
Thumbs down. He's capped.
What was this lag? Yeah, some chat. That's why you don't give up.
Sub YG.
3, 2, 3.
This sub is for Chester, not you.
Oh, and Demon and Creature.
He subbed for Chester, not you.
You'll need a
Oh, I dodged my anniversary.
Let's go guard the galaxy.
That's Chester's money, not yours.
Man.
We have the momentum at least.
Yeah, but they have 3 minutes, which is gonna be kind of hard, but that's what we can do.
Yep.
Oh shit, we're pushing too.
Somehow, I
Yep.
keep finding the worst parts.
Yeah, we do not have a lot of time.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Get ready.
No Donald Tailwag? Yeah. Donald's just been banned all this time.
No.
Y'all married? Oh my god, Rack. Rack.
He's shaking his little booty for you.
Personal stuff when you go out of your mansion. To your mansion. What are you guys talking about? I don't think I would ever live in a mansion. If I can't clean it, hell no. I don't know if I can do that. That's too big for me.
They're going to penny you.
This Punisher, bro.
Oh, Punisher.
What is he doing? What?
He threw the game. He threw the game.
All right, walk in. They're down 2. Just go through the left. Go through the left.
He died to mine. He died to mine.
Walk in, team. They're down 2. Please, just walk in and take some.
Nemours at the top, by the way.
Lordy. That's SJ.
I got a Namor trying to chase my ass down right now.
I'm trying to come over there. I'm fucking dead.
Kidding?
Oh, we lose that? That is insane.
Oh, fuck.
I don't know how we lost that.
Yeah, I don't know. We lose that. That's pretty embarrassing.
The current score is
We're up 2.
Yeah, we're up 2.
Moon got respawn.
Yeah, no respawn either. I don't know how we lose that. That's embarrassing. We didn't even get a single point cap on the point or anything.
could make all the difference.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy.
I don't know.
Might as well be me.
Report my Luna. Me again?
What'd I do? No flake. Wait, we can report Lunas for no flake?
No.
Shoot, that's a good idea.
Quick, report a lie.
Lunas aren't handing out flakes. Report them. If this won't shield me, reporter.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
What's up, Z-Star?
Hey, Rocket! Quill, you got your ship? Because if you do, let's get out of here. But we're supposed to save the world.
If you want shields, it's right here.
Fine. You'll save the world.
Hour and
He
a
just
half to
want me
go.
to die.
I'm surprised she's still on.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I hope this is
We can. Oh, that's 3 minutes. I was gonna say we can draw this, but that's a lot of time.
Same time as almost start of the game.
I got frozen and just one tapped. Oh, Luna Snow. Sheesh.
Oh, you're too far from my revive.
Let's try this again.
Damn,
There's an
Funny
angel
tried
in
to
the
do it
back.
again.
Angel in the back. Angel in the back.
Where are you?
I'm with you.
Okay.
That's where I am.
Oh, there you
I was
are.
healing you.
Oh, I got res. Thank you. Oh god.
I don't know where to be. I don't know where to be.
Are we
Angel's
leaving
on
just
me.
Angela behind?
Yo, flanking pun. He zipped. He zipped. Natsu, where are you?
I'm fighting 2 healers.
I got you.
Oh my god, his AoE just got me.
Just destroyed you.
Yeah, it's so annoying.
That feels better.
10 seconds till I got revived.
Bro, was it good vibes on the line? I don't think so, but I
We can get
probably
anything with
should.
that all. I have my ult. I'm sending it.
Oh no! That's my fault.
I sent it too!
Yeah.
That's fine, they destroyed it.
I don't know why.
I can ult after this.
Oh, I'm getting comboed by the fucking Angel, bro.
Come here.
Oh, I'm trying.
There you go.
1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, winnable. Kill this fucking no more. We need the stagger. We need this shit. Do not let this guy live. Oh, we let him live. Oh no. Oh, we got one. We got Luna.
That's good.
We're literally trying our asses off just to draw, by the way.
I'll take a fucking ball over fucking loss any day, dude.
True. Kill the Namor. Kill the fucking Namor. This Namor survives by the skin of his fucking teeth every time.
Fuck me. We got ulted.
Oh, at least I'm red.
They're down two.
Dude, that red.
They're patty caking, please. Oh boy.
God.
Holy shit, this patty cake is ridiculous.
Oh my god, how?
Okay, they're gonna portal.
They're definitely gonna portal. Damn strange.
Okay.
Some of them aren't portaling.
They're portal behind us.
You ult first.
I don't have it.
I'll do it.
No, when you do have it, you're gonna have it sooner than me. Oh.
I'm getting rest.
Nice.
W draw.
Bruh, are you fucking
Oh my
kidding?
fucking god, all that work just for a draw, bro. And I got a 50 fucking bomb.
I just locked in. I got lock in. I locked the fuck in as healer.
Sorry, I actually need to mute the music. I couldn't hear you saying you had ult. That's all my fault.
God. All that just for a draw. This game is unserious, bro. This game is so unserious.
I got +0. Let's go.
This game is so unserious.
Oh my god.
I might just get off at that one. What the fuck is that?
That was crazy.
All of that just for a draw. Oh my goodness, bro. I'm sweating my balls off, bro, because I didn't want to lose. But like, I don't know how we. Whatever, just whatever.
She said she couldn't kill you. Jenny, it's Jenny HW from the Luna Snow on their team. She's pretty. Yeah, she's really pretty.
Red carpet.
Oh man, I see her sometimes. I watch her sometimes. I don't recall what she really plays. Kaz, I didn't ignore you. What do you mean? Jenny duoed with the throwing Punisher. Jenny's duoed with the throwing Punisher. Oh, the guy.
I don't know why that guy zipped in like that. That shit was hilarious.
Oh my god.
Just zipped in the fucking back rooms.
That is funny.
That is hilarious.
Oh man.
You get YG. YG will give you.
It was a close game. I'm so glad it ended on a draw. How many points did I get? I got 0 points.
Same.
I got +2.
What the?
Oh, wait, 3 actually, not even just 2. It's because MVP.
Wow, how do you get 0 points on a freaking draw?
Hey, you could get negative. Hey, that's happened to me.
Oh God.
Zero good. He's really good.
Oh my God, our losing streak is insane.
That's why I told you guys we need to lock in. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Oh my God.
I keep saying lock in, team.
How are you? How are you doing, Sly? Oh, y'all need a 4th. I don't know if I want a 4-stack though, because 4-stacking is just like.
I'm not gonna lie, I do not want a 4-stack.
Crazy.
I can sit out if y'all want a 3-stack, because I do not want a 4-stack.
And for through my draws for real.
Through your draws. Wait, that sounds insane to say.
Oh my God.
Oh, I got Lord Star-Lord on this
Find a
account.
time to play together though.
Nice. I got Lord on this account, chat. Throwing draws? I'm not throwing anyone's draws, bro. What? It's not what I do. Can't end on a lost type beat. What is this?
Okay, Kaz, but we need to play sometime.
If you want to take my spot, Kaz, you can.
He throws low milk draws for sure.
What? What the fuck are you saying, YG?
Yeah, what you been up to, hero?
They call me Detox.
This guy's yapping.
They call me. I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now.
YG, there's something wrong with you. See, this is what I be saying. You be instigating and just yapping. Milk, bro. What?
No, it didn't let me pick. Good thing you
20
picked.
hours. No, I've been live. I'm for 10.
Oh.
God, I love shared chats. You guys are dangerous. Some of y'all act different in shared chat, I can tell. Especially YG. A Scat too. Scat, YG, y'all both act completely different in shared chats. You guys are unhinged. That's literally facts. Ban me, please. Rack, I'm not banning you. So can I say? Why are we banning Star-Lord? What the fuck? Okay.
Wait, we banned Punisher?
I don't even want to question it.
Oh well. Oh well. My game tried to clarify Devil Dino from Daredevil by referring to him as Devil.
Devil.
What?
Let's call him Didi.
I guess it works.
Yeah, I watched for the past hour or so. That's what's up. 2 more till 12. Yeah. Yeah, we might just do Cuphead another day, chat. I think we're too addicted to Rivals.
Dude, for real, I'm like not even exhausted. Despite all the losses.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I think we're even today now. Wait, no, we're not even. We're up still because I'm GM, close to GM. And we started at, I was Diamond 2. We're still up. It's just like,
One of the perks of having
we should only be up. Shouldn't be this close.
Yeah.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I'm the voice in your head telling you to run down the next 5 games on Spider-Man. Hell no. That's just not true because the voice in my head would never be Spider-Man. That's for damn sure. That'd be the last voice in my head.
Oh god damn!
Think and die, think and die, think and die. Trinity can die, Trinity can die.
Dang.
Where all these healers go? Oh, they went to the left, not right.
I'm backing up.
The hunt is on.
She up top? Oh, she's in the building.
Whoa.
Cheeseburger.
How is scat unhinged is something I've seen in chat. I'm not good chat.
How is scat unhinged? What do you mean?
Building.
As good as new.
Okay, we're down.
Daredevil's dead. Thing can die though.
Oh no, we're down at tank
Down
too.
to.
Oh my god, a Jeff that actually ults.
No.
That's so rare.
Goodness gracious, what the fuck?
Oh, we're portaling.
Portaling, I'm just gonna stall.
We
as fast
portaled,
as I
right?
can. Yep.
Did she fade out? Oh my god, you're kidding me. Oh my god, she did.
Hell yeah. Slice and dice.
Oh,
What the fuck?
shit.
How did she just bounce like that? Fuck.
Open season.
Why is he playing Thing?
I'm cutting in.
Who, me or the other guy?
Not you. The other guy.
Cat, don't say anything.
What did you do?
Chop, chop. I didn't bring all these bullets so we could play cricket.
Now I want to know what
Was
it
about to say
allowed.
movement abilities? No, it wouldn't be crazy.
Well, I not
feel-
locked in.
I feel bad.
How do you get out of that?
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, I tried to save you.
I tried to save you.
Yeah,
Fine.
it's too much damage. And
get your defense
even if
boost,
we did save you, what's the name is ultimate? Magic.
Yeah.
I really don't like having a rogue without the team up.
Gem once again.
That's what it is.
I got in here.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Down the point. Strange is over here.
You made quite the hunting party.
Can you guys hide?
He's one.
He was one. He's not one anymore.
Dana's coming up.
Again. I got him. Finally.
Now I see them.
Bro, this thing jump
Up my
off.
wall.
I'm dead. Oh my god, that's funny.
Oh my fucking god.
What's your step?
Disappear!
I'm trying to ult after the. Nice.
Who is that in my ear?
Magic.
No, it was like a whoop whoop.
Oh, that's Jeff. I think it's a new voice line apparently.
Oh. They can't. So
He gets like an assist. He says that.
You stopped them in their tracks. Behind fancy clean here.
Trap set.
does my rogue do?
I have ult. Hold on.
Okay.
It's fat.
It was fat. It was so fat.
Bruh. Get the payload.
Nice work, Namor. Don't let it go.
Where'd she go? I don't know which direction she gone.
The portal.
Portal.
I'm 70% of my ult.
The final 10 seconds.
Oh, Magic's ulting.
Just dead.
Yeah, I don't have my ult.
It's fine. It wasn't a bad hold. Did I see that? See what?
I'm going for this, I guess.
My hunt's not over yet.
Oh. Ah, shoot.
I tried. Yeah, I just got instantly deleted.
Okay.
Can my rogue swap?
How annoying.
Khonshu has guided me this far. I trust him.
Was that you trolling playing into thing? Yeah. Rogue, can you switch characters? Is there any other thing you play? You're playing Rogue in the thing. Rogue just does not care.
I can't tell his movement. I can't tell his movement.
By the eye of Agamotto.
She's dead again. Holy.
Wait, where's my oh my god. What the hell happened?
I got Cloak and Dagger in it.
Down to 30 seconds.
You're worse than BP when thing comes.
Where I started.
He's definitely one of the worst. Yeah, Rogue is feeding. Oh, he switched.
Don't give them another inch. Or else. Us against the world. Double KO.
Okay, I just hit the fattest ult I've hit in a long time with this fucking character. Holy shit.
Strange shouldn't be able to portal.
Okay, I don't know how, but my ult killed like 4 of them.
0 to 2. Time to switch things
Hey, if we don't win with that, I don't know.
You'll need a
Maybe we just don't deserve the win. I don't know.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
Okay.
Camouflage is stupid. I want the enemy to see me and be afraid.
Alright, let's go. No, why is this guy AFK?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. Something bothering you, Ben?
Alrighty.
So many times, Susie. And it's getting kind of old.
Right. Saving the world from cosmic annihilation can be such a bore.
How about they have 9 deaths?
When you put it like that.
We have 9 deaths.
I shared that because it was funny.
No, not the Rogue or Daredevil.
What are you showing in your chat? Y'all going over there?
They're always gooning over there.
Different kind of.
You too. You the main one. Hold on.
Hey, my chat goons. I don't goon. I have a safe.
They're down 1. This Rogue just one-shot me. I mean, Magic.
Back again? Great.
hit my portal?
No, they can't. They're strangers right here.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm not running into that.
Yeah, this is winnable, extremely winnable. We have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Don't do that, Rack. Don't do that. Oh my god.
Thank you very much. Squids, good. More arms to break.
Excuse me, Dwayne. Don't say that.
Huh?
I can't tell his movement. I can't tell his movement. What is he doing?
Why would he tell them to go back on magic, dude? That's ridiculous. Oh my god, there's a Namor in the back.
Found one of our targets.
Wow, 4 in a row.
Man,
Damn, he's
what
like
was
a
that
big piece of meat right
Penta
there.
Hexa right there?
Thank you very much.
This Thor is 1
I have a
HP.
Thor now.
He's 1 HP. Okay, oh, he's not 1 anymore. Never mind.
I'm feeling reckless.
You've got to be kidding me. Thank you.
Oh, he didn't die?
He's dead. Oh my god, what even killed me? Oh, no more. This character? I'm pressing buttons and it works. You don't like it?
My fist.
I'm your average low rank Moon Knight player.
These squids reek of desperation, Namor.
He still died? Let's keep staggering them because we don't have any healer ults.
That is a one-shot White Fox. Who switched to Daredevil? Oh, we have a Daredevil? Yeah, I guess
He was
it's
a
not.
Daredevil at the beginning.
Oh, did he?
Daredevil.
Oh.
And they swapped a Squirrel Girl.
Oh, he was the reason why they got on thing. Oh, that makes sense. That should be fat old.
Ooh.
I don't know if that was necessary, but whatever. That works.
Honestly, thought more people were there. Yeah, Hokage, appreciate the follow.
Okay, so Luna ulted. Wait, who's their second healer with? Not Luna, C&D.
Oh, almost one-shot her, damn it. Okay, so easy, but so hard. This character is not hard. If this character is hard, then like I don't know what to tell you. Like,
It's only hard if you can't aim.
like you don't need aim, just hit the honk. You don't even need aim. If like this character's too hard for you, I think Rivals just might not be the game for you.
There's a Hella, by the way, on the top behind you guys.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
The honk merchant, yeah.
Never mind, I killed her.
Nice.
Get him, hero! Get him now! Oh yeah!
There's only one
Look at
thing.
go.
There's only be one.
Low on power. Need healing.
I'll punch you.
Nah,
Sorry,
that's a good stagger.
What the fuck, really? That guy almost ulted me.
2-2.
Oh man.
Look at me, oh shit. You're another me.
Another epic victory.
Yes, I finally got an ace. Let's go.
Nice.
Should I? Should I make a confession about that one?
Confession about what?
Man.
Confession about gooning.
Oh, this guy.
For real? No,
Am I
okay.
wrong?
Cause you remember when you're like, how did she jump like that?
Yeah.
It's cause I pulled her.
You pulled her after I ulted?
Damn.
Dude, I came out of the portal.
We have an agent on our team. Sabotaging.
I saw the kill cam. I'm like,
She's sabotaging.
Miss got pulled.
Yeah, I ulted her. And you fucking touched
Oh my god.
Do you want
I
to
don't know
play
what I was
tomorrow?
doing there.
I made a list earlier. You were on the stream.
Just saw a pool and it got jumped immediately.
She was absolutely one shot, and you stole her away from me. She had a sliver of health. I was like, what just happened? None of my teammates are here.
Oh my god, that was funny.
It was funny. I gotta go back and clip that.
Dude, I think the same thing. Right after you said that, I saw my own kill cam. And it was her killing me. And she got killed.
That's what I call
That's crazy. You don't rage bait me. I'm evil towards nobody, don't worry. Eli's evil to the end of the team, apparently. She got that.
Keep messing you up. I feel so bad.
I should have a nice guy trust. Chat, is Cora a nice guy?
Play with us fantastic for a
Mike
day.
is a nice guy.
Huh?
I'll vouch for him.
You talking about him, Mel?
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Meow. Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Hang on, what's the ban the dino?
Yo, Eli playing Dino? Let's go.
Thought we was gonna do Cuphead. Yeah, about that.
I'm gonna play Widow.
Okay. Oh, shit, let's go. Hold on. I got a character too. I got a character too. Hold on.
Question mark.
So we can play troll characters. I can play this.
Is Mikey a nice guy?
Play some.
Bam. Here, I got you. I'm
Flank
not
Scarlet
gonna play.
Witch. Flank Scarlet Witch. Let's go.
Flank. You know, I don't even think that's that bad. I don't think that's that bad.
All right, we can turn it up a notch.
If she has a Phoenix, here, I got you.
DPS White Fox. I'm diving with White Fox actually. How about that?
DPS. What about DPS Luna? That would be
No.
DPS
I don't want you to
Rocket,
win.
bet.
I don't want you to win.
Bet.
This is your account. Your Elo. I'm gonna do DPS White Fox.
I think I probably have to play healer here.
White Fox only do the claw form.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
No, give me Rocket.
I have not played Black Cat since the start of the stream because she is banned every single match.
Eli, give me Rocket.
I have not played her since the absolute.
I think I have
10 hours ago, chat.
Yeah.
Oh my god, all the Lord Rockets.
It's been 10 hours and she's still banned.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Hi,
man.
Ted. How are you? Oh, where's our dinosaur? Wait, did we ban him? Or no?
Yeah, it's banned. Oh, we didn't?
Okay.
Yeah, it's
No,
now
I
it's
didn't
not.
play dinosaur because
my mind
we need a healer.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
What happened to our
Clifford,
fucking two
the
tanks?
big red dog.
Be kidding me. There's a dinosaur on
Left
the
out.
Clifford.
No such thing.
The shark was weird.
Did you ever play Starpoint? Of course I did. I did DLC as well.
Come on, devil. Let's ride.
The battle starts in 5.
Perfect. We got 222.
3, 2.
No, I was typing that this swamp, so.
Oh, God.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh, damn. Oh. How the hell you get melted that quick? Ooh.
Did he even pop his shields?
I need to start my game after this. I'm getting leg spikes.
Oh, we're down.
Loki and I
one
walk
now.
up. I'm gonna go strange.
I got no more.
Nice. It's over there. Oh, that's Venom.
This fuck ass dino's in my face. Get out my face.
Wow, you guys
There's
still the
dead.
Dano's dead.
It's like I'm peeking. All I see is fucking dino teeth.
Double kill.
Out of sight.
That's 3. Almost there.
not portal.
Thick Toucan. Oh, okay. It's an interesting name.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Thick Toucan.
Where am I?
What makes a toucan so thick?
Windows one.
Beak.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure. Okay, Walking Dead first.
They're in that room right there. Right here.
Really? Just accept death, bro.
That's good. That's good.
Bro, no, it's not good. I wanted the kills, the dopamine. I don't get the dopamine rush.
Damn, dude, we're doing a bunch of battles. Okay.
The payload is really far back. These guys are trolling also. A bad cloak ult. They have no support ults. You guys can use one of yours.
That's cool. Hold on.
Okay, I'm using it.
I got you guys. Stay behind my shield.
Ah, fucking A, I died to
Oh,
that.
man. Okay. I'm gonna ult in then. They have a hella hole.
Oof. Are you sure? Then he just
I'm
switched?
still gonna ult in though.
We can just shred it.
Yeah.
Try to like ult them so they're gonna be slowed moving up this thing. But put it like a little bit forward. I do it. Nice.
Head down.
Let's see hell on me chat. Oh.
I block.
No idea where she is. There's a Namor up top. Namor up top. Nice. Maybe I should just play healer the rest of the night.
You want? Go
Actually,
for
no,
it.
I did really well in there.
I got all when they pushed out of this hole.
I mean, to be fair, they didn't. They should have counterpicked too. They didn't.
Oh my god, he's
bang
hiding in the
counters.
bushes. That's funny.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Oh, who was that?
There's a bunch of flankers. There's a bunch of flankers. There's a Luna flanker.
Waters?
Reborn. Step aside.
Yeah, get him.
I'm a professional raw
The
dogger.
vehicle
It's
reached a
crazy.
checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
What are you, Elon Musk? Or who? No. I got a better one. Nick Cannon. That man got a lot of kills.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, it was a big ult too. Unfortunate.
Oh, I didn't get the angle I wanted. It went further.
Yeah. They're gonna destroy this.
Yeah, I was trying to angle it towards our side. It went too far.
Take your time with it.
It's fine. They used 2 support ults, right?
Use cloak. Yeah, they did.
We wait for group.
Oh my god.
Yo, it's funny.
Out of sight.
You know Nick Cannon? He was on Nickelodeon? Drumline and shit? I think he was on Nickelodeon first. I don't fucking remember.
I'm about to do an oh.
I don't think we need it. Oh, yes, we do. No mind.
Oh shit.
I'm close to mine.
Oh my lordy, bro. Every time I play this character, they always bring out also. I mean, everyone just diamond for my own.
I am out of sight.
I was saying that on him. How do you know? No, someone in chat was saying
When he stops, I can ult.
I'm doing this my way. The
I guess I didn't need all.
Oh, that's yeah.
Poke right here in the back.
I thought we needed it. My bad. Get him, Nasu, get him.
That Punisher just fell right on over.
No, he's right. Spawning.
Which one? Oh, ours. You mean when he died? Somehow though?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
How much time? We got a minute.
That's fast. Big ol', big ol', big ol'.
Nice.
We got 2. Wow, this guy came back here to peel. That's crazy.
I can reload.
Oh, the rope is gonna be down. Oh, my internet's kind of shit right now.
That's not good. We gotta hurry up. Get us matches on.
Oh, dude, I am lagging terribly.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
You gotta be shitting me.
Oh fuck, I did it too.
Oh yeah.
Never charge.
Let's hope those goats are ready to go.
Oh my god.
You're mine.
I will if they touch.
Welcome back. Going nuts.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh my god. I fucked this name more, bro.
Get the hero on top.
Am I missing you, Shane? I'm so sorry.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh my god. Just tell me.
Very nice, very nice.
Sheesh.
You guys
I
see
should
me
not
last
have
year.
been in overtime.
Hannah.
We were rolling.
You're on.
Should I disconnect and reconnect mid-match?
Heroes could make all the difference.
Is your internet stable or?
You got it, little bro.
No, it
You
is
got
not
it.
stable.
Uh-oh.
Yo, if
That's not
you're
good.
stream ends, you gotta do another 12 hours. All I'm saying.
Ah, don't do this to me.
yeah.
Stream.
W restart. Have I played Cyberpunk? Yeah. I will play these on YouTube. Oh wait, only the DLC is. The other one I forgot to upload.
Chester would never restart or not.
I'm still lagging right now.
Was that
I might
your
have
new name,
packet loss.
Chester?
Hey, hold on. Do we look like Godzilla?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Godzilla, wait, what?
Child, look how bad that is on the rest
Penny
of my
Parker
screen.
invited me
Goddamn.
to watch a kaiju movie with her recently. That creature destroying Tokyo.
Should I
Was it
put
you?
down all my hold on.
Settings? That wouldn't. If it's your internet, that wouldn't do anything.
Oh shit, well.
Graphics,
sucks.
that's your computer. That doesn't affect
Everything's
your
low.
Is your music
Yeah, that has nothing to do with
Spotify?
your internet.
My music is Spotify.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's messed up.
That's just his internet. Just easy about it. Just
She never made
internet.
the picture anyways. Unless it's food. That's the only time she takes pictures. Let's be real.
Poke dead on the right. Wait.
Oh my gosh, she was 1 HP. She was 1 HP, she just fades out. Like, okay.
I can't die. Fall back.
No way, you fucking
Oh damn, I was going for
grabbed
the
me off
health
the
pack.
wall, bro. He grabbed me off the wall twice. That's unfair.
I need this match to be over ASAP.
gotta restart internet and restart the 12-hour stream.
Nico Dex.
I have my ult.
Yeah, we can touch.
I'm gonna ult first.
I already got. Oh fuck.
This is real fire.
Whatever, kill everyone. Kill everyone.
Name in the back.
I'm trying to heal you. Oh, where did you go? You disappeared on my screen.
Yeah, I dipped into the air.
Are they both their support ults down?
I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, they stood. Luna. They're down one.
Who is that person that needs help? Oh, it's too hot.
Get him. Yeah. You guys.
Dude, I can't get you guys over here.
It's fine, just heal me.
We need to get on point.
I'm on it.
If I could,
It's fine, I'm on it, don't worry.
Really...
Being touched by an angry man. No.
All I need to peek me, heal me. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
I can't really heal
Yeah,
a single target properly.
Yeah.
Farewell.
Nice try.
Don't make that.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
What the fuck? This guy's ulted?
I'm backing up.
No.
Better stop that vehicle.
I have my ult here. Wait, you're aggressive with it? Or save it?
You could ult in first.
No, don't ult this with Rocket.
When you want.
Oh no, don't ult this with Rocket.
Yeah, my brain lagged. It was too late.
They look like they mean business.
Only way to play with brain lag.
Hero, what other healers do you play? Because I might need to switch off of Invis.
Skillful, Jeff. I can kind of play Invis, but I don't know if she's ready.
Punisher.
Ready?
Hey, I didn't even see that. Fuck. I can't
They have no
smash
healers. They have no
healers.
What the fuck is shredding me?
Who plays heal pool? I do play heal pool, but...
Who don't play pool?
Cheers of all time, man.
You know how I play.
I'm actually a decent heal pool. We would have had to play him at the beginning, because I'm not going to have any...
You have no upgrades yet. Do not play pool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to. I'm like a decent Jeff. But it's only my ult that needs work.
You know how to play Luna?
Everything else is fine. I'm not good at Luna.
My cloak.
I'm somewhat decent with cloak. I'm probably better with Luna than I am with cloak.
I have this type of thing.
Fuck, I need this to end because I cannot fucking...
Yeah, they got
This is
it.
frustrating.
I can swap. You want me to swap? Go next spawn. I'll swap.
Oh man.
I mean, I could even take actually... Hold on, you could stick to
It's too late.
Rocket.
I
I'll
lost
go C&D.
Farewell.
Okay. Man, I just gave up my ult for nothing.
Use buns? I don't think heal pulls buns. He's just really hard to play.
My
And
bad,
you need
my
a comp that's
bad.
actually diving with you.
I'm probably very healer like.
It's like White Fox, but worse. It's like no reason to play him over White Fox.
What the fuck? This guy's doing the moonwalk. Oh shit. Oh, I'm good.
I got both their healers.
Allow you want ult first?
Okay.
You ult first. Yeah. Unless it's a Punisher ult, I'll ult.
Okay. They probably have their spoilers by now. They tried to patty cake my ult, so I don't think they had it, but they probably have it by now.
Okay, never mind.
It'll be better if you just told me what
Okay. My bad, man.
Oh man.
Okay, hold on.
Run over.
Okay. You.
Well,
Oh, wow.
It's very unfortunate timing.
Yeah, we can't play Rocket here. It's not a good match for Rocket. They have way too much damage.
Fuck you, Namor.
Oh my god. Where'd he dunk the mag ult? He didn't just dunk it on this Uno on me? Oh man.
I'm so fucking mad at myself.
2, 3. Time
Oh
to switch
boy.
things
Oh my
up,
god, wait, we're
including
3 to
which
3?
side.
I thought we were 3 to 2.
No.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this
Oh
one.
man.
She's sharp.
Okay, we're locked.
We're
locked.
attacking first.
Genuinely
Just do heal
so
pool. Just if that's what you know how to do, just do it.
We'll put belt to ass, bro. Trust.
Just not Rocket. Because Rocket won't work here.
I can't even.
Heal pool is the only pool I know how to play.
That's fine. Just let us know when you're ulting in.
Round 3.
I'm gonna pick a healer to ult if I can. If not, I'll.
You cannot save me by my blade.
Nor can you save yourselves.
We just gotta keep Groot up.
We know Con? We know what?
Before you attack, get ready.
Asgard is
Your powers of stealth would
I'm
make
feeling
you
great.
an excellent assassin.
I've been told that before. But that kind of violence isn't really my
The streamer told me this wasn't gonna be a full rival stream, by the way.
You would have little
I mean, we could still play Cuphead. It's a lie.
You're mine.
Oh, we only have like an hour left, really.
Yeah, we only have an hour left though, so like, I mean, hey, it's up to her.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Get that.
Why y'all mad at me? This wasn't, bro. It's okay, chat. We can do Cuphead another day. Moving first.
Are you okay, Rocket? Wait, who's? I heard a Rocket. No, that's a freaking DP. I'm silly.
The time has come. Attack. Farewell.
Compare me to a rat. I just chose someone to ult. I'm pushing up.
Who drove?
I'm really curious how you guys.
I think it was Namor.
Oh, that's no, it was the Dino. It was Dino.
Nice.
The more's down.
They're all one. They're all one.
He must have just fucking Mr. President him because I was definitely aiming at the fucking. What is
Oh,
that?
I'm staying on point.
Oh my god, the fast range ult.
Oh no.
Kill him before he kills him. Look at Strange.
Oh my fuck! I got 3. Okay, it's just oh fuck.
No.
Kite that. I'll touch. Just kite it. Oh, kill. Okay, he's dead.
Look at Cloak.
Get this bitch.
The big green guy.
What the fuck?
Oh my lordy. Allah, we need you here. They got on Venom just to stall longer too. Oh my god.
I don't even see the.
We got the payload. We got the checkpoint.
This is so fucking ridiculous.
It's fine. We got the checkpoint.
It was behind you.
Wait, your leg is actually saving you?
We're just a better team.
Is it?
I don't know if it's saving me, man.
It doesn't sound like it's saving her, chat.
How does it go on for this long?
Then we're gonna die less. He's diving us.
I don't know why I ulted there, but I ulted somebody.
Oh my lordy. Oh, that's a fat ult. Oh my god, that was fat.
You're mine.
Fucking die.
Goodness, our Strange is popping off.
Someone push those healers.
This Venom stalling heavily.
Luna half.
I'm about to go ult them.
Damn, that's a crazy ass stall.
Nope.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh,
That's
perfect.
Oh yeah, that's what I like to see.
Ooh,
You know what makes this good is that I'm not getting dived crazy.
How dare you disrespect us like that?
Yo, who trolling right now?
Yeah, can you not?
You're in
Me?
the wrong
Can I
chat.
not what?
Was I? Oh, I don't know. Whoever did this trying to chill. Yeah, it was the right chat. It was what?
The Venom that's been diving in and dying.
I've had a game of VOD where we were actually up like crazy, and then like someone popped it as a joke to surrender, and then people actually said yes.
That's crazy. Hulk one.
Look at Luna. She's playing front line.
Dude, why is my Venom always out of fucking place? Popping all my heals. I'm popping all my heals.
Okay, I'm gonna have ult.
That's a fat ult.
Oh my god, I don't know how we're still doing this. I don't know how the fuck we're still doing this. We should not be in this match still, but Jesus Christ. Kill that guy. Oh no.
Enemy back.
Oh my god, we actually full held them. That's hilarious. I'm about to get 60. You might get 70, yeah. Smack just. Are you okay? Is your computer good?
I can't do this anymore.
It's fine. And this should be guaranteed win. This should be a guaranteed win.
Oh my god.
This should be a guaranteed win. We need this 70. Oh shit, bro.
No, you got it.
What is it? I just named my Venom not to dive in.
You could end him, Mel.
You could.
Don't be an op right now.
You could end.
Don't. I scat. I'm so close to finishing.
The That's what she said.
Timelines feature a very
Yo, you are so goon brained. It's like
Exactly.
insane.
If she got restart, this is true. This is true. You're unhinged. Nah, I just watched too much Office back in the day.
So you just
It's never gonna get turned off.
Strange, can you TP them off the map? That's fine.
Or block.
Keep in mind he's a champion
Honestly.
Strange and he does not do this. But whatever. Whatever.
Or just block the doors.
actually
As
be
long
good
as you
because
block
it'd
the
be
doors,
hard.
it would've been
The
crazy.
fact that he doesn't know how to do this, being a champion Strange is insane, but it's fine. He's had massive ults.
I've been summoned. Archbishop. They're bullying
No,
me
it didn't work.
for our goose.
All good, all good, all good. Just buying
You
time.
must exile them from the country. There's 3 doors, yeah, but you block off the 2 front doors and make them climb the stairs. Where is my Strange, bro? He's in Narnia.
I don't know why he went in there. He just.
Oh wow. Oh, he can't TP now.
That is correct.
Yeah, I don't know why we did that.
just a bit longer.
Oh, my ult, I'm just gonna save it for when everyone's here.
And this is
I gotta go disrupt the back line.
Plenty of time to upgrade.
The fucking dino on the fucking payload!
I'm gonna focus on
Oh my god, we
using
got
my
to end
push
this.
on
I
them.
mean, Luna. We got Luna. Or whatever her fucking name is.
What a difference.
Oh my god, okay, it's over. Okay, I can't get 70, but 60 is acceptable.
Hey, if we threw, we probably got you 100.
3.
No, I needs to fix her shit or, I don't know, take a break or something. I don't know.
She needs to reset stream and do another 12 hours. Who pulls the win con? Exactly.
What was the win con? Because your rocket ults, I'm not gonna lie, were actually troll. The placements were really bad, and you can't. And even other than that, like you can't play that into Punisher. She just shreds it instantly.
Yeah.
You'd have to have really, really good placements, but you'd have to be like a rocket man to know those.
I'm more of a heal pull main than I am a rocket main.
Yeah, it's fine.
It better show me like some packet loss shit. If it doesn't, oh fuck you. Okay.
Well, I don't even know how
Damn,
many
chat,
points I
look
got.
at
Oh my
this.
god!
Look at how bad that was.
Somebody started downloading something in your house. It was down
27 for that
some
game? That's
crazy.
crazy.
200 ping. Oh my god!
Damn, Allah, you
What?
guys stop
He said
downloading that
200 for a
Rule
little
34
bit.
shit, man. We've talked about this.
Average latency. Yeah, your shit was cooked. It's getting late. Good night. Good night, Jason.
Wait, what do I do right now to stop it?
There is nothing you can do. We can just play quick play now or something. I think that's enough rank, but
Yeah, let's go QP.
okay, I'm gonna switch accounts so I can get battle pass progress.
We also have Blood Hunt if y'all want to do Blood Hunt.
Sure. Oh man,
God, I'm shivering.
good jacket. Sweater. Yeah, that match was interesting. Chester's chewing on her cords.
For real. So you know, the keyboard, what's it called? The keyboard, pull-out drawer on your desk. If you have a keyboard,
Yeah.
Not a keyboard.
Hey Mel.
But
Hey
there's
Mel,
that
I don't
little
know what you're
section
talking about, dude.
You don't know that?
Huh? Wait, no, I know what you're talking about. The pull-out keyboard thingies.
Yeah, that's what it's called. So mine's broken. Like I don't have the board at all. It's just the metal
Yo, you need a new
stuff
desk.
on the bottom. That shit hurt. I hit my fucking leg.
Oh. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You need to get like an L-shaped desk.
I forgot
Unless you don't have like room for it. I don't know. I requested to join.
I missed it.
Uh,
There we go. Oh, ha! Oh, even let me accept it.
huh?
Oh, okay. There we go. There we go.
We can do quick play or blood hunt. Up to you guys. I don't care.
Oh, I was gonna get Rocky Road.
Midtown.
All right, fantastic time. I mean, it's fantastic.
You're playing
Oh my
Mr.
God.
Fantastic? Okay.
No. I'm at Squirrel Girl.
Those are two very different people.
Very different.
Very different. What am I on? Oh, let's go White Fox. I mean,
Phoenix? Yo, you're sleepy, dude. Yeah, these 12 hours ain't for you. She's saying all the wrong names. She called Phoenix White Fox.
oh my God.
It's not even close.
Oh my God. I'm so done. I'm so done. I got 35 minutes. I'm out of here.
I'm buying Luna for all the Luna homies.
Finally, I can play Black Cat. Oh my God. I can actually practice this damn character.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Yo, this skin is insane.
Tell me, Doc, who's watching your system while we're out fighting vampires and each other?
He's currently occupied, so I left Bats in charge.
Bats.
So all that stands between me and the Wand of Watum is a grumpy ghost
So
dog
many
that keeps
emotes.
confusing me with Silver Sable?
There you go,
Battle
Nasu.
starts in 5,
Thanks.
4, 3, 2, 1.
So cute, Jeff.
Doesn't reach. They have a Gambit. Okay.
Yo, there's a penny
There it
behind
up.
us.
Yo,
Penny
this
behind
team
us.
is shameless. I forgot how quick play is.
There's a trap here. There's a trap behind us.
Okay. Gambit's dead.
Oh, yay, a lag headshot. I love it.
I'll be honest, I don't know what those fight
I get help.
You
Thank you. Thank you.
There's a fucking.
I'm trying to get the nest
Why would you
here.
walk in there, Jeff?
Jeff! Oh, Jeff! That was absolutely adorable.
Him dying? Him dying was adorable. I'm crying. Yo. Him dying was adorable is crazy.
God.
Bro, this fucking Daredevil, leave me alone. Okay.
Yeah, what a freeze! And then I killed him.
Unfair stake. Okay.
The cat came back.
I heal myself. And heal the Jeff. No, Jeff, you're running away from me.
Animal cruelty, not stonks.
There's still a chance to stop them. That definitely helps. You're strong together. Give me that luck.
Why is this guy playing Penny Parker in quick play? Oh my god.
Maybe he wants to learn Penny Parker.
There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Dog, let me play dive. Oh my god. It's been 11 hours since I played Black Cat. I finally get to play her and I'm getting counterpicked. In fucking quick play, bro. Okay.
Are you fucking kidding me? God.
There's just no way, bro.
I'm dead. I'm running all of
Oh, that guy just hit a crazy ult on you guys, didn't he?
Jeff dying is adorable. We lost the plot. Animal cruelty, not strong.
Did you guys hear me?
What?
Oh,
no.
shit. Okay.
What did you do?
My shit cut off for a second. I'm like, I just yelled in the mic, so. Yeah.
It's like, I don't know if I can hear me scream through other ears.
Nice.
Yay! I got a kill.
Oh my god.
It's me, Penny. I love you. Wait. Where's she frozen?
Oh my god, I'm gonna be fucking whatevering.
Oh, I can't see you. I'm trying to heal you. Oh, I'm running away.
This help belongs to me.
Oh, I accidentally I hit the wrong button.
VX.
Beefy, bro. Oh yeah.
Come on, all.
I have ult, but okay. It's a lot of ults.
What is he chasing my ass?
You guys are super dead in there, by the
what
way.
the fuck? Oh my god. Gameplay choppier than a chop cheese for real. Crash before towers do we count as a full temp? Oh no, that's unfair.
Let's see. Wow, you are super dead, by the way. Oh, you're alive. Wait, they're shooting me and not you. What the? What the fuck is wrong with this Penny?
I live again.
You should have been dead there.
What? Imagine. This is easy. I was gonna try to ult.
I can't even do anything because they're just... Okay, bro. This dude can just see me while I'm invisible.
I'm just dead, bro. There's nothing I can do there.
That's an issue there.
I'm not switching characters, bro. Like, I'm gonna just accept the counter pick.
It's quick play.
Yeah, it's literally quick play. Like, it's not that deep to me. Like, I don't know why this guy pulled up Penny for me.
You sure he didn't start with Penny?
Nah, he didn't. I swear to God, he didn't. I got a gambit. Bro, and this guy is literally playing Daredevil, bro. Leave me alone.
Still got a few lives left.
Jay, thank you for the raid. Chat, I'm trying to get the freaking back line so I can ult
I just got deleted, bro.
Yeah, that guy cooked you down.
Thank you for the raid.
Am I Adam? Didn't fucking pop a heal for me. I was gonna send him the fucking back where he can't fucking find me. I don't know, I got the fuck.
Chat! What the hell was that?
What happened?
I spinned around with my ult and it just went down instead of going in the direction I was.
I can't go invisible? Damn. Can't go invisible and I can't ult.
Comedy. Anyways, Jay, we're playing QP right now. My internet's being cheap.
No,
we've been playing ranked. It's like 12.
No!
It's almost 12 a.m.
Bro, you can't let me have fun. You ain't got revived?
I might miss that. see that. Didn't you mess up that ult? I want to say the internet. Because I'm also learning Phoenix. It may have just been because I was clicking my left button, which makes me go to where I'm trying to hit. But since I spinned around, it didn't really hit anything. So yeah. But Jay, how was your stream? Oh damn, what the hell is that?
Oh my fucking god, this Daredevil.
As of Champ 9, that would suck so bad.
Yo, this match is so unfun.
Alright, I'm pulling out the control, bro.
Bro, he's playing Daredevil so he can see while I'm invisible, and I have to deal with the the freaking Penny Parker as well. Like, look at this. How am I supposed to dive this?
Yapping about stuff and played VR chat. Oh, VR chat. How was that? Did he do Among Us VR chat? Because that was funny. I had it downloaded and I was playing Among Us. Dude, it was so fun. I was chasing a kid and he thought I was the monster. And he just kept screaming.
What the fuck?
Yo, someone clip that.
She's bullying kids in Among Us.
She's chasing kids.
So like, I didn't know how to use the VC in VR chat, and I didn't know how to type text. So I ended up just like following this dude just for fun, and he kept looking back like, "Why are you following me?" He ends up fucking running around the entire map, screaming as I'm just like following him. I'm running past people, and he's like, "You're the monster! You're the monster!" Brother, I didn't kill you. I'm just chillaxing with you, you know?
That's hilarious.
That was funny. Oh my god.
She's bullying kids in Among Us.
Why'd you get clip that?
Oh man.
Wow, 4 in a row.
But what were you guys yapping about too?
What?
I was asking, Jay.
Careful, I bite.
You know, these matches are feeling extra slow right now.
What you mean?
Clip her out of context? How are you gonna clip me out of context?
Clip that out of context. It's not worth it.
Oh my god.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
All right. I'm gonna play Hawkeye.
You got a Hawkeye on you? Okay. That's new. I'll play Cat.
An idea that will never die. Freedom's an idea that will never die.
We have no tanks. Stream freezing? Nah, it's just you.
If we don't stand up
What the where's my
freedom's an
skin?
idea that will never die.
Winter, how are the rest of your...
I got scammed.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I don't know why I just unequip my skin.
You're not the only
Damn,
one.
basic ass cap.
My Dark Knight skin just unequipped randomly.
By the way. Mel, can you give a shout out? I didn't give a shout out to any of my raiders before. Fuck.
Think about war first.
It's
about who
Can you give a shout out for Jay? Ooh, I like this song. Chat, we're playing some music.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Chester would have had to catch. Chester, what the?
Got it?
I'm the last of my people, and I plan to make this proud.
Hostile forces
So
incoming.
who is Chester? Is that like your cat?
That's her cat, yeah.
Okay.
Are you fucking... I fucking hate quick play. Oh, there's no fucking shot. There's another penny.
Well, back to
I
rank.
hate quick play. I don't know. I actually hate quick play so much.
Capture the mission area.
I just want to randomly hit someone.
Sniper, sniper.
I almost killed that Jeff like a million times. I just can't finish him off. They have a Black Widow? Oh my.
Alright, chat, I'm bored now. I'm probably gonna switch.
Playing cardio, man? I am indeed playing cardio, man.
Had Noble by F. Who the hell hit me? Huh?
I sense them. Close.
You know, my healers are DPSing. My
My
healer just ran into the.
Who should we play?
My healers just ran into a penny mine.
Wow.
Minefield.
Hold on, chat. This is actually a really nice place that I never noticed. Did you know that there was
Their team's captured.
Oh, this is a church.
The halfway point.
You say it's a church?
Yo, there's no fun allowed in quick play. This is so sad.
This is a throne room.
Ah, oh, that's what it is. What? This is pretty. How have I not noticed this? Oh, wow.
Been playing this map for 50,000 years. Notices it now.
Yeah, wait, this is really pretty. I gotta go back to the battle, but damn. We're so focused on fighting, we forget about how
Spider-Man's won. I missed my dash.
I'm coming. I destroyed the nest.
Oh my fucking god, can I play the game for this? You're so weird. What? He just solo ulted me.
Oh, I'm in it. I'm in it.
Oh my god.
She solo ulted me. Are you kidding?
Yo, I hate quick play with every fiber in my being. I hate this game mode, bro.
We always do.
You run into the randomest shit ever, bro.
Dude, I had a freaking Widow solo me and I just got to battle playing Squirrel Girl. I literally... How bad do you need that kill, man?
This is war. Freedom's an idea until we can't fight anymore.
Sightsee.
This unequips my
You guys
skin.
can't forget to sightsee.
And now I see
Part
another
of the
penny.
game.
This is a terrible, terrible night.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We need a group, teammates. After my ult.
A group?
Group.
Group for what?
You've made quite the impact.
That we need a group for.
The penny, I guess.
What is that gonna do? I guess.
The battle starts in
I'm
5.
sending you a tourist guide up. We should keep this up.
We need a second tank. That's what we really need. But...
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We're about to sightsee again. Watch. These flowers are actually really pretty. Though.
I'll be ship-shape in no time.
I never noticed this about
There's
this
an
map.
Ultron? Okay.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Solo ulted the Luna is crazy.
The mission area is yours.
Still got an edge.
Oh, still got an edge. Oh, my cap is crazy. I'm dead. My cap was crazy.
The fat lady isn't singing.
That's someone. Alright, so why do we need a group?
I don't know. That guy's yapping. I don't even know what the group's for. He just wants to play with a group, I guess. I don't know. Got him.
What group emotes do I have? Not that many. I want the team.
No, how did I not live?
I have a fucking Iron Fist for what? She got off. Okay, that's crazy.
How'd she live?
She got off Black Widow for Iron Fist. Okay. You're not gonna have a good time against Iron Fist's group.
Oh.
You don't have to play Guru. Don't listen to that guy. He's quick play. Play whatever you want.
And
I like the cold.
oh, I can block one now.
You ulted?
I am ready to put on
I'll load ult out.
Fuck.
You think I'm too old for this?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Sorry, soldier.
No, no.
Faster.
Yes.
W, let's go.
All I had to do was sightsee, and we won.
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Gotta enjoy.
I
Who likes Lady Gaga chat?
I fight for
Yeah, like, she has some pretty good songs.
One bigger than all of us. The hunt is on.
The fuck did I do? Who destroyed Mango Croc?
Or Poker Face? I don't know. Was it Battle Romance? Oh, it was both. They were always on the radio.
I'm listening to Judas right now.
That song's good.
We're a long way from Korea, aren't we?
He used to always play Lady Gaga on the radio. Holy crap.
You can't sightsee in this area, chat. The reason why you can't is because there's nothing to sightsee.
There's some artifacts right here.
The battle starts
Unfortunately.
in 5, 4, 3,
I'm just yapping about nothing, honestly.
1.
And we're almost done.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Almost everyone knows.
You ever see your tanks going off angle?
Does it?
What is my tank doing? My tank is
Hey,
autopiloting.
wait, did we know this shit was green?
Oh my god.
Oh, you're killing me right now, bro.
Wait, actually?
You're fucking killing me right now, dude. Like, actually.
What's his melee
Oh, you're fine. You're fucking hilarious.
Fuck you, Luna.
Oh my lordy.
What is this? Why does it not build? Come here, Star-Lord.
I got you.
Bruh.
Nope, sorry. I meant to help. I didn't know he was 1 HP. I couldn't see his overall. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. No, that chat, me going for Star-Lord like that exactly reminded me of when I chased that kid.
Bro, yo, you're evil.
Yeah, we got.
That kid probably has like PTSD from getting chased by you in Among Us. There's actually a phobia
What
of
the
that.
fuck? You see?
I don't know what the phobia is called.
Big ol', big ol', big ol'.
Chat, you see the chat? Is it just me? So no one saw what that guy just said.
What do you mean? What guys just said? Oh my god, Booty Pickle, what are you doing here? Why is that your name?
I love your name.
Oh my god.
More gooners. Elias summoned them.
You can't stream snipe us, Booty Pickle. We're not in ranked. Did you stream snipe Mike today, Booty Pickle?
I'm Groot. Kill him. Kill him. Disrupt. Disrupt. Kill. Disrupt. Damn, I got a bunch of final hits doing that.
Thief. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, let them come out.
Is it? Yeah, I think it's dichophobia. People have a fear of getting chased.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure she gave that kid that. None of my friends have it. There's a phobia of getting chased that people have, so they can't play scary games. You probably gave that kid that.
Nah, it was Among Us. It wasn't that bad.
Now you say that.
Dude, what's crazy? I was a cute little creature. I don't know why he was so scared.
I don't know. It's Among Us, and you could fucking die. I don't know. Oh man.
Wait, why can't I build? Hey, how do you twerk with Groot?
Bro.
You.
Bruh.
I think you pretend to place a wall and then you can move the else. Imagine having.
Wait, why do you know how to actually do it?
I don't know. I think.
Bro.
Wait, do it. Say it again.
You're like trying to place a wall and then you keep it like that so you can move the ass. I think. I don't know.
You gotta place the wall and then move up and down, if I remember correctly. Don't ask how I know.
Hey, look at me. Am I doing it?
No.
Oh, I was looking at Luna. Oh well.
Now let's spectate a lot and see if she's twerking.
I need help on site. Help, please.
On my way.
God, this character does no fucking damage, bro. Holy.
I just hung for a squirrel, girl. Nah, I got one.
Can't do any damage when they're inside a
The fat lady isn't singing yet.
fucking cloak bubble.
Oh, so canceling putting up a wall? Oh, that might be it. It's something to do with the wall.
Place the wall next to a wall and move. And don't fully place the wall. Okay.
Am I doing it?
I think only your upper body's doing it.
My team's too busy throwing ass instead of helping me on site. I'm dead ass like Captain America ulting alone, and my fucking team is too busy shaking ass. Help, please. Like, I'm not even fucking trolling. They're too busy shaking ass.
That's so unfortunate right there. I should wait for a lot of ult. I blame Eli for twerking.
Too much, yep. Blame a lie. Just too busy
Can it
shaking
handle
ass.
the yacht?
Ah,
Can it handle it?
this girl.
Well, you can't expect
She was too busy shaking ass to help us.
Too much for y'all. He couldn't handle it.
Uh-huh. Like, I was dead ass Captain America ulting on site alone because no one would count.
Wait, someone needs to clip that.
Like, that shit is actually insane, bro. Like, I was literally ulted alone. I said assemble and nobody came, bro. And I'm over here 1v6ing. Shit was crazy. All right, Uno Mas. Are we done? Uno Mas, are we done?
We got one more.
Bet. Uno Mas it is.
When did you guys start?
12 hours ago. Well, that'll be 12 hours ago.
Work hours, work.
Sheesh. Okay, yeah, let's get off with a W. So, who do I play? I'm playing Daredevil.
But Daredevil will do.
Play Iron Fist a long time ago.
It really was. I hope we're on offense. I like offense. Although offense would be a longer game, yeah.
Pissed me off. They're trying to act like I didn't request Sunday off. Bro, you gotta get a new job. They don't treat you well. W Machine, W Hero, and W Chester. And
I've traveled to hell and
Nasu.
back,
Don't forget Nasu.
and I'd gladly do it again if it helps.
So do I.
30 seconds before you attack.
Let's go.
Hold on.
Might have been from
Okay.
above, but still.
Can he... So look at this.
Nah, they're just trying to lie, bro. Don't let
Is it
them
working?
You didn't place the wall. You gotta place one.
Oh, I
I
gotta
think
place
you
it?
have to place one of them, and then the next one you don't place or something like that.
We did it for all the right reasons.
Well, how? If I'm doing it in the...
I hope.
The battle starts in
Whatever. The match is.
What about this?
4, 3,
What about this?
2.
Nah, only your torso is moving.
Fuck.
You ain't got no ass. You ain't got no ass.
Oh my god.
I'm afraid. There's another fucking penny. Oh no, I'm getting off this game, dog. I cannot, bro. Dog.
Wait, how come I can't place this any further? Am I doing something wrong?
Bro, do y'all see this? There's another Penny Parker. I can't play dive.
Oh wait, my other healer is a mantis, so don't expect much.
They're down one.
Slowly destroying them.
They're down two. Please walk up. Please. I killed two.
Oh, I'm fucked. There's a
You
daredevil.
gotta port Justin for 12 hours again? That's crazy. I got rage baited into a 12-hour.
Well, because there's another more minor
Demon?
issue, so I'm gonna try to get it fixed. What's the other minor issue?
Okay. I got that unlucky.
I demand a retrial.
Oh, I don't fit through that shit. Leave me. Wait, where's everyone at? Well, shit.
I can sense them everywhere.
That guy's one hit.
I have my ult.
I died, but I killed him.
Oh, Mantis is down.
Knock me out. Panic all I always get back up. This kind of feels familiar.
This shit feels like ranked.
It feels like the time
I'm the only
I was
thing.
playing Groot and Eli ulted without me. And let me die.
What?
I think you're just dying too fast. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh my god.
I'm the one ulting.
There's no way she can know that you're gonna.
Watch this. Oh shit, never mind, I fucked up.
No, but I don't actually blame him, but it's just so funny it happened 4 times in a row.
Can I get out?
I blocked Penny's heals.
Oh my god, I got 4. If we lose this team fight, I don't know what to say.
Hey, fuck him up. Yeah. Okay, hold on. His melee is actually crazy. Let's melee with him. Let's do that one.
Fuck, I should have swapped.
I'm gonna ult them.
Let the devil.
I just wanted to do that. They're dead.
Squadra. Yeah, nice
hydrate.
dive, assholes. Well, anti-dive assholes.
Okay.
For them, MK. What's up, Fire?
Melee only Groot. Let's go.
What? Oh, okay, that's interesting.
This actually looks. His hits are pretty strong.
He's
I was
swinging
doing it
at
earlier.
wood. Go ahead, swing it.
Oh, bruh.
He's swinging at wood.
Yeah, and then he calls us winners.
Bro, it's actual wood. That's context. There's context there. You guys are just straight. Oh fuck. How? It's actual wood.
I always get back up. You're on my radar.
I'm coming. Hey, does Groot have a B-hop by any chance or not?
Doubt it. Oh my god, he put the fucking penny mine on the heel spot. That is insane.
Thanks for the love, love.
There's still work to be done.
I actually don't know why I even tried doing that.
You needed some help, didn't you?
I need someone to kill this Penny. I can't play the game until she's dead. Or someone kill the nest at least.
We are undefeatable!
Damn, how do you guys block them?
Jumped up.
Can I help? Oh, okay.
I got him on me. Oh shit. You guys lived though, right?
I think so. Did we?
Okay, because I was trying to focus that DD. Oh!
No, 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 don't let her leave.
No, I was trying to save you.
Nope, up.
I can use some help.
Don't let their cuteness fool you. These bots are nasty little buggers.
Where is this?
What are they healing from?
Got melee, come here. Oh shit.
I'm practically solo healing.
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
I demand a retrial.
Good chat. I'm literally just meleeing.
I'm about to get ulted.
Yeah, that's funny. Oh, 12 hours!
Let's go.
What the? I didn't. This guy won't. Get your ass over here. Bro, he ran?
Oh, nice.
I saved you like you never saved me.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. I'm better.
Where are you going? I'm trying to run.
No.
Should be game. You, what the hell? They double support ulted me. We have Mantis ult.
Me out. I always get back up.
Damn, how come I can't place it far at all?
Friends, gather
Beast
around!
inside of me hungers.
That's some bad luck!
I'm glad to take some protection.
Let the devil.
Yeah, I can fly too. Hold on. You think I can't fly?
And the Weaver needs you, Spider Zero.
W.
Were you all supposed to be close? So you can see. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's one of the new buffs. You get CC immunity from his arm.
This MVP is sick.
Oh yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, I got a few melees and that was actually really fun. I actually think Groot has good melee. Y'all should try it in close combat.
You just like swinging wood. You just like swinging wood.
Oh, that was fun. Have fun with Fantastic tomorrow or another.
I demand a trial. I demand a trial.
A trial.
I demand a trial. I plead that this is not valid since I am in the 12-hour whiffer. Yep.
Nah.
Yep.
That was a part of the deal. The 12 hours for me, not for you.
I plead.
I understand you want to
not
partake in this,
guilty.
but it's just for me.
You rage baited me into doing so.
Your
Your Honor,
And
Your
you
Honor,
got
Your Honor,
baited.
Your Honor. She
You got baited.
coerced me into being in this 12-hour.
And now where you at?
I demand
Your
a
Honor.
trial. Your Honor, she coerced me into it was rage bait. Blackmail.
And you go for it. Look, I am level 3.
Objection, no. Bro.
Yes.
I I demand a lawyer. I demand a lawyer.
A lawyer? A lawyer.
Yes.
Alright, YG, where you at?
Fuck no! What? Oh, hell no! I'm going to jail! Oh, hell no!
Don't do YG like that,
hell
man!
No, I'm going to jail.
Don't do it like that!
Oh, hell no. I'm going to fucking jail.
Why would you do him like that?
I'm going to jail, dog. Oh, hell no.
If I see.
Come on, lawyer, dog. I'm going to jail.
I thought you're on my side.
Look at my lawyer, dog. I'm going to jail.
Anyways, good luck
did I
tomorrow.
No.
Tomorrow.
No.
No, YG's not the biggest op. He's the biggest supporter. What do you mean?
Fuck no, he is not. He's my biggest op. What?
That is cruel.
My biggest op is insane, bro. Overwatch this dude home run, bro.
Alright, where is... I wonder if Jenny's still on.
Jenny? We can read Jenny.
Unless...
You are with a Roma.
Is
I
she
didn't
still
know such thing. Oh god, that is laggy. Alright, chat. Tomorrow we're gonna do the state of play at 5 p.m. EST, so I'll probably be live at 4. W stream, guys.
No, but Death is on.
W stream. Def is on? Sure.
Yeah, we can rate Death.
Yo, W streams? W 12-hour stream?
W 12-hour indeed. Woo! Wait, where's Stingy at?
Y'all ready?
Yeah. What's up, Dibby?
You ready to raid, I mean?
Yeah. Started it. Alright, chat. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. See ya. Woo.
I'll catch y'all.